Good morning, everyone. Happy morning, Success Fest. Listen, good morning, everyone, and welcome back to Success Fest 23 for day number 2222. It's Dr. Wall, the Tower of Power. I'm here again, and I'm here again as your host, and I'm excited to have you all here with me again for another day of learning and growth. Today is going to be amazing because we will be continuing the journey towards success by exploring topics such as leveraging social media for businesses, success, mastering the art of public speaking, and understanding financial literacy, and more. You have all come here for different reasons, but at the core, you are unified in your determination to become more successful in life. So today is about taking that next step towards achieving those goals. Let's do this together. Are you ready? Let's get started. Fire. Boom, 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 boom. Yes, I thought it was a fascinating kind of day. So fire.
Hi, everybody. I'm here with Dr. Valerie Ball, who is a success in herself. So, Dr. Ball, I have a question for you. Being so successful and being on this journey, what has been your biggest obstacle to overcome?
Well, first of all, thank you, B. Jacqueline, for interviewing me today. But to answer your question, the biggest obstacle that I've had is, I believe, is an identity crisis. People kept telling me who I was growing up, and they told me, oh, no, you're an engineer, or no, you're smart in math, and you're doing this and that. But I knew I had a call in my life, and my call was to help successful people become CEOs of their own companies, run their ministries, run their nonprofit organizations. So I had an identity crisis growing up, and I didn't have that confidence. But once I figured out my purpose and who I am, oh my God, I never stopped running.
Awesome. So, you're unstoppable, right?
I'm unstoppable.
So, you talk about your call and who you're called to. It was kind of a broad space. So, what do you choose to help others become successful? Why do you choose that?
Well, I mean, really, all I can say is that's who I am. That's who I was made. That's kind of how I've been processed. I've been through a lot of stuff in my life. And I felt like, God, why do I have to go through so much? And he said, it's not for me, it's for everybody else. So I had to learn how to find resources. I had to learn how to start my own business. I had to find out how to do a 501c3. I had to find out how to get $1 million in funding. I had to do it myself first. So I walked the talk. So I said, okay, God, so now he's releasing me to help other people, to use the wisdom that he's put into me to help others.
And how specifically do you do that?
Well, it's a lot. I connect people, CEOs with resources. I network. I'm a connector. Everybody calls me a connector. I put the right people together. I used to think I was going to be like a marriage counselor or someone who, what do you call it, matchmaker? But I match people so they can collaborate with one another. That's what I do a lot. I also take people away because I believe that we should get away and get it done. I do retreats, business retreats. Sometimes we get busy and I take executives away. I take CEOs away so that we can, woosah, unwind, and then get down to the work. Because you have to be still in order to hear the vision and how to impact other people's lives.
That is awesome. That is awesome. So, what is your biggest hope for those that you serve?
My biggest hope is they do a 360. If I help you be successful, because my talk in the Success Fest is called Success Matters. And I say success matters. It's not because of you, but it's because of the people you're going to help. Mm-hmm. Success matters because you're going to inspire other people to be successful. You're going to help people with a mindset shift. So I think if people are successful and I can help them become successful, then they can do a 360 and go back and help someone else become successful.
That's awesome. One last thing. Dr. Wall, what would be 3 words that you would tell someone who is seeking to move forward and to link with you? What are 3 words that you've learned along the way?
Exhale, breathe, and 3 words. That's hard because I want to say a whole sentence. I want to say tap into your creative power. Tap into your creative power. That's more than 3 words, but that's what I'm helping people to unleash their creative power, because I just want to say before I go, we work too hard, especially Black women and CEOs. We are labor intensive. I learned that from Trevor Otts, and we need to tap into our creative power so that we can get places without working as hard. We can go there, and we can go higher if we tap into our creative power from within.
Well, thank you, Dr. Valerie Ball, for allowing us to tap into your time for this interview. I wish you much success, not just at Success Fest, but for everything that you put your hands to. Thank you.
Thank you so much. God bless you. Hi, I'm Dr. Valerie Brown Ball, and I am here to help you unleash your creative power. Today, I want to kind of just share my heart with you on how I was able to unleash my creative power. You know why? Because success matters. The title of my presentation is Success Matters, Unleash Your Creative Powers. And I want to come to you from a different perspective when we talk about success. Here at Success Fest, we have so many great speakers, and people are going to share wisdom with you and hopefully inspire you and all of that good stuff. But I want to keep it real. It's not as easy as it seems, but it can be easy if you unleash your creative powers. And I'm going to show you how. Now, first of all, why does success matter? And from my perspective, success matters because not only does it's beneficial to you from a financial perspective, or either from a fulfillment perspective, but the reason I feel like success matters is because we as leaders, we as business owners, we as corporate leaders, whatever area that you're in, we are helping other people become successful. That's right. When we become successful, we inspire and encourage and motivate other people like us to become successful. So that's why, especially Black CEOs, I want to see us all to be successful so that we can encourage and help other people who want to become entrepreneurs and be successful to be successful, because it does matter. Okay. So once we become successful, it draws people to us. And once it draws people to us, we can teach them, we can coach them, we can mentor them. So that's why success matters. You know, a lot of people are chasing millions and millions of dollars, and that's fine. You know, everybody's not going to become a billionaire or a millionaire. But guess what? If we're successful and spirit, soul, and body. Now, when I look at success, I think of success as spirit, soul, and body. I think of spiritually being joyful, happy, fulfilled, mentally being clear in my thoughts and my focus, and physically good health. That's success to me. So guess what? We get to define what success means to us. Don't let the world define what success is for you. You know, it's one thing, you could be a millionaire, but there's millionaires and billionaires that are sick, that are corrupt, if we will. I know a couple. And, we have to figure out what success looks like for us. And that's what matters, what success looks like for us. So I'm just going to talk to you a little bit about, from when I was young. I'll tell you my story. And then hopefully you can relate to what I'm saying, especially as a Black woman. I was taught growing up that as long as you went to school, got good grades, you worked hard, and you will be successful. I'm sure all of you have heard that speech from your parents or your guidance counselor or somebody. But also, too, from my parents, I heard when you go to corporate America, because I started off in the military and then I went to corporate, they told me that I had to work twice as hard or 3 times as hard as my counterparts so that I can be successful. Boy, that was exhausting. But I did. I took heed to what they were saying, and and that's important. We do have to work hard. But I found, and through my coach, um, taught me that we labor intensively. We, especially Black people, we work too hard. You don't have to work as hard as we don't have to work as hard as we do to become successful. And that's why I want you to unleash your creative powers, because we are creative beings. It comes from the inside. And so I'm going to teach you how to tap into your creative powers. Okay. Why work so hard? I've learned I used to work so hard. I mean, they used to call me the Energizer Bunny. I mean, corporate America, I flew here, flew there, did this, did that. And I was tired. And you know what? I hit a wall. And then I was diagnosed with lupus, because lupus is an autoimmune disease where, your body or your immune system works overtime. It starts to attack your own body. So if I was working overtime and always under stress and pressure, I was in marketing and sales, and I was trying to prove something. I did go up the corporate ladder, but what did it cost me? What does it cost us to get up the corporate ladder, or what does it cost us to be a successful CEO? I think about the CEO of Apple. He was successful, but then he died at 50. We don't want to do that. So we have to be careful. We have to want to monitor ourselves spiritually, physically, and mentally, so that success, hallelujah, could be long lasting, lifelong, and we can have a quality of life that we deserve. Okay. So some of the benefits of being successful, I agree with you that it's financial. I mean, we all want to have financial freedom. We want to be fulfilled, and, and we want to have more freedom. We just want to be free to do what we want to do. And you know what? Guess what? I'm here. I feel free. I feel free that I could do what I want. I've been in corporate. I overcame lupus, and now I'm in my own business and I speak. And my job now is to inspire and motivate other people to be what they were created to be, and to help them to unleash the creative powers, because I've learned to tap into the creative powers within me. I'm doing more of the things that I want to do now. I'm having fun. I'm enjoying life. I'm being more creative than I ever have been before. So I want you too to feel that same way, to actually become successful, but enjoy the journey. I'm living and enjoying my life. So I want you to be able to say the same thing and enjoy the journey. So now, what does success mean to you? That's what I always say to my coaching clients. I said, what does success mean to you? Are you just taking what the world tells you? Are you just taking how people view you, or what your mom told you, and saying that, you have to be a successful engineer and make $1 million in order to be successful? No, 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 no. But you have to define what success means to you. And why does it matter? Because if you are called and you have a purpose to do something, whether it is in the industry that you're in, or whether it's in ministry, whatever you're doing, whatever you're called to do, whatever you feel is your purpose in life, your obligation to yourself should be to help other people become successful in your lane. Okay? You are here. It's not all about you. It's about you helping other people to become successful. So as we grow, we help other people grow. I like that. As you go and as we grow, we help other people grow. So, but you know what I found when I'm coaching a lot of people? I've been doing this for 10, 15 years, and I also teach it marketing and sales and leadership and all that stuff at the university level. But when I talk to my clients one-on-one, usually something is blocking their success. Something is blocking their creative powers. And then we need to take the time to assess ourselves and find out what that is blocking our success. And what I found that most of the times what's blocking our success is we have an identity crisis. We don't really know who we are, or we have a lack of purpose, or we have distractions and lack of focus. Those are some of the key things. A lot of people try to say it's money. I need more money. But you know what? All of us need more money. I mean, all of us can use more money. But starting out, you don't need as much money as you think you do. You need to start small and then grow, and then grow, and then grow. Okay? So stop saying, oh, nobody's giving me money. Well, then you're going to have to be creative You have to tap into that creative power so that you can be successful, even if you don't have as much money as you think you need to get started or to grow your business. But I'll talk to you about that in my workshop if you sign up for my workshop. Now, we talked about what is blocking your success, but guess what? We get to create. We get to create, and that's the good news. We get to unleash our creative powers. And let me tell you something. We were born in the image and likeness of God. I truly believe that. And if we follow God's creative process, where we imagine things and when we have visions and we bring them to life by speaking them, by writing them down and making them plain. We know this. We've heard this before. But you know what? It's that power from within that's going to keep us going, keep us motivated, keep us active. We need action. We need energy. And a lot of people speak about being passionate about what you do. Yeah, I'm passionate about what I do, but I am also compassionate. I think it's more important to be compassionate, to love those people that you're going to help, to be compassionate. Hallelujah. I'm sorry, I do have a ministry. I'm an ordained minister, but I got the hallelujah out. But I get excited when I think about all the power that we have within, and we don't even tap into it. It's like taking your electrical plug and plugging it into a socket, and then that power comes out. Well, we have to learn how to do that, and we have to learn how to keep that creative power unplugged. Okay? Stop allowing things to plug up your power, to push back your power, to oppress you. Okay? Stop allowing it. You know what? You are a creative being, and I just want you to know that you can unleash your creative power. And guess what? It'll be easier. Your success will come easier. I promise you. I promise you that you will have a successful life, and it will be easier once you learn how to tap into your creative powers. And let me tell you, I show all my clients, I can show you how to do that. In my workshop, I'm excited because this Success Fest has allowed me to also bring to you a 45-minute workshop. And this 45-minute workshop is going to help you to really clarify and find out the areas or identify the areas that is keeping you stuck or helping you to block or helping to block your success. Because I think success matters. So join me in my workshop. It's called Success Matters, Unleash Your Creative Powers. And also we'll talk more about things that we can do together to help you to get the results that you deserve. You can visit my website at Unleash Your Creative Powers, unleashyourcreativepowers.com. Again, that's unleashyourcreativepowers.com. I have a gift for you. If you just go there, you'll get a free ebook, but then also I'll tell you more about how we can work together to help you untap that creative power that's within you. I love you. I'm Dr. Valerie Ball, and I'm here to help you because my vision, my passion, my compassion is to help those people, especially women and Black CEOs, to become successful and to do it with ease and to enjoy the journey. God bless you. This is Dr. Valerie Brown Ball, and I look forward to seeing you in my workshop. Hello, I'm Dr. Valerie Brown Ball. I am so glad you joined me for this workshop because we're going to get some things done today. I am so excited having you here. The name of my workshop is Success Matters, Unleashing Your Creative Powers. And before I get into all of that, I just want to introduce myself. My background is 20 plus years in corporate America, executive. And then I left after 20 years to start my own business. So I am a CEO of my own company, which is VB and Associates. And what I get to do now is I get to coach people into greatness, and I get to take people all over the world because I also do travel groups. And I believe it's very important to travel so that you can see other cultures and you can get inspired and, and you can meet new people and network around the world so you can become a global business. So that's what I get to do now, now that I'm free and that I own my own company, VB and Associates. But today, my focus is to help you unleash your creative power. And I'll get into that in just a moment, but I want to tell you my story, a little bit of my story, and then I will share with you my presentation. Okay, so I was thinking about, what held me back from being successful and what holds a lot of my clients back from being successful. And a couple of things from my personal perspective is identity crisis. And also a couple of things that stopped me or hindered some of my success was not only my identity crisis, but also lack of confidence. You know, I'm confident now, but there was a time that I was very, very shy. I wanted to be behind the scenes. I didn't want to come out in front and be completely bold. I've learned that over time that you have to be bold. Especially if you believe in yourself and believe in things that you can do, you have to be bold. So let me tell you my identity crisis story. I was robbed and rejected by adversity before I was even born. My mom went to an unwed mother's home to have me because she was an unwed mother. And, back in the day, they used to call you bastards. When I come out the room, I mean, that vibration was there, that's a terrible word to call somebody, but God knew who I was and God created me. So I learned that over the years. So I really understood who I am. I'm not a bastard. I am a most powerful being. So even though I started off that way, and then also our family, sometimes, you go to church and they say there are generational curses. And then also too, you don't have a father in your life. Your mom is a single mom and all that stuff. Sometimes we don't get the confidence that we need to really do what we're called to do. So, but I've learned over the years, I've had great mentors, I've had great teachers, I had great people around me, and I also had God in my life. So I was able to realize that I can be successful. So it took me a little longer. So I don't want it to take that long for other people. So I'm here to help those people who feel like there's more to life than this, that they can be successful and there must be something that's holding them back. And then I want to unstop that. I want to help you to unleash your creative powers. So that's why I created this workshop. And also too, I'm from Delaware, which is a small state. I tried to escape a couple of times, but it is a small state. But you know what? I realized that it's the first state it started off. So you have to start small. Okay. Start small and then you can become great. My mentor told me, who was Dr. Miles Monroe, he said, I started small. I'm from Bahamas, a small island, and then I went all over the world. So just remember that wherever you are and whatever you do, you can start small and become great. Okay. So I am so excited about helping you to tap into that creative power within. So I'm going to go and start with success matters. And I'm going to tell you why it matters. Okay. I'm going to tell you why success matters. Because not only if you look at it from a perspective of making money, a lot of people say, oh, I want to be successful because I want to make a lot of money. But that's not why I feel success matters. I feel success matters because you will have a more fulfilling life. You will benefit with finances because success, if you're successful, money follows. But you don't want to chase money. You want it to follow you. And in my leadership development model that I've created, it's called the I Am Way. And the I stands for impact, the A for action, and the M for mastery. And if you learn about impact, action, and mastery, if you become a master of what you do, then money will follow. People will follow, because people will start referring people to you. You don't have to work as hard, because now you've have a reputation, if you will. So success is about being true to who you are and your purpose. Okay. And so let me go back. It's about being true to who you are, your purpose, and success is attainable when it's rooted in love. Now, I don't want to get all lovey-dovey, fuzzy, but I'm a love child, okay? I'm also a Libra, which is a love sign. But I think that the greatest leaders in this world were rooted and grounded in love. You know why? Because they cared about other people. I think it's better to be not just a passionate leader, but a compassionate leader, because your love for people, your giftings, what God has given you inside of you, you get to help them. You get to help other people. And that's why success matters, because if you're successful, you're going to attract people. And if you attract people, now you can help them to achieve the success that you have achieved. Okay. So I think it's so important for you to unleash your creative power so that you can become a compassionate leader, a well-rounded leader, an awesome leader. Okay. So some of the benefits of leading and also having success is financial security, as you know. You also have increased happiness and fulfillment, and you have more time and freedom to do what you love. And that's where I'm at now. I'm starting to do what I love. I'm living and enjoying my life. That's my mantra. I live in and enjoying my life, you know? And so I want you to be able to say that I am living and enjoying my life. Awesome pleasure of helping people start their own business, publish their books. I've helped people launch new products, create new products. I've helped people to do the things that they thought that they couldn't do, to beyond what they thought they can do. I've also helped people to travel to places that they didn't think they could go. Okay. So I walk the talk, and I help myself, and I'm so glad that I can help other people to do that and to find why success matters to them. Okay. So success does matter, but I want people to know that it's what you envision success as. In other words, the world will tell you what success is, and they'll say it looks like a multi-million-dollar, you have to have this big mansion and, you know, all the trappings of wealth, and, you know, and that's nice. I mean, it's okay. I mean, I have a nice house and whatever, but I don't need a 20 room mansion or anything, because there's only 2 of us living in here. So 5 bedrooms is fine. 4 bedrooms is fine for us. So, but it's what success is to you. I just want people to understand that success looks like, for me, is finding happiness, contentment, fulfillment in my life, being able to do my purpose, and being able to help other people achieve what they've been called to do. You know, it's not just a one-time event. It's something that you have to work for every single day of your life. But it's about setting your mind on what you want to achieve and going for it. Okay? You do have to work for it, but you don't have to toil. There's a difference between working. You know, if you work and you're doing something you enjoy, it's not like a lot of work. It's work, but it's not work. And if you're toiling at it and it's hard and it's drudgery and all that, then you have to rethink, am I operating in my purpose? Because if it's drudgery, you know, it shouldn't be. It should be natural. You should love what you're doing. Okay. Now, when you're working towards your success, remember to stay grounded in your truth and purpose. Okay. Because once you identify your truth, and that's the I and way model, impact. In order to make an impact on people around you and your community, your world, is to be able to know who you are. I believe that self-assessment is key throughout your whole life. You need to constantly assess who you are. We're ever evolving, we're ever changing, you know, and when I turned 50, I'm a little different than when I was 25, okay? So I'm on the other side of 50, but I've learned that I'm actually freer now than I was when I was 20 something years old. Okay. And now I get to create, I get to really show up. And that's what I'm excited about, being on the other side of 50. Okay. But you know, we have to realize there are obstacles along the way. We do have to work hard. Don't get me wrong, but it should be the kind of work that you enjoy doing. So, but what I found out is that there's lots of things blocking people's success. And we're going to talk about that right now. And I want you to take the time, first of all, to take a moment. I want you to write down first what success looks like for you. like we said before, I'm gonna go back. What is success to you? What does it look like when it manifests? I want you to write that down, okay? And then if you're not as successful as you would like to be, what are those things that are blocking your success? What do you think it is? Is it distraction and confusion? Is it identity crisis? Is it lack of purpose? Is it fear? Is it trauma? Is it lack of energy? Okay. So, I had an identity crisis, like I said, when I was growing up, because I didn't, my dad wasn't there and I really didn't know what I wanted to do in life. And, my mom was great, but, we sometimes get on the wrong track. Also, I had an identity crisis because when I graduated top of my class, they told me because I was smart in math that I should be an engineer. So I got a scholarship to go to Howard University with my engineering degree, to get an engineering degree. And that was the furthest thing from my mind. I didn't want to be an engineer. When I got there, I was like, what am I doing here? Lord have mercy. I don't want to be an engineer. So then I switched to architecture because I like creative stuff. I said, well, at least with architecture, you can create. And then I said, nah, I don't want to do that. But I do like technology. So I decided to go into computer information systems. So, and if I decide to go over computer information systems, then I said, okay, so I'm getting on track. So sometimes it takes time for you to get on track, but I finally found things that I like. And I do like technology. I love technology. I love travel. And, I love helping people manage their time management. Those are my 3 T's. I have a workshop called the 3 T's to Success: time, technology, and travel. But anyway, that's another story. In this workshop, I'm trying to tell you how to unblock the things that are blocking your success. Also, trauma. I had some PTSD situation out of the military. I was in the Army and I had PTSD, and, I've overcome it, but that kind of sidelined me too, because I said, let me go in the military because I need discipline. And when I went in the military, I got discipline, but on the other side, I got some trauma. So, it was good in one instance and then it was bad in another, but hey, that too passed. And I was able to get on my road to success. So there are things, like I said, you have to take time to really assess, think about what's distracting you or what's confusing you. Are you having an identity crisis? Do you know who you really are? Lack of purpose. Do you know your purpose? Fear. Are you afraid to be successful? I mean, fear is powerful. It can lock you up. It could be like this. It could be like, oh, I can't move forward because I'm afraid. I'm afraid either that I'm going to fail, or I'm afraid that I'm going to be successful. So you need to understand that. And once you understand and assess where you are, then we can take you from there. And I can help you get unstuck. Okay? Trauma. Oh my God. When I had PTSD, I had to go to therapy, even though it wasn't glamorous. And even though, as Black people and as a Christian, we were not really going to therapy. But I said, I got to go to therapy because I got to get past this. And so I did. So some of us might need to do that. But I'll let you know if you need to do that, if we work together. Lack of energy. Now, there's so many reasons why you could have a lack of energy. You could have a lack of energy because you are malnourished. Let's put it that way. You don't have the right nutrition in your blood. You're not eating right. You're not doing the right thing. You're not eating right. That could cause lack of energy. That's a physical lack of energy, but also you could lack energy because you're depressed. You could, mentally, you can lack energy. You can lack energy because you're not on the right track and you're not inspired. You don't have that motivation, you don't have that passion or that compassion to move forward. So that causes lack of energy. But we can talk about that. We can talk about that and we can get you more energy. So all these things can be overcome, and then you'll be able to master it, and then you'll be able to have good success. So I was talking about overcoming identity crisis a little bit earlier, and you are here to serve. You are here to inspire. You are here to create. You are here to love and fulfill your purpose. That's why success matters. I truly believe success matters because we need you. Your audience needs you. The people need you. Not only what you can do from a product perspective or your service, which is very important, but also how you can help other people become the leader that you've become. Okay? I have a PhD in organizational leadership and leadership. And we all are leaders. We have to lead somebody, our family, we have to lead the community, we have to lead our ministry, we have to lead our business, whatever. But it all starts with you and developing yourselves personally. It's your mindset. Your mindset is everything when it comes to success. And if you believe that you can achieve success, then you will. But if you believe that you can't achieve success, then you won't. It's that simple. It's a mindset thing. Your mindset is everything when it comes to success. If you believe that you can achieve success, then you will. But if you believe that you can achieve success, then you won't. It's that simple. Stop doubting yourself. I used to do that. I used to doubt myself. I used to say, oh, I don't know if I can do that. I don't know if I could be vice president of this company. I don't know if I could start a business. But I did. And I'm on the other side of that. And you can too be on the other side of that. But you have to believe that you can achieve. Okay? So I'm going to give you a few tips on how to change your mindset and start believing in yourself. These are just a few tips to help you change your mindset and achieve success. Now, we talked about knowing who you are. You're going to do your self-assessment. You need to get my book, The I Am Way, Leadership, The I Am Way. It's on Amazon. And also, I'll give it to you for free if you join one of my workshops after this. But, we have to really get to know who we are. And that's how we start to change our mindset. We got to get to a point where we really believe in ourselves. Start by setting goals and writing them down. This will help you stay focused and motivated. So while you're getting to know yourself, start putting goals down and also take action. Once you find your purpose, or once you have a plan or somewhere you want to go or a vision, take action towards your goals and don't procrastinate. Oh my God, don't procrastinate. The only way to achieve success is to take action. I have a coach, and that's why I became a coach, because sometimes we need people, either we need cheerleaders or rah-rah people, or tell us we can do it, or help us come up with a plan to do it. So we need to help others or help ourselves take action so that we can achieve success. Now you also have to break your goals down into smaller steps. Now, a lot of times we have these big goals and dreams and all that, but you have to take it step by step by step. So sometimes you have to break your goals down into smaller steps so that they're easier to achieve. Easy is good, Easy is good. Don't make life so hard that you just give up. When you make the goal so hard, then, you might want to give up. But if you put milestone steps, small steps, and every time you get to the next step and to the next step, you're actually, before you know, you look down and say, I'm already up here. Okay? So you want to take smaller steps to get to where you're going. And that'll keep you motivated and on track. And also, like I said before, believe in yourself and your ability to achieve success. Have faith in yourself and don't give up on your dreams. Let me tell you something. God created you a powerful being. You have some power within you to do everything that you desire in your heart. Okay? If it's your purpose. Okay? So don't dismiss that. You could believe in God, but you got to believe in yourself too. You are a creation of God. So if God created you, a lot of us believe in God, but we don't believe in ourselves. You got to believe in yourself, and it's okay. Guess what? I'm going to show you how to unleash your creative power now, because we get to be creative in this life. And let me show you why. Power is creative. Power is energy. Your creative power is energy. So if you have creative energy, that's energy that comes from within. Okay? When you are charged up, you are ready to go. Think about it. You're ready to win the race, but when the energy is low, you feel like giving up. And we talked about that earlier. Low energy. It could be from depression or not eating right or whatever your situation is. You need to build up your energy level by tapping into that creative power, because you want to win the race. You have to feel like you're ready to go each and every morning when you get up out the bed. Okay? And if you don't feel like that, then you have to go back and reassess why. You have to look at yourself. You got to look within and find out, why am I not getting up and feeling charged up and all that. Then whatever comes to you in your spirit, because you know it's in you, it'll come to you. God will show you how you can do this. Don't block your success journey by clogging up your energy flow with unforgiveness. A lot of people don't realize when you assess yourself, ask yourself, are you angry? Are you unforgiving? Are you doing something that you feel ashamed of that you shouldn't be doing? Okay. Okay. I always tell people, if you have a sin consciousness and you're ashamed of what you're doing, then, it's easy to just forgive yourself, ask God to forgive you and move on. Okay. But sometimes we harbor that, and we walk in that sin or that area that we're not proud of. But if we're not proud of it, then we can ask God to help us, to forgive us, and to help us move through that. Okay. We all fall short, but also this is a way to charge up your energy level. You charge it up with love. Forgive that person. Gratitude. Be thankful for what you have. I always say that I am so thankful. I mean, I could get more. I can get a bigger house. I can get more money or whatever, but I'm thankful for what I have now. I'm thankful for my family, for my kids, for my children, my grandchildren. I'm thankful for my husband. I'm thankful for all these things that God has given me so far. So count your blessings. That's how you build your energy. It's like, oh man, I got all this already. I could get more. God has given me some of the things that I wanted. So now I just have to keep moving so I can get more and more that I've been dreaming of. Okay. It's that simple. Okay. It's that simple. Gratitude, forgiveness, and also clarity and truth. Once you understand yourself, you're clearer about what direction you're going to. Once you sit down and really be still and think about what is your truth, just be clear with yourself. What is your truth? If you're suffering from PTSD or if you're suffering from depression, then get help. Don't be ashamed. I call it the enemy. Don't let the enemy bind you up forever and ever. Because we got work to do. We got to be successful in this life. And also the truth is, and this is from my perspective, the Spirit of God gives you the power to create wealth, power to disrupt, power to heal, power to love and be compassionate. Creative power is rooted in love, and compassionate leaders make a great impact. Okay? So you are a compassionate leader, and you are here to make a greater impact. You got the power. Empowerment. We hear that word all the time. And I love that song, I got the power. That's from back in the day. I don't know if any of you know that, but if you're young guys, but it is a good song. You should look it up on YouTube or something, but it'll inspire you because you got the power and we are empowered. Okay. The definition of empower is the power to do something, the power to make decisions, the power to change something. We're here to make change. We are a catalyst for change. Empowerment is about giving people the ability to take control of their lives and make a difference. Okay. So you want to have more productivity. You want to be more creative and innovative. You want to have more autonomy and control over your life. You have a sense of purpose. Okay. Because you are empowered. We get to do these things. I get excited because I get to create. I get to say, oh, what do I get to create this week? You don't have to do things exactly the same way other people do it. You can do it. We are authentic. You do it the way that it is in your spirit. Creative power is compassionate power. Creative power is power from on high. You got it. I'm telling you, you got it. The good news is, like I said, we get to create. I love this picture because, it is the ability to achieve success. It's for us to be imaginative, to create something new, to create something better. If you open up a restaurant, you're authentic, create great recipes, something new, a new taste, a new sound, a new, way of doing things, a new application, a new computer app. You get to create. And right now, you get to use your imagination. Your imagination comes from within. And you know why you have an imagination? Because you want to manifest success in your life. God has given you that creative power that you can think of all these things. How do you think they created spaceships and airplanes and iPhones and all that stuff. They imagine that stuff first. Your imagination comes first, and then your vision. You have a vision for something, then you imagine it, then you can see it with your mind's eyes. I love this imagination process. I love the creative process because then now you get to write it down. I think an artist. I'm not really an artist that draws on paper, but I love how artists look at things and then they can create, or a sculpture that they can look at a piece of clay and say, oh, I can sculpt that into something magnificent. And they look at it and then they see it in their mind's eye, and then they create it. You can do that. We are empowered to do that, and we must do it to be successful. Why? Because success matters. It really does. I love this picture because we're looking up. Where are we looking up to? We're looking up to the possibilities. We're looking up to our imagination. We're looking to the sky. We can go higher than the sky. Tap into your creative power. So in conclusion, I just want to say success matters because it is about being true to yourself and your purpose. With the right tools and techniques, you can unleash your creative power and achieve success like never before. What blocks your success are distractions and confusion, identity crisis, lack of purpose, fear, trauma, or lack of energy. Now, that's not an exhaustive list. There could be other things that is blocking your success, but we can figure that out together. Successful people have overcome obstacles by tapping into their creative power within themselves, which was given to them by God. I'm not trying to be preachy. I'm just telling you the truth. You were created. You're a creative being. You are created in the image and likeness of God. You get to create like God created us. We get to create things here in the earth, things that people need, things that are in demand. We get to create as CEOs of our companies, as product producers, as authors. We get to tell somebody may need that book that's in you. You got to release it. You got to unleash it because we need it. We need you. We need what you have to make an impact. I have a special offer today I would like to talk to you, and it's about unleashing your creative power. We only can do but so much in 45 minutes, but you know what? I just want to tell you, it's time to get it done. I feel like more than ever in 2023 that it is time. 2023 is the time for you to get it done. I'm like, people say I'm the action queen. I'm the I am lady. I'm going to get it done. I get results and I help people get results. So I want to help you unleash your creative power. If you want to publish a book, launch a business, launch a product, create a product, brand or market your business. If you're trying to launch a nonprofit, launch a ministry, become a paid speaker, and launch a travel group, I've done all of those things. I can show you how. I can hold your hand through that process, and I can do it in 12 weeks or less. 12 weeks or less. You could do more in 12 weeks than you did all year. So I want you to unleash your creative power and do more, like I said, in 12 weeks than you can do in 1 year. Let's work together to get it done. I'm very confidential. People like me because I help them. I don't tell anybody what they're doing. It's between me and you and God. I have a special offer for people that are watching today. You can save over 50% on your regular sessions. You get guaranteed results. You get group and individual coaching, resources and tools to complete your goals. And guess what? I get to take you away so you can get it done. I do retreats. I love retreats. So I like to take people away. I love to take leaders away for a couple of days so we can get some stuff done. And less work, more success. Are you interested in that? Less work and more success? I can show you how to do it because I learned how, and I'm excited about helping other people to unleash their creative power. Visit my website, www.unleashyourcreativepower.com. Thank you. I'm Dr. Valerie Brown Ball. I'm the owner, CEO of VB and Associates. I have travel groups. We go all over the world, and I also coach individually and group to help you to be the successful person that you were born to be. God bless you.
Hello and welcome, Dr. Cook. Share who
Hey,
you
thank
are,
you for having me.
your business, and what you do.
Sure, I'm Dr. Lenny Cook. I am the owner of an interactive media and marketing agency in the Midwest, and I help people create products and market them into the world, share them with people.
Amazing. I love it. So, what is your biggest obstacle that you've overcome?
My biggest obstacle as an entrepreneur was simply accepting my purpose and embracing entrepreneurship with gusto. It took a lot for me to just build the confidence to do that.
Yeah, that takes some confidence and some faith.
Yes, confidence is definitely a faith walk, right?
Yes, it is. It is.
Faith and action walk. Yeah.
That's right. So, why do you choose to help others become successful in what you do?
Yeah, sure. Well, my life's purpose is in creating solutions. And for the longest, I was just really focused on singularly doing that, like finding a problem, creating a solution to it. And then I realized that I can do that more if I enable other people to do the same. And so that's why I help other people create their products, because usually their products are tied to solving a problem for someone else. And that's tied to my own life purpose. It's a win-win situation.
Good, good. So, tell us, what is your biggest hope for those that you are called to serve?
Yeah, so I typically work with people who are brilliant but stuck. And so my biggest hope is that they can gain and keep momentum.
That's good. That's good. Because when you have an idea, it's hard to bring it to pass. And so having that unstuck really does help. So, how do you plan on making the world a better place in what you do?
Well, I have made my own personal commitment to make myself and my work and what I provide, my gifts and my talents, more accessible to more people. I transitioned from just being an agency owner and creating products for higher end businesses to actually creating a program that is supportive and helpful for people who are just getting started. So I'm just trying to close the gap so that everyone can, if they have a big idea, they can create it and quickly get it to market and, finally do something with their big idea.
Great, great. Well, this concludes the interview. And so thank you so much for being a part of the Black CEO. And we look forward to hearing more about you.
Thank you so much. Have
You're
a good one.
welcome. You too.
I once watched a woman as she was dying, and I didn't do anything to her. And I share that with you because I was so frozen in that moment. But that moment shook and shaped my perception of life and opportunity. So if you will indulge me for a moment, imagine yourself in a dark room with nothing but a dark shelf. And on this shelf are jars. And within these jars are a globe. And within each globe, within the jars, is a dream tucked away by the dreamer. Now, although these jars cannot be touched by the world, as every day passes, the glow within the jar dims just ever so. And a smidge each day, the darkness begins to overtake. Now, as the observer, you realize and you understand that these dreams are dying. The swiftest way to death is to stow away your dreams on a shelf. And the question is, what kind of death is this? It can be an intellectual death. an emotional death, or even a physical anguish that is experienced day in and day out, although it's invisible to the world. In my case, death meant passively dying while I was living. In fact, it included me sabotaging and ignoring aspects of my personality. It also included me providing and giving myself to things that didn't resonate with me. And it entailed the very thing that I thought was my dream, the family, husband, child, house, six-figure income. It entailed that actually not serving as my dream, but becoming my nightmare and serving as my prison. It wasn't until I experienced my rock bottom and I was overcome by so much grief that I actually cried out and called out to God in the middle of my darkness. And I was just like, I cannot live holding so much grief. I can't live day to day. I can't function. And in the answer of my call, the darkness, God scooched to me a jar with the glow and a dream. It wasn't until I was able to take that jar and remove the lid and embrace it that I was able to become the woman I am, the parent I am, the businesswoman I am, as well as the entrepreneur. I realized that the dreams in my heart were actually allies to lure me into stepping into my purpose. And the act of ignoring them was actually me attacking the very purpose in life that I was called to live. Today, as an entrepreneur and an agency owner, I am a multi-award winning designer. And my life's work really is helping people use their recipe dream to create their physical product, to get it in front of people. So let's focus on that last part of the equation, the create your physical product and get it in front of people. Today, we're going to talk about OPP, that is growing your business with other people's platforms. Now, whether or not you have a business or not, or a product or not, or a service or not, you should be spending time in front of people. Why? Well, first and foremost, it's because you have a dream, or sorry, not only a dream, but you have a gift. Like, you are gifted. Whether or not you are aware of what that gift is, you're gifted. And with your gift, there is an intention behind it. That's the first thing. The second thing is that you have a dream. And we are all equipped with what's called a recipe dream that acts as a compass for us. So what is a recipe dream? It's the basic recipe that encompasses who you are, what you want out of life, and what you should do to get it. The recipe dream actually serves as the catalyst for bringing you into alignment. Now, in my case, my recipe dream required that I actually do something in terms of creating a physical product. Now, creating that product wasn't my passion. My passion was actually the creativity behind it. But in doing so, in being creative and just putting it out there and allowing myself to share it with others, it opened up the door for me. That included going on television to talk about my product, launching events, hosting events, meeting people, going to different places. And in doing so, it shifted everything about my life. Now, as a product designer, I'm actually going to share with you the process for design, product design, right? It's a 6-step process and this is how I approach it. And some people add or subtract this. Whatever they do, the process is still the same. The elements are still the same whenever you're designing or developing anything, right? And that includes first discovering what it is you're creating, designing it, developing it, demoing it by sharing it with others, differentiating it, making it unique, and then delivering it. In doing so, you can actually easily create something and share it with someone. So let's actually take this process and apply it to you as a speaker or as someone who is trying to leverage OPP, other people's platforms. The very first step we want to do is discover. And one of the questions you should ask yourself is, what is your purpose? Now, some people are very clear as to what their purpose is because it just screams at them what to do, what they need to do, what they're called to do. And then there are others of us who aren't so clear and sure because life is just so noisy around us that we haven't clearly heard what it is. But everyone has a divine purpose. So use your gift to uncover the purpose or the assignment that's attached to it. The next thing you want to do is design, develop, and demo. This is where you will determine what you're going to communicate to others and how you're going to serve. Because really the purpose of your gift is to meet the need of those around you. And then finally, you want to differentiate and deliver. This helps you understand what makes you different, what outcomes you can provide to people, and then it helps you find those who are trying to find you. And this is twofold, right? You are not only trying to find those who have platforms that wants to share that with you, share the opportunity for you to speak and express your message, but also it enables you to find those who are trying to find you because they need the gift that is held within your message. And OPP, like what does this mean in terms of what does that look like? It can look like any opportunity to speak. It's the day-to-day, one-on-one opportunities. It's going on podcasts. It's going on television. And that's a lot easier to do than some of you think, right? That's even doing in-person events where you're attending or even creating the opportunity to host events for other people to come and share the stage. Now, after you get on those stages, what's next? The next thing to do is SIFO. And I actually kind of created this, right? I made that up, but it's still true, right? What you'll do is you'll share value, make an invitation, follow up with people, and then make an offer. And SIFO is not a one and done thing. You actually do it more than once. And then that way you never have a gap in people's opportunity to experience. You're constantly providing the opportunity to perform transformation in other people's lives. So I'm going to make the greatest invitation I can make for you right now. I'm not trying to sell anything, but I just want to provide an opportunity for us to connect. If you always wanted to create a product or get yourself in front of others or build your own platform to speak, share your gift, and you don't have a mentor who would take your hand and walk you every step of the way, please go to yesyoucan.agency/apply and fill out the application and to book a call with myself or one of our team members. And I'll see, we can see if one of our membership programs is the right fit. And then for those of you who are interested in a more tactical outcome and takeaway today, then I am actually hosting a 45-minute workshop for you. It is called Product Design Mastery. And during this workshop, I actually share with you the framework for quickly creating your product within 30 days, actually, and then successfully launching it and generating traffic on autopilot. And of course, that traffic on autopilot part, it encompasses OPP. So the first part is understanding that you have a call to get out in front of people. The next step is letting me show you the tactical steps that you can take in order to not only create your product, but fully and successfully launch it. Now, the truth of the matter is what we do with our gifts or what we opt to not do with them can have a profound effect on our lives. And I'm hoping that you're willing to make the commitment in yourself and carve out 45 minutes to meet with me during the workshop. See you soon. Hello, you made it. I am so excited. All right, so let's go ahead and jump into discussing how you can discover, design, and develop your own product in 60 days or less. All right, I'm going to go ahead and share my screen for you, okay? All right, do you see that okay? Awesome. All right, so over the next 30 minutes, I'm going to share with you the actual framework so that you literally can discover, design, and launch your product. I'm so excited for you. This quick training is for you if you are curious about how to discover, design, and launch your money-making physical product, or even not physical, but physical product especially. If you are a service-based business owner, coach, or aspiring entrepreneur who wants to create a physical product, and if you want feedback on ways that you can create or have your products manufactured so that you can grow your customer base. And I'm going to show you how you can do that. So my goal for today is that not only will you walk away knowing how to go about completing everything, but I also just fully want to give you the blueprint for doing this in a matter of weeks, not months, not years. There are so many of us who have these dreams and we just hold on to them forever. Well, today is the day that you're going to have everything that you need so that you can quickly get started now. And within the next 60 days, you can have a life-changing experience of having your product, having it launched, and actually making money from it. So all I need from you is one thing. I'm asking for a big promise. And that big promise is whatever I share with you, if it makes you go, ah, or aha, or okay, right? If it makes you do any of those things, you're actually going to take what I share with you and use it, right? Don't just, passively take in information, but that you're going to use it. And if you want some accountability, you can reach out to me. I'll give you my information at the end and just let me know, like, hey, I heard you. I'm trying this. And I'll let you know how it works out for me. So hashtag, yes, you can, big promise. All right. All right, so if you don't know, I'm going to share with you so then you know I am Dr. Lenny Cook. And, my story is that I accidentally stumbled into what I'm doing now. I actually went through a period of actually losing everything. I was married for about 10 years or so. I lost that relationship and I lost a job and a home and everything, right? The biggest thing to mention though is I lost my dad unexpectedly, and that actually rocked my world. And so at the time of his passing, I was just in such a dark place that I decided that I was not going to do anything that did not resonate anymore ever, as much as I could help it. And so as a result, I went back to work on my second master's of web design and new media, and I began learning all things digital, coding, photography, production. And, it was a happy time for me, or it was a happy space for me in the midst of, going through the grief process. This is me actually in 2013. I am pitching my senior thesis to my university. And it was just exciting. I was able to go to Google, YouTube, like tour all these big name places and make some phenomenal connections. And, I was just on cloud nine until when I arrived home, I actually arrived home unemployed. In my job, I actually had that job for about 10 years. I guess 10 years is my I don't know, my deal breaker time or something, right? And as an unemployed person, I didn't know what to do with myself. And the truth of the matter was I was a single mom, kiddo, the once a little baby guy, now he's actually a kid, right? We just kind of had to figure out what to do, right? And so since I was amassing all these skills, I actually began freelancing. And in freelancing, I figured I was winning because, I'm actually self-employed. I'm living the dream. And actually, here's a picture of my old home office, right? This is me doing a little bit of everything. I was doing photography. I was producing commercials and literally building web apps. I was doing it all. And I was just in a place of euphoria because I love being creative. Now, the truth of the matter is I did a lot of things right as a business owner, and I did a lot of things wrong, right? So things really got really real. But one of the biggest things that came out of my experience of, just trying my hand at being creative is I literally launched my very own physical product. I designed it, developed it, manufactured it, had it packaged. It was inside of boutiques. I spoke with a major department store chain to get it distributed within all of its stores. And it was just a really wonderful time for me. I actually went on television to talk about it. I hosted a launch event that was pretty fly. We had like so much happening during that evening, and it was just a great time for me. And one of the unique things that happened during this time was that people, while they were excited about the product and celebrating it, they were curious as to how I did that. How did you do that? So then I actually began consulting with other people, teaching them, that's me many, many years ago, right? Teaching them how they can create their own product. And one of the things I learned when I began working with, people who were in business is they weren't interested so much about the product or the process. They were just quickly wanting the results, right? And so as I began to successfully give people results, it actually began changing my life. My son and I went from, me had been that single struggling mom to actually having some change in my pocket. We were able literally to travel the world and just hit different places on the map that we were just kind of always wanting to check out. And, the question became literally from people to me, how can I do that? And I realized at that time that I had a unique process that I was doing, that I was using in order to quickly help people create their products. And that's actually what I'm going to share, right? So the very first thing I want to share with you so that I can just break down any, obstacle that you may have in your mind regarding creating something and having it be successful. The very first thing is that everything that we see, everything that we experience and consume, it was created, everything, period. The laptop or the phone device that you're watching is on, created. The lights above your head, created. The buildings outside, created. The clothes that you're wearing, created. Everything was created, right? And I am actually the person who came up with that quote, just so you know. But I share that with you because people believe that it's nearly impossible to create a quality product that you can send to market unless you're a big company. And that's not the truth. The truth of the matter is the guy who created Minecraft, and if some of you have children, you know what Minecraft is. He actually created this game within 6 days, just trying to create something on a humbug. It was what's called a sandbox game, something that he was just trying out. He actually was able to sell his game or he didn't sell it. His business for Minecraft is actually valued at over $6 million. And this actually started out back in 2011 as a sandbox project, right? Another person is this dude who is a Dr. Sasquatch, the soap dude, right? He actually began creating his soap when he realized that, okay, soap is not so good for my skin. I keep breaking out, but he would go to these farmers markets and he realized that most of the soap fragrances there were like kind of tailored to women and he wanted something a little more manly. Boom, he created a soap that is valued in the millions, right? And he started out, this is him in his garage. He started out in his garage. And then another lady, Par Moon, for Moon Cosmetics, she actually started out as a teenager. She had terrible skin. And so she was like, I need a product that works for me. She used natural products to create a product that works for her. She began sharing it with other people. And she actually had a sales day where she literally made $1 million in 8 seconds. She launched, she said, hey, we're stocked. She opened up the cart and she sold out in 8 seconds, making $1 million. And this baby was a teenager just getting started. You can start at any time. So the truth of the matter is you can create anything. You just have to do it and then get it in front of people, right? And despite the horror of it, and this is coming from Mark Cuban, right? This is the best time ever to start a business, right? They say that a recession is looming. It doesn't matter. Why? Because you can literally become the next success story. The truth of the matter is you can truly create anything. You just have to do it and get it in front of people. It's the truth, right? And another myth is that, it's way too expensive to create your own product. That's a fallacy. If you create what's called a minimal marketable product, it's your product, and you just shrink it, right? You can literally get it in front of people, get some feedback, right? And this is your pared down version of your business idea, so that it really prevents you from investing too much money and without knowing if you're going to be successful, right? So the final myth that I'm going to cover is that your product may not make any money and it's going to be a waste of time, right? The truth of the matter is, if you create something that people want, you get it in front of people and they're willing to pay for it, you're going to make money. The secret is creating what people want. All you have to do that is do market research. That is the discovery process that I'm going to show you, right? So literally, if you get it in front of people and they actually want it, they're willing to pay for it, making money would not be the hard part. It's literally just creating something that people want. Okay, so here's the takeaways. You don't have to be a big business. You don't have to break the bank. And yes, you can make money with your idea. So I'm going to teach you hashtag the recipe method. This is the meat and potatoes of what you need to know today in your takeaway, right? And the recipe method, people ask me, okay, what is that? It is literally taking the recipe card and filling it in for your product, right? When I was going through design school, we had all of these different steps that we had to do in order to create a product. And the truth of the matter is, a lot of that stuff can be condensed and then covered easily, right? So I am teaching you product design 101, just in the most simplified version, right? So with the product design process, right? The recipe method is a recipe card. It's the same type of card that you will find within the cookbook. In fact, if you have a cookbook, you can rip a page out of the book. Well, you don't have to, but you can look at a page in the book and see all of the elements of a typical recipe card. And that's what we're going to use, right? So now that you know the secret, let's get to it. All right. This will actually help you create any product, whether it's physical, digital, even a service or a program, right? The process of design is the same over and over and over again. So here are the typical sections of a recipe card. First, you have your intro, then you have your prep time, your cook time, ingredients, directions, tips, and then your yield, right? So when that, in terms of translating that into product design, here's the recipe method. The intro is your target audience. These are the people who you want to target your product, your service, your program, your whatever you're creating towards, right? The next thing is your prep time. This is literally the estimated time that you need to create what's considered your MVP, or your minimum valuable product. What I usually teach people how to do is create their I'm throwing in a B, right? A minimal marketable product, right? But we're just going to say minimal MVP, minimal. I just went blank, right? So your MVP, right? So, and then there's your cook time. Your cook time is the estimated time to create or develop your minimal, listen, I'm throwing that B in there, minimal valuable product. There it is. Minimal valuable product. I'm trying to get it so I don't mess it up next time, right? And this is the estimated time needed to do your development. And then there is the ingredients. These are the materials that you need for development. After that, your directions. These are the detailed steps for your MVP. And then also your tips are the special notes, or the things that is your je ne sais quoi, the things that make you, that you would do to make yourself special, different, or stand out from every other product that's similar to yours. Then finally is the yield, which is your final output, right? So that literally is the recipe method. Now, in terms of doing this within 30 days, take each of those sections and add 5 days to it. So you have 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, and then the tips and the yield, that together is a 5, right? Literally, that is your 30-day sequence for quickly developing something. Within my agency, we're able to create our minimal marketable products using this method, which is 30 days plus another process, which is another 30 days. In 60 days, I have products for my clients. So you have the secret that we use in order to. Okay, so product design encompasses 6 Ds. The very first one is desire, which is discover, right? And when you're discovering things, you're looking at your, what I call ally, your avatar. You look at their challenges, you look at your solution, that you can provide them. And then you look at yourself, whether or not this is something that a feat or a task or a project that, resonates with you. Like, you want it to be good for you as well, right? The next thing is design, discover, demoing for your MVP, right? Here, you design it, you develop it, and you demo it. And the reason why you want to demo before you actually launch is because you get feedback so that you can iterate, right? So we actually have two development cycles within this process. The very first one is actually internal. You're internally kind of developing it and you're not sharing it with anyone just yet. The beta is when you do like a small test group. And then with the beta 2, you actually take that test group feedback, you make the modifications, and then you run a pilot, right? So that is another major key alert for you. That is, for us, it's called the glitter method, where we're seeing if it glitters and glistens and if it's something that is going to be gold, right? And then after that is differentiating so that you can actually create something that surprises, delights, and over delivers to your avatar, your target audience. And that becomes your minimal marketable product that you distribute, right? So again, this is product design. I taught you the framework so that you can know the elements that goes into actual the design process. And then these are the D's, the steps that you take. And then there's that launch process, right? So after you have something that you like, you're ready to get it in front of people, then you launch, right? And so part of that launch process, of course, is that demo process. You get that feedback, you make an iteration, you run your pilot, and then you begin to build your list. And when you're building your list, guess what? That is traffic. That is OPP, other people's platforms, you leveraging that, you going on, you speaking, you connecting, asking, or not even asking, but you're providing value and the opportunity for people to connect with you. And then you follow up, right? That's OPP. And that is the low-hanging fruit, because in the marketing agency, for us, when we're working with people and we're getting them started with ads, that barrier to entry is usually about a 10,000 to 15K entry point just to get started for us to set it up. And that doesn't even include the ad spend. So the thing with OPP is it's pretty much free. You can go speak on other people's stages for free and generate traffic for free and build your audience, your list for free. That's why you need to utilize OPP as your strategy when you're getting started, right? And then of course there's ads. I told you the price point for that. And then of course the cost or the amount that you want to throw at the ad marketing process for your ads. Another strategy when you're launching is to pre-sell before you actually sell, so that you actually have a line of people interested in purchasing your product before it goes live. So coupling all three of these together, you're positioning yourself to not lose money as you create your product and get it. Now, I have a quick question, right? Let's go ahead and review a few things if that's okay. The very first thing we want to review is when you are creating your product, think about it, right? Who are you? What are you creating? What is it? Who does it serve, right? You want to consider your price point. You want to also consider your profit margins. And then also you have to really think thoughtfully as to how you're getting it in front of people. There is an art and a science to it. It's not just a willy-nilly thing. You actually think thoughtfully about it, okay? So with that said, I share so much with you, right? And I don't want to leave you hanging. If you always wanted to create a product and you don't have a mentor who can take your hand and walk you every step of the way, then go ahead and go to this link that you see on the screen. There you will have the opportunity to fill out an application and book a call with me, and we can see if one of our mentorship programs is the right fit for you. Now, that's the opportunity for everyone. If you are like, okay, I want to work with you on this and see what we can do, right? We can do that. Another opportunity is, and if you don't mind me sharing this with you, is, I'm actually creating something really special. It's called The Opportunity of a Lifetime. And it's not even me creating it, it's actually here, right? So if you have an opportunity, I would just, if you would like, to take this opportunity of a lifetime, I have something that I want to share with you, and it's literally the next step in your product designing journey. And it is actually our program called Product Design Mastery. So if you don't mind, I'm going to take a moment just to share that with you. Okay? Is that okay? What you're going to get in the Product Design Mastery program is actually a cohort style. It is a 6-week program where I take you from the process, from the beginning process, as if you're a new beginner, of creating your product and then also successfully creating your launch system so that you can have a product that you can successfully launch at the end of the 6-week period. You're going to not only get our Product Design Mastery course, but you're also going to get my Ally framework where I help you easily discover what type of product to create. After that, you're also going to get the recipe method. I'll take you through the recipe method where I'll help you design and develop your product. Literally, you're not only going to learn what product you should create, but we're going to take you through the process of designing your actual product. And not only that, we're going to do this in less than 30 days, right? It's aggressive, but it's absolutely possible. And we're going to take 5 days on the Ally framework and then 20 days on the recipe. And then we'll do something called the glitter sequence. And that's when I actually help you go through the process of demoing your product, testing it, and then running a pilot. And so successfully, you will have your product done in 30 days or less, right? After the glitter process, we're going to do something where we successfully help you delight and deliver and over-deliver for your target audience regarding your product. That is one of my favorite parts of the process, and I am just excited when people get to that part when they go through the program. So again, this works for any product that you can conceive of creating because, again, the design and development process is the same for period, right? And it literally is the approach that we take it's 10 times more clear to help you track if your business is viable, if it's something you should do or not do. And then it's also essential in terms of helping you take your big idea and then quickly getting it to market, right? So instead of waiting years to launch your product, you are literally fast tracking the process of launching your product. Now, the question is, okay, what am I getting, right? You're getting the Ally framework, the recipe method, as well as the glitter test pilot sequence. Now, that within itself, the Product Design Mastery course is a $49.95 value. That's a total value of $49.95. And that's not it. I'm going to give you some more stuff, right? Where I'm going to give you access to our Better Than Facebook group. And you'll not only have to have access to it, but you'll have founding member access where you have forever access to it. You'll never have to pay a penny to be a member of the membership group. The next thing I want to share with you about this group is it is off the chain. Not only do we network and not only do you get freebies and we do workshops and you get strategies, but we literally dissect companies that are $1 million companies, and we look at the elements of their inception story, and then we look at how they were able to transition their business from $1, a few dollars to $1 million+, right? So we literally have the $1 Million Product Club where we're dissecting $1 million businesses over and over again, so that you understand the mindset and understand what you need to do to take your business and your product from $1 to a few dollars to $1 million+. And again, it's not another Facebook group. I know we're so excited, we're so exasperated with Facebook groups, but it is truly a feature-rich space where you can chat, follow, network, flat topics, and connect and check in with everyone. And it is safe. Your data is safe. It's private. It's safe. It's not being sold anywhere, and it's just a very vibrant space. That is a $19.97 value. So that brings our total value at $69.92. But that's not what you're going to get. DJ Khaled, right? You know how he's like, another one? Well, I have something else for you. Here's the next thing I have for you. If you are creating a product, you have to have a way to sell it. Well, not only am I going to give you access to the e-commerce Shopify setup for beginners workshop, but I'm also going to provide you with the template for your very own Shopify store. So, right, not only do you have your product now, you have your store, whether you're selling one product or multiple, right? And then there's something else. That of course is a $15.95 value. Another one, right? We have another one. The next thing I'm going to do is give you a bundle, right? And this bundle is going to actually provide you with resources. And you don't have to, consume it all at one time, but this is something that you can use when it's time for you to take those steps within the design and development process. You will have them at your fingertip. And I have another one for you. The next thing that I have are, not only do you have that ebook booster bundle, but you have 5 weekly group calls as well as a live quick start call where I orient you and I help you understand where you individually are within your business and how you can truly position yourself in the market so that as you're developing your product, you're very clear, crystal clear as to how you are to develop the product. Now, with all of this, the total value is $23,646. And it will, it could easily be worth over $5,000. But today, not only are you getting the ally framework, the recipe method, the glitter test pilot sequence, today, I am actually going to make this available to you. And it's not going to be at the price that I normally charge, which is just under $4,000. Because we're here and I am committed to you being able to experience success, we're doing this for just one payment of $19.97 today, right? So if you go to joinproductdesignmastery.com, you have the opportunity to sign up for the one-time payment, or you can choose the payment plan, right? And then we can quickly get started. And in getting started, you not only get access to all of these items quickly and almost nearly immediately, but you actually get to get started on working out your dream, working out and unscrewing that jar of dreams that you may have just kind of hidden in your heart, not doing anything with. You actually get to work that. And that is priceless, right? Wouldn't you agree there? If that is priceless to you, and if you're willing to just make that commitment for 60 days so that you can get that outcome where you have successfully created your product, successfully launched it, and you're allowing this commitment to shape your life, right? Then really all you have to do is make the leap of faith. You think about, where you are, where you want to be, and you make the leap of faith. Now, some of the questions that people often ask is, okay, will this work for my product idea? Yes, it does, because product design, again, is the same over and over again for every product, right? And the truth of the matter is life doesn't give you what you asked for. Life gives you people, places, and situations to help you develop what you asked for. So some people have asked for a change in life, and then not only have you asked for that, but you also hold this grand idea, this great idea that you have done nothing with. This is your opportunity to take that idea and actually get and achieve what you have been wanting all your life. So with that said, for the first 10 people who sign up, and this is only for the first 10 people who sign up, you get a one-on-one call session with us. And not us, right? You get that with me, right? I have a team of people who take our calls, but you actually get your 1 hour one-on-one call session with me. And I will do this for those people who pay in full. Your pay in full bonus is I'm going to give you a done for you plan and pilots with the questions for your pilot process, so that when it's time for you to pilot or to demo and test your product or your service, you already have that laid out. You have the questions you're going to ask people, you have the means to connect the feedback, and then you have a way to take that and put it all in one place so that you can analyze the data. And together we will explore what the modifications or the upgrades you can make to your product so that you can actually successfully differentiate your product and make your product unique in the marketplace, right? That is priceless. So many people get caught up there. So I'm actually giving that to you if you pay. Now, There's ways that you can do this. You can do PayPal credit. There's also a payment plan. And then after the seats fill up, because it is a cohort, I'll have to go ahead and shut this down. It's a cohort accelerator setting. So we only have so much space for so many people. So after those seats fill up, we'll close it down, and then you'll have to wait until we open things up again. So go ahead and take the opportunity, sign up, go to joinproductdesignmastery.com in order to sign up. And once you sign up, you will begin to gain access to these items, but you will immediately gain access to that private community so that you can begin the process of developing your product. And then the final question that some people may have, right, is how long does it take to get through the program? And I mentioned this before, it is a 6-week program. It's actually 3 parts to it. Ally, where I'm taking you through the Ally process or the Ally framework, the recipe method process, and then the glitter process, right? So again, after your purchase, you're going to get immediate access to the private community and then the pre-work section. And you will have access to all the other elements immediately, but you can wait until I guide you as to when you should pick from those so that you're not overwhelming yourself, right? The Product Design Mastery Program is literally the most supportive program for creating your product. And we make it, we provide everything that you need in order to successfully do that. And we do it in a way that you're not overwhelmed with the process. And I'm sorry. So we'll have to come in. That's it. Thank you so much for joining me.
Greetings and welcome. I'd like to say welcome, Luan, and get you to please just introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about your business, the name of your business, and what it is that you do, just briefly.
Hi, my name is Luan Brown, and I'm an entrepreneur, and my business is CBD. I market CBD products. I'm into multi-level marketing. And what we do is we like to help people who are in pain and who have different types of illnesses where these products can help tremendously in helping them in those areas where they're having pain and other issues. So that's my flagship product in the company, but we do market other things as well. But that's the main product that we consider to be our hot product. So I like to share that product when I share my business with other people.
I think that's extraordinary because there are so few of us, especially African American women, who are doing CBD products, and I think it's phenomenal. We need to be definitely in that industry. With all the aches and pains we have in our community, we need anything that can help us a little bit. So, why did you decide to go into to start to market and handle that line of products?
Well, initially, when I first started the business, we were marketing other products. But eventually, I think 5 years ago, we started marketing CBD products. Initially, our preferred products, service products, I really wasn't too much into products where you have to kind of store up. I like when you just pay every month, when you pay your bill and you know the income is coming in. That's why I joined the business. But eventually we had some changes in the business whereby we started doing products, which I'm glad about now because the products that we are using right now, or we're sharing with others, a lot of my family members use them and it's helping them greatly. I've used them myself and They've helped me. So I'm very proud of being into the product industry now.
Well, I know this is a great platform with Success Fest to let people know what it is that you do. So, how do you think that this helps to make the world a better place?
Success Fest or my products?
Your products.
My products. Well, I think it's well, we don't like to say that it heals people, but it's been known that these CBD products, especially some of our tinctures, some people have said they have actually been cleared of cancer.
Absolutely.
Now we're not supposed to advertise that, but it's even advertised on some on the internet as well. But and I know for sure, that it works because I've used it. I've had pain so bad. I thought I wasn't going to make it to get to the pain stuff to spray it on my leg or the cream, and I made it. And I mean, within a matter of 1 or 2 minutes, if that, the pain was gone.
That's
and
excellent.
I really believe had it not been for those products, I'd have been in an emergency room.
Well, welcome to Success Fest. We are glad to have you. And we are so looking forward to your presentation to hear what you have to say. So I hope that this has been a great experience for you. Have there been any obstacles that you've had to overcome, like when you first started your business as a woman in business? How difficult was it, or was it difficult?
Well, the biggest obstacle I've had in the business would be procrastination. I oftentimes put things off when I should be doing it immediately. Thinking I have more time than enough, So, but to get things done. And I think if I didn't procrastinate, I'd be a lot further along than I am. But that's probably been the biggest problem with me. It's not so much that I don't believe I can't do great in a company or become a millionaire, a multi-millionaire. It's because I let distractions and other things cause me to procrastinate and put things off, whereby I don't put the time and the energy into the business like I should.
That is a very good word for small business owners, because I know we all do the same thing. We think we got forever, and you look up and it's time to do it, like right now.
Right, exactly.
Well, thank you for talking with me today. I have thoroughly enjoyed it, and I've also learned some things, and so that's always good. But we look forward to seeing you at Success Fest, and of course, hearing that presentation and how your level of success is rising and doing great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We've had LaJuan Brown, and the name of your business again?
It's CBD. CBD is what we market, but it's called 5 Links.
Wonderful. Well, thank you and welcome again.
Yeah, thank you. My name is LaJuan Brown. I am a single business owner who has a bachelor's degree in chemistry. I have started several businesses: affiliate marketing, real estate investing, and multi-level marketing. During this presentation, I'd like to discuss my multi-level marketing business. As a multi-level marketer, I market several products in 3 categories: home, business, and wellness. Home products such as Chroma Credit, residential energy, TV on-demand television, Tech 24, 5 Link Safeguard services, ID Guard, SafeScore, and Platinum Plus. Business projects such as payment solutions, commercial energy, and text alert. Some of the services are TV, which is streaming TV. For a fraction of the cost of cable or satellite, you can stream on TV. You can watch instantly from anywhere. No monthly equipment fees, no contracts or credit checks, HD video, and watch on multiple devices such as iPhones, iPads, or cell phone, or of course, the TV. We also market Text Alert, which is mobile marketing. help businesses grow, and help others save money. And gas and electric, residential and commercial energy to help people save money in select markets. And we have Chroma Credit, which we help people restore their credit, repair and restore and build, plus identity theft protection. The wellness products which I will discuss today are our line of CBD products, Montevita teas, coffees, and Captivita product. The CBD products are our flagship products, and the Captivita is one of our most sought after products. The reason why I love the CBD products is because they have benefited me, and I have seen how they have benefited others, both from a health and financial standpoint. One should have an idea of who we are and how we provide benefit. I'd like to share a little bit about how the health benefits CBD products. These products help if you have pain, anxiety, depression, stress, and sleeping problems. They relieve pain and have been known to relieve pain in areas of arthritis, migraines, joint pain, cramps, gout, diabetic pain, seizures, insomnia, and many more. If you are a type 1 diabetic, the Captivita helps to lower one's A1C level and give glucose levels to give overall healthy results. Because we sell products that people need, individuals in our company have earned millions of dollars as a distributor. Because we sell these products, there are perks and other things that come with this business, but the one I like most is seeing individuals being relieved of pain no one else could help them with. And in many cases, being taken off a diabetic medication from using the Captivita. Disclaimer, results can vary from individual to individual. What is CBD? One of 400 compounds in hemp, which is a plant. It's legal, non-psychoactive, and studies, as I've stated earlier, show that it helps in the area and benefits in the area of pain, anxiety, depression, stress, and sleep. The body's endocannabinoid system stores CBD, and over time, your CBD depletes. So that's why we need to use CBD in order to help us with our cannabinoid system, which consists of the central nervous system, the gastrointestinal system, hormones, bones, immune system, the metabolism, and your muscles. Just a few. The central nervous system facilitates the degeneration of new neurons and involved in the neural protection, regulation of motor activity, and some other things that help your body sustain its healthy condition. The immune system regulates the immune system by suppressing pro-inflammatory cytokine production. And hormones plays a significant role in the hypoclimatic function, which regulates metabolism, production, and responses to stress. And those are just a few areas where CBD helps with your endocannabinoid system that generates CBD. Do you know anyone who wants a stronger immune system, suffers from chronic pain, wants to lose weight, deals with stress or anxiety, has trouble sleeping, loves their four-legged friends, your cats and your dogs, is concerned about gut health, suffers from or is at risk of diabetes, enjoys coffee or tea, wants to save on energy bills, watches television, needs a better credit score, wants to make some additional income. If this sounds like something, or someone you know who needs any of these things, then this opportunity for you, this multi-level marketing opportunity is for you. And if you want to help people with some of those elements I told you about, or we discussed earlier, this is definitely the opportunity for you. Let me briefly share some information about some of the products we market. Do you want CBD? We have several categories of CBD products. We have the overall health and wellness. We have pain management, such as the creams, the PDQ spray. You spray it on wherever you're having pain on your body, on outside your body, and in a matter of seconds, the pain goes away. And we also have creams that we also use, the CBD creams, 3X creams, and some therapeutic creams that when you put them on your skin, outside your skin, in a matter of minutes, the pain goes away. They have been excellent products, and we have gotten excellent reviews over those products and how well they help individuals who have pain. I'm one of them who have experienced, I don't have a lot of pain, but when I have experienced pains, these products have worked, and I've been excited about them, and that's why I look forward to sharing them with other people and helping other people who experience pain. We have spa and holistic products, creams that you can use on your skin to give you a more beautified, more young, youthful looking look. If you have rashes, we have products that will help you eliminate those rashes by using our products. We have sleep and weight management products, as I discussed earlier. And of course, we have products for your pets, your furry pets, your cats and your dogs, the tinctures, and we have shampoos, and the list goes on. And of course, we have coffee and we have teas. The coffee being the most drank beverage in the world. And your immune boost. I'm sure most people want to know about our immune boost product, which protects and defends your body against stress, bacteria, viruses, pollutants, poor diet, and toxins, which would be good for the viruses. Most of us have known people to experience fortune and there's that COVID, and it is a virus. So this would probably be a good product to use to help, once again, to protect, defend your body against stress, bacteria, viruses, pollutants, poor diet, and toxins. And some of the ingredients in this product are hemp-derived CBD, holy basil, zinc, and vitamin D3, some of the most important nutrients that we need in our body to help sustain it and keep it healthy. And we talked about Captivita, which supports normalized blood sugar levels and improves ability to produce and process insulin, helps promote healthy weight management, which many of us look forward to finding a product that will do that. And then we have another product that does not have CBD in it. It's called our Immune Plus Gut Health product. And it supports your immune system, and it has zinc, holy basil, and plus marshmallow root for your gut, and L-glutathione, and some other ingredients that are known to be very helpful and with the gut and health, improving your gut health as well. So why now such a business like multi-level marketing to market these products? Because some people don't have time, and they need the money to probably pay off things to give them time to do other things. They're in debt. They need money to pay off debt. Oh, they're overworked. They're underpaid. The economy, the pandemic, and many, many more reasons why this is a good opportunity. And my most reason why I would want to do it, of course, is because I love these CBD products, and I know and have seen them help so many people. And they are natural. Unlike opioids, which many people have used and been prescribed by their doctors to use to relieve pain, and then people have become addicted. With these products we have, you don't have to worry about that because they're all natural and they relieve pain instantly in the case of PDQ, and in a matter of minutes for the creams that we use. And we have tinctures and many other CBD products that help in the relief of pain. And as I shared with you before, we there are many products that many ailments that are relieved from these products. The wellness products that I stated that we would discuss today are a lot of products we already discussed, which were our multivitamins teas, coffees, and Captivita product. The CB products are our flagship products, and Captivita is another one of our most sought after products. Okay, and that is pretty much one of the reasons why I enjoy using Captivita. And as I shared before, it helps with relief of migraines and many other things, as gout and other things. And if you're interested in learning more about these products or any of these businesses I have started, reach out to me at lawanbrown52@gmail.com or 301-541-7104. I look forward to hearing from you and hope to be able to assist you in your business journey or health concerns. Nice talking with you. Have a good day. Thank you so much. Bye-bye. Thank you for your time.
How many times have you heard, if you can see it, you can be it? I've heard it a million times, trust me. And I always saw myself being a teacher who made a difference at a school that really, really cared. I saw that place in my mind, and I couldn't imagine anything different in my future. I'm Deborah Brown Thompson, an entrepreneur, a trainer, and an educator. See, I was lucky. I had a wonderful teacher in third grade named Barbara Sizemore. She made me forget about every teacher I had before her and set my mind so that I'd never remember any teacher after her. She was the best. She was my idol. She was my role model for the future. She was my definition of success. When I thought of the school where I would teach, I saw a place where students explored and experimented and where failures were looked at simply as lessons and proof that somebody was really trying. I saw an environment where students exchanged ideas and were not subject to ridicule or confined to 45-minute lectures in chairs connected to desks. I saw freedom of thought, room to grow, minds that flourished, and souls that blossomed into leaders who were technically adept, authentically human, and civically engaged. That was my vision of a school. I did my student teaching during my last semester at Northern Illinois University. Without consultation, I was handed a letter saying, "Oh, you're going to be teaching at Rockford West High School, an hour away." Nobody said, "Do you have a car?" Luckily, I did. So I got up at 4:45 a.m. and gave myself an hour to get there. I was at school by 6:45 a.m. And the all-Black school, I discovered, had almost all white teachers. The students were so thrilled to see someone that looked like them that they hung around my classroom after school. They talked about their excitement of the day and what they were doing at home and weekends, and also their plights and frustrations. I listened. They told me that they had petitioned, protested, and boycotted to get a Black history class, only to have a white teacher teaching it. They asked what they should do to get a Black teacher. I asked them what they did to get a Black history class. Well, the next morning I got a phone call. "You don't have to go in today. Please report to the student teaching office at 9 a.m. I listened as I was told the school was not happy with my telling the students to boycott to get a Black teacher for the Black history class. I said, "I'm not happy with the blatant racism I'm seeing right about here, and my next move is to call the press." Well, see, I was lucky because that was 1971. during the time when Kent State and Jackson State had riots and students murdered. And they were protesting the Vietnam War and racism. So administrators were still a little nervous nationwide when somebody threatened to call the press about racism. So I walked out of that student teaching office with a plum assignment. The NIU, Northern Illinois University Laboratory School, right there on campus, a 10-minute walk away in a modern building where all the professors sent their kids who were majoring in education to do their student teaching. And all the professors with young kids sent their kids there to go to school. I don't know if they were doing that to keep an eye on me or because they wanted to really give me a wonderful teaching experience. Didn't matter. I didn't care. I was in. My supervising teacher was Dr. Helen McNamara, a researcher, an innovator, and a noted educator spearheading the theory of individualized progression. She was in the middle of her research and writing a book that turned out to be a bestseller, establishing new and effective teaching methodologies. I was being led and mentored by a star. The school where I did my student teaching was just like the building I had envisioned. The environment was one where students flourished, just as I envisioned. A place where students explored and experimented, where failures were looked at as lessons and simply lessons learned, and proof that somebody was trying. It was a school where students exchanged ideas and were not subjected to ridicule nor confined to 45-minute lectures in chairs connected to desks. They had the freedom to move around and creatively think, and you could see their minds churning and the souls being groomed into leaders who were technically adept, authentically human, and civically engaged. My punishment turned out to be the manifestation of my vision. It was then that I realized I had envisioned my success. The mind is a most amazing and powerful tool. After graduation, I accepted a teaching position at Bloom Township High School. It was Rockford West all over again. Nope, not for me. 3 years later, I left and decided if I were to realize my dream and manifest my visions into my realities, I had to get out of there. I had to start my own. In 1979, I opened a learning center for students to attend during the Chicago Public School teacher strike. Later, I converted it into an after-school program called The Learnatory. It became everything I had envisioned. I rented some space and set up my dream learning center. The Learnatory had an open science lab and 2 computer labs, a language lab, and an art center where students could explore and experiment. We offered 7 foreign languages, including American Sign Language, and held multicultural activities every month, like food around the world and dress-up day from different countries. We even had an indoor gym with a beautiful royal blue child-sized workout equipment. At the Learnatory, when students came after school, they eagerly did their homework and had it marked by our teachers, knowing they had to have at least 90% correct before they could go to an art class or the computer lab or play basketball or dance. As parents came by to pick up their children, we always had a crowded waiting room because the kids hated to leave and the parents had to wait. My vision had become my reality. What seemed to not exist before was born from my mind into existence. The Learnatory was established in Chicago, Los Angeles, and New York as an innovative center for experiential learning. I learned that there are no constraints on the human mind, no walls around the human spirit, no barriers to our progress except those we create for ourselves. I had to burst through some barriers some people thought they were going to create for me, but I refuse to acknowledge them. Each and every one of us has the power to envision our success. We must harness the energy of our mind to see a destination and a pathway toward our success. We must be able to feel, touch, and smell and taste our success in order for it to become real. Once it's in our minds, that energy passes to our brain in the form of a code or instructions, and the brain is programmed. And the brain will do what the brain is programmed to do, because the brain does not know the difference between a dream, a vision, and reality. Let me repeat that. Once it is real in our minds, that energy passes through to our physical brain in the form of a code or instructions. And the brain will do what the brain is programmed to do, because the brain does not know the difference between a dream, a vision, and reality. That's why if you can see it, you can be it. If you see it, it will be. So let me ask you, what would you do today if you knew you could not fail? Start a business, write a book, have children, become financially stable, get a PhD? Whatever your dream, visualize it. Whatever you visualize, activate it. Put energy into it. In your mind, you have to physically feel it. What does it feel like emotionally? How does it feel to win? How does it feel to succeed? Touch it. Feel that diploma or the keys to the doors of your own business in your hands. Smell it. Smell the leather of that new car or the scent of that new money. Taste it. Taste the smoothness of that lobster during your celebratory dinner or the champagne in your toasted glass. You must live your success to make it. In order to make it real, you must internalize it to manifest it. Use your mind to direct your brain toward the physical senses that represent your success. Believe in yourself. Have faith in your abilities. Only with confidence in your own powers can you be happy and successful.
Brooks, and I am the CEO of Brand Uniquely You, and I'm excited today to talk to you about really growing and building your personal brand, your brand unique way. And so I'm excited. I don't want to belabor your time, so I want to go into sharing my screen, and so that we can discuss some things on how to actually really make this happen. And so let's get started on branding your authentic self and really looking at how to build your brand as such. And so let's look at what we're going to talk about today. So defining your personal brand, developing your personal brand, and how to design that. And if we have time, I will do question and answers as well. So just a little bit about who I am. My name is Alicia, and I am a mother of one son who is amazing, I must say. He plays professional basketball overseas, and he's also married. So I'm waiting for grandbabies. But in the meantime, I am having fun owning my business, going around the world speaking, and an international speaker, author, trainer, consultant, life catalyst, a member of Delta Sigma Theta. So I'm sorority oriented with community and building community and just serving others. That's my heart. That's my passion. And so today I want to welcome you in doing just that, and how I like to show up and enlighten and engage and educate and empower other people, especially women. And so today I want to looking at change, how you see yourself in the world. Change what you believe about yourself so that you can change what the world believes about you. And I always say this because you own your personal brand. You are your personal brand. It's your reputation. It precedes you. And so you have to show up how you want to show up. And what does that look like for you? And so let's look at how we define what your personal brand is. And so I always say you're wearing your personal brand every single day, from the time you wake up to the time you go to sleep. So wear it well. My biggest main question is, who are you? Who do you say that you are at the core of who you are? Who empowers you? What empowers you? What excites you? What makes you get up every morning out of bed, that you get to pop up like toast out of bed because you get to do something? Who are you at the very core? And that's a very significant question that I really always ask, because when I'm dealing with clients, people are like, who do they want other people to be? And it's not about that. Other people might want you to be certain things, your parents, your friends, whatever. You get to choose how you want to show up. All right. And so that is what's significant. So, what is your why? That's another important question. What is your why? Why do you get to do these things? Why do you want to do these things? And you have to realize your why could be something big, something small. It could be something major. A lot of times people say their why is their family or their children. It could be whatever that is, but that really draws you and pulls you and attracts you to being the best version of yourself. That is your why. So, what do you really think about your personal brand? And ask yourself, why do you need one? Well, first of all, it is your purpose, it's your voice, it's your power, and everybody has it. Okay. You need it because you get to define who you are. You don't allow other people to define who you are in this world. You must control the narrative of your story and how you want to show up. And so that, my friend, is your superpower. Don't forget that. So what is personal branding? Well, the personal branding is really what makes you different. What makes you stand out from your competition or stand out from the next person? What makes you better? What makes you unique? What makes you original? And how do you want to show up in the world? Is basically your personal brand. You get to own that. You get to tell people how you are, how to treat you, what you are attracted to. All of that is all around your personal brand. Okay. And so your personal brand is about your confidence. It's about your self-esteem, because I really truly believe you can only go as high as your self-esteem or your confidence allows you to. So if you are struggling in that area of confidence, then trust and believe you can only go as far as your confidence will allow you to. Okay. So looking at building your personal brand, let's look at, what does that look like? That looks like having a bold personality, your personality that is magnified from you. Now, mind you, your personality that does not have to be bold and attractive. It could be meek and quiet, but that is your choice. That's your personality. Okay. So don't look at it as, oh, I got to be bold. And no, you don't. Just be yourself. That's the thing. Okay. Your character. What does your character stand for? What are your values? What are your vision and your mission in life? And then what's the epic experience you want to give to every single person who engages and interacts with you? That is the main question. When people encounter you, what does that look like? Okay. So looking at your personal brand, it's built upon your emotions. It's built upon who you are spiritually, mentally, and how you really see yourself in the world and how you want others to perceive you. It's not about you wanting to be like everybody else or these celebrities, because you're able to get to be yourself. And if you are looking at being other people, Instagram models and all these people on Instagram, you're taking bits and pieces of other people, but it's really not who you are. And so you want to look and see, how are you really showing up and how are you being perceived in the world? Now, a lot of times you have to do a brand audit, a personal brand audit of self. All right. And seeing how others perceive you, how you perceive yourself, and all of that, doing a 360 scenario. Okay. So my big philosophy around personal branding is being and living your brand. I say that because it's all based upon 4 different things: your lifestyle, which is your story, it's your experiences, it's your message, it's how you want to show up. Again, it's the core of who you are. Okay. Then you have that I for inner power. Understanding that when you are living your personal brand, you're living your truth. And so you're looking at your mindset, you're looking at your awareness, you're looking at the character of who you are, and using that sacred space, that inner bonding with yourself to see if you are capable or ready to really show up in the world the best way you know how. Okay. And then you're looking at the V for vitality, being vital, being alive, having liveliness, having a personality, having something that's remarkable energy. And I call remarkable energy because you attract to you the energy that you put out. All right. And so if you're going to attract amazing things, amazing people, then you have to be amazing yourself. And so you want to look at that by living totally in your truth, your authentic truth. Okay. Then you're looking at the E for your external influence, which is how we all show up, whether it's our appearance, how we clothe ourselves, how we look, how we identify with each other, right? It's how we show up. It's our image. It's from head to toe, our image. And also, don't forget this very important part. It's your network, because your network and your friends are an extension of your personal brand. And so you want to be cognizant of who you are and how you allow people to be in your network. All right. We can talk about that a little bit later. So let's look at the 8 M's now. So I create the 8 M's because of your personal brand, which goes back to your mindset. It goes to your mission in life. What do you really set out to do? What's your purpose in life? Then you have to create the message around it. What does your message say to others? Then your mastery, right? You are a master of something. So what are you a master of? Your methodology around that mastery. You've created some type of system, some type of project that's going to take a person from A to B, or to bring a product to service, whatever that looks like. You have to have a methodology around what it is that you offer. Okay. And then you can always do a makeover. Your makeovers, you're always evolving as a person. So you're not the same person as you were yesterday, as you were 20 years ago. So I'm always talking about making over yourself. You can make over yourself every day if you wanted, but it's how you really show up. Okay. Then are you being memorable? What are people doing? What are you doing to make people remember you? Are you sharing a story that's captivating people? Are you sharing a message? Is your image such as it's attracting people? What are you doing to be memorable to others? And then, of course, all that and tied together brings about your money. Okay. And so I take you into looking at this whole concept in the personal brand intelligence system, where I've created scenarios, I've created blueprints, I've created different things to offer my clients to build up their personal brand, to rebrand, or to even start, right? A lot of times people don't understand what a personal brand is. So I break it all the way down for people, and I take them through this 8 method process. I have one that's 5 methods, and then I have one that's 8, right? But it all goes together, because your personal brand is not just about pretty colors. It's not just about your personality. It's not just about your logo. It's all of this entailed, encountered in one. Okay. So you have your mindset again. You have your mission. You have your message. You have your mastery of something, your brilliance, your branding brilliance. You have your methodology. You have your makeover. And then you are memorable about something, which also leads to the money, the bag, what everybody calls it. Like, you have a way to show up, to attract people to you, to create wealth and money for yourself and for your legacy. Okay. So let's look at how to design your personal brand. When you're designing your personal brand, it's all about you as your own brand person. It's about you and your divine clients. People say ideal clients. I say divine clients, because your divine clients are those who love you, like you, They fall in love with you. They need what you have to offer, and they're willing to pay you your worth. Okay? Don't forget that. So, showing up. I know this is like, whoa, yes, all in your face, because you go on social media, it's all in your face. Everything, everybody is all in your face. You see the different ads, you see the different ways of people are showing up. That's could be the same way you show up or not, right? And so I put this in here to grab your attention because it's disruptive, right? It's a disruptive picture because a lot of times people think, and don't get me wrong, sex does sell. It will always sell. It ain't going nowhere. All right. People are doing more of it. Okay. And this is just a time that we're living in. And so you either want to have a brand that's whatever you want. Okay. Let me just say that. Too sexy. It could be bougie. It could be ratchet. It could be unladylike. You see all types from one spectrum to the next, right? But those are people sometimes, I'm not saying all the time, that's low vibration, because if you feel like all you can do is get things based on your looks, when your looks fail at some point, when we get older at some point, what are you going to fall back on? That goes back down to the character of who you are. That goes back down to your why. Okay. Will it get you so far? Absolutely. But what's going to get you further is the question. And so how you show up, it can go from one spectrum to the next, like I mentioned. Classy, ladylike, powerful, ambitious, professional. Case in point, we all know who Rihanna is, right? Rihanna came on the scene, sexy, sultry, beautiful, right? I take nothing from her, but you've seen how her brand has evolved to a makeup, to Fenty, to her sexy lingerie for making other women feel beautiful and sexy in the same manner. So you want to look at how do you see yourself and your personal brand evolving, right? Now that she's a billionaire, right? How has she evolved? You want to look at how you want to evolve as the same way, okay? And then we all know Michelle Obama, who is amazing. We've seen her evolve from First Lady of 8 years to becoming the best version of herself, where she's living her life now out loud, where she's doing amazing things in the community and for the world, for women and young girls around the world, right? And so how are you showing up? I put these two ladies in because they're showing us how you start may not be how you end up, and how you start and evolve can be different. All right. It's not the same time as you, it's not the same thing. You're not the same person as you was yesterday, as you was 20, 30, 45 years ago, and even 8 years ago, right? So let's look at your personal brand and how you're going to define that. And I ask that by asking a few questions, such as, what do you do? What do you really do? Because what people say, oh, I do this, but I ask, what do you really do? What do you really want to be known for? What's really going to make you stand out and different, right? What's going to make you better? What makes you better from your contenders, right? What do you want your customers, your clients to think about you? Whatever it is that you offer, whatever it is, how you show up, what do you want people to speak of you when they say your name, right? What are your goals around who you are and your personal brand and how you want to show up in the world? These are real life questions that you must ask yourself when you're dealing with your personal brand. So I provided a sentence for you to think about, to jog yourself in creating a personal brand statement, because this is what you really want people to walk away from you when they leave your presence. They want to know, this is who she is. This is what I'm about. Okay. So you want to say, I want to be known for being what, so that I can deliver what? Is it a service or is it a product? What is that? To whom? Because to whom is a key question, because every client is not your client. Every dollar is not your dollar, and let that be okay. And so you want to be known for being what, right? so that you can deliver what's that mastery thing that you're offering, that you know you can do it with your eyes closed and it's going to bring such empowerment to others, right? And to who is the key. All right, so let's look at some of the brand essentials around this. Your vision statement. It defines your long-term aspirations. Your vision is your big, bold vision statement. It's that why behind what it is that you do that I talked about before. Okay. Then you have your mission statement. This defines the purpose of the work about your vision. Okay. So it's how you tend to make your vision come to pass. Now, this could be at least 2 to 3 different sentences where your vision statement is one sentence, right? So this is how you're going to bring your vision to pass. All right. And then you're looking at your brand tagline. This is 2 to 7 words that share about what it is that you do. For instance, mine is be and live your brand, right? I'm talking about being yourself, living who you are, and talking about you are your brand. So you want to create a tagline based upon what does that look like. So let's look at your market. Now, as I go through this, I'm giving you the highlights of building your personal brand. I will take you deeper when we do work together, if that has come to pass. But I'm giving you the highlights of your personal brand and how you really open up to that, okay? So I go to your market. Your market, look at your target market as the overall arching whole industry that you are here to serve, right? That's your target market, all right? I tend to tell you to market like your industry, your market could be 2 or 3. Don't have over 3 because you can only do one at a time. Essentially, to really be good at it, you want to introduce that every 18 months. But I digress because I don't want you to get overloaded on, oh, I got to do this, I got to do this person, no, they will come. You don't have to do them all at once, right? So think of your target market as your overall industry, all right? And then you're looking at the segmentation. You're going to break that target market down to segments, right? And so those segments are really about who are they, where do they live, how much money do they make, what's their education, all of that, right? So you're going to ask those questions, you're going to dig down deep and go deeper to see what that looks like. And then you're going to bring out your niche. Your niche are those people who get it. Again, we're going to drill that down too, because everyone doesn't deserve to work with you and everyone's not going to get you, and let that be okay. All right. But your niche is drilled down even further. Okay. And then you have your divine client. These are the ones who are going to pay you your worth. They're going to get you. They are going to be attracted to you. They're going to see who you are, what you have to offer, and they're going to pay it for you. They're not going to ask any questions because they know they need you. All right. And so you want to break it down and look at it as that. Okay. Now, how you enter into the marketplace really is how people are going to perceive you. And I say that because how you enter into the marketplace goes on your mindset. Your mindset, and I'm not picking on you, I'm just saying where people's mindsets are when they begin to start a business or when they decide to create a personal and a business brand, right? So your flea market mindset, that is, you are putting very little effort into building your personal brand. You're putting very little effort. You're going to Fiverr. You're putting barely the money in to really have a splash in the industry, which is huge, right? So you're putting very little effort. You're doing it the cheap way, the inexpensive way. And does that really get attraction? I'm not going to say it doesn't. However, is it going to get the attraction that you really want? Case in point, I started out like this because I knew what I knew back then, right? So when people came to me, my plans back then for marketing plans and strategies was $1,500, right? So when they signed the contract for me, all they had to do was a deposit of $100. $100. Flea market mentality. I can go to the flea market and pay $100 for stuff, right? That not necessarily is of value. I think people can pay $100 for groceries, for one pair of shoes. Like my son wears now a 16. I can't get a pair of 16 shoes for $100, right? But that mentality was there. Then you have the mall, which is average. You have some money, you know what you got to look like, but you're still not putting it all the effort in. You're doing the best that you can. And sometimes when people go to the mall level, people look the same, right? You see different people doing the same thing in your industry and you're biting off of them. And it's nothing that makes you stand out, right? All the stores in the mall are just them. They have different niches. They have different target audiences. Yes, they have different messages. But the same thing is they come to the mall to get something. That means it is accessible. Your brand is too accessible at the mall level. Does that make sense? So you want to build a personal brand, a brand that is the boutique level, which means that you are able to work with the divine clients, those who really know your worth, those who really understand your worth and going to pay the value because they see it, right? And you can charge premium pricing for that because they see your worth. They see what you have to offer and they know that they need it, right? And so you cannot go in the boutique level with a flea market mentality. So for me, I had to grow into that. Like no one told me this. I had to learn this myself. No one told me this, right? And so that's why I had to bring it to you because your personal brand, it precedes you. It literally does. People will either talk good about you or they will talk bad about you. And what's in between, you want to give them that direction. Okay. So your personal brand is an extension of who you are on the inside. So therefore, what you do and what you think and how you feel and what you know, you got to know your worth around that. You got to know what you bring to the table, whatever that may be, that people will be attracted to you, people will love you, people will buy from you. Okay. Now, looking at pricing your worth, your value. Stop pricing. Stop underpricing yourself. Stop underpricing your services according to how you think people are going to pay you. It's really intrusive of you to be in someone's purse or someone's wallet to think they can or cannot afford you. Whether they can or cannot, it's none of your business because people will pay for what they want to pay for. People will find the money to get what they want, right? Don't negate that fact. Do not negate that fact because people will pay for what they want. So then now looking at your messaging. What is your messaging around being who you are? That goes to your tone. It goes to your voice. It goes to the features you offer, the benefits you offer. It speaks to your clients' pain points. It speaks to how you are bringing forth their service, your service, how you are servicing them, your solution that you provide. It's speaking to those pain points, right? And so your messaging should go to them, okay? Your messaging should speak to them that they know, oh my God, this person knows exactly what I'm saying, exactly how I'm feeling. They get it. And you want to have that connection when you're talking about your personal brand and building a business brand around it. So looking at that, I take you through this brand strategy because it has 4 to 5 to 6 to 7 different steps around it. All right. So you have brand, your mission and vision, which we talked about. Then you have your voice, your logo, your tone. What does that look like? Right. That goes back to your messaging. Then you have your brand story. It's your reputation. It's how you are attracted to others and you are getting people attracted to you. All right. And so what's your brand story behind what it is that you want to speak to? And then your core beliefs, your values. What's your company culture? You're building a brand around this because eventually you're going to have people to work with you. You're going to eventually have partnerships. You're going to have people in your network. And so you want to know, set the parameters, the boundaries of how to show up with your brand, whether internal or external. Okay. And then you're looking at pricing and how you're going to promote yourself. Every way is not going to be the right way because your clients, your potential clients, are not on different avenues, different channels, social media channels, different outlets. So you got to find that way to grab their attention, and where are they? And that goes to your brand strategy. What's your strategy around all of this, getting this all out to who you are called to serve? All right. Now, I always have clients look at a SWOT analysis. And your SWOT analysis for your personal brand looks at, for SWOT stands for your strengths, your weaknesses, your opportunities, and your threats, right? And so you're looking at what are your strengths, what makes you unique, brilliance, what makes you different from others, what makes you amazing, right? And then you have your weaknesses. Everyone has a weakness. Everyone has them. And so don't be afraid to put them down. Your weaknesses are set up to help you grow, and you have to acknowledge them. Then what are the opportunities that you have? Long term, short term, what do they look like, right? But you got to think outside the box. Think about what it is that you can do and you can bring to others. And how does that look? And then your threats. There's always going to be some type of threat, whether it's new people coming into the industry that's doing the same thing that you're doing because there's nothing new under the sun, or what is happening in your particular industry? Is it now the COVID we had, recession we're going into that they already say we're in? Like, what is the threat to your particular business? Okay. So with all of that, how are you delivering your brand? Okay, that's the big part, how we want to show up, right? And so looking at different ways to build your brand. I only put a few in here because we don't have time to go over everything. But so potential opportunities, looking at lead generation, looking at building authentic relationships, whether it's people in your network, it's people who are partners, potential partnerships, potential collaborations, all of that. You're doing co-branding events, whether that's with another nonprofit or another business owner. What does that look like? And even government contracts. The government purchases things just like consumers do. And so, are you certified in government contracts? Are you certified with HUB and your DBE and all of those things? Because that's another avenue for wealth. I paused on that specifically because it is another avenue of wealth. All right. You can offer your own virtual summits and conferences. This is great because you get to bring in people who are doing some of the same things, but you're getting them to be on your stage, which gives you more visibility to their audience. Does that make sense? And so you want to look at creating your own summits, your own conferences, and inviting other people to your stage. For instance, I did this in 2021, where I called it the Bigger, Bolder You Global Conference. It is going to be done again in 2023. And it's been amazing to network, to collab with other business owners and like-minded people as well. So own your own, okay? You have content, you have ads, you have funnels. Automation is the new virtual assistant, right? So if you're doing something more than 3 times, then you need to automate that. So what does that look like? You have digital products, you have evergreen models, things that you do one time that you are putting out there and it's running over and over and over, right? And so you're creating these because these are the tools you need to grow your business. And then how are you showing up? Are you IG Reels or IGTV? Are you doing lives? How are you showing up? Is it through podcasts, having your own application, right? Getting people to come into your community, because now it's all about building community. What community are you building and why? What are they getting from you that they're not getting from other people? Okay. Yes, having a website is your business real estate in the land of technology. So you still have to have a website. Websites are still relevant because you still want to take them off the different platforms of social media to something that you own. Okay. And so don't get caught up in, oh, I got to put all my stuff on Facebook groups or whatever that looks like, because what happens if Facebook goes down, you are stuck in the mud, literally. And so you want to have your own website still. Okay. Now, think about having your own show, your own channel. You got Roku, you got all kinds of YouTube channels, you got all of this. What does that look like for you and your business? Think outside the box. If you are not afraid to get in front of people, you're not afraid of showing up, then do that. Okay. Even if you don't want to be in front of people, you can own your own podcast. They only hear your voice. They don't even see you. So if you're afraid to be in front of the television or in front of the camera, do that. That makes money too. That really shows people who you are as well. And then have your own evergreen challenge. This brings people, this draws people to you to get into your challenges that we would normally have not had contact with. And so you're able to get people into you. This could be the first leg of them getting to know who you are, what you're all about, how you respond, how you act, how you show up. Okay. So think about doing an evergreen challenge. And then also doing online trainings and courses. The industry right now for online courses has been booming, and it's been booming for years. It's not going anywhere. People are looking at doing online courses and trainings themselves as opposed to going to school nowadays. You want to look at offering these for your potential clients. And then also you got white papers, you have toolboxes, you have resources, you have videos, you have email marketing. Your emails campaigns are your way of getting in front of your particular clients that you no longer otherwise would have, right? So think of, again, your email list as your own real estate to your business, and it's always growing and growing and growing. Don't sleep on email, okay? Then you have text, mail, you have social media, you have books, you have speaking engagements, and you have being a guest speaker on other people's podcasts, which again gives you more exposure. So don't sleep on doing that. This is all about getting your brand out there, your personal brand out there. And so I'm coming to you if you want to know more about how to do this, how to come under my wings, to come into my community as a branding boss, then I implore you to do just that. You are here to join my Brand Her Essence Journey to Purpose experience. I am doing it now for $47 a month. I am grateful to offer that to you for the new year, and to really get in to know who I am, to get an understanding of what my purpose is and how I want you to show up in the world, and how I can help assist you, empower you, build you up, to educate you on building your personal and your business brand that's going to last, right? That's going to last, it's going to evolve, and we're going to do it together, and we're going to have much, much fun. Okay. So also, I would love for you to work with me. I am here for you. I am certified in all of the government businesses. I can show you how to do that as well. But I also do reputation rebranding strategies. I also do personal business brand development and management. I do the brand education and training, and I do marketing consulting. And so I want you to get on my calendar for a 20-minute chat, and let's talk through what you would like for your brand to look like and how I can serve you potentially. So if you want to get in touch with me, here is my contact information. I am giving this to you. I am in Charlotte, but because of technology, I can be anywhere in the world. So I look forward to connecting with you. I look forward to working with you. I look forward to really learning from you as well. Until next time, have a great and prosperous day, because guess what? You truly deserve it. Mwah.
Hey, it's Velton again, and I've got Sandra Hardy Boots, and she's here, and she's actually a speaker at Success Fest. Sandra, welcome. We're excited to have you as part of this year's event.
Thank you so much, Velton. I'm excited to be a part of Success Fest. This is an amazing experience.
Now, what's the title of your talk that you're going to be speaking on?
Success is in the entrepreneurship is what my topic is all about.
Oh, in entrepreneurship. You know, a lot of people want to be entrepreneurs, and everybody is either not cut out for it or they have an obstacle that they have to overcome. What's been your biggest obstacle?
Well, you know, Velton, my journey started in 2003 when I was on active duty. And my life took a turn for the worse. And I wind up being put off active duty because my mother had a massive stroke. And when doing that, it put me in a place of trying to figure out how I was going to provide for my mother and my son. And so that journey, that overcoming that and actually giving birth to my company, my business, Boots to Heels, really took me to a place of, this is what I need to do. I need to be able to make sure that no one can ever take away me being able to provide for my family. And so entrepreneurship became that journey for me. And that's where my overcoming came from, overcoming being underneath somebody else's control and not under my own.
So from that lesson, what is it that you want to help, and why is it that you want to help other people overcome those same kind of obstacles?
Well, Velton, I believe that even if you work for someone else, you need to have something that's of your own. You need to, that you can lean on or come back to in case the bad things happen. So to me, entrepreneurship is a necessity. Can't reach or can't do because they don't understand that there's several different ways in which you can become an entrepreneur. But the main thing is to get something set that you can lean on, and your family is not without if you get hit or taken out of that job that you have. You know, you always hear job security, but job security is really not secure if you can't control whether you're staying there or going, or how much money you're going to make, or whether or not they determine whether you're going to stay or go.
You know, everybody judges success differently. At the end of the day, what do you want people to say about Sandra Hardy and her participation or her contribution to the world to make the world a better place?
I want them to say that she made sure she touched each and every person she could to make sure that they understood the necessity of being secure, being protected in their own right, and protecting their family. And so for me, I'm not successful until whoever I'm working with, as far as with my business or my company, they're successful. So she gave her all to make sure that I achieve. And in me achieving, as they say, then she achieves. So that's where I want the mark to be, that I made sure that each and every person that I could touch was successful.
All right. Well, I know you're going to do it. Boots to Heels. It just sparks something in my mind as soon as I hear Boots to Heels. Congratulations on your company, and thank you for being a part of Success Fest. And we look forward to hearing your message in its entirety.
Thank you so much, Velton. I'm excited.
All right.
Hello, Success Fest family. Welcome from Raleigh, North Carolina. Success Fest. Did you know that working for a corporation or a company will provide you job security? Guess not, because that's the biggest lie ever told. After all, how can you be secure if you don't have any control of whether you stay or go? You don't control your money or how much you earn, and someone else determines your value based off of their own opinion. You know what I'm talking about, those beautiful appraisals. Let's stop and think about what I just said. My name is Sandra Hardy, and I am a business strategist and owner of Booster Hills in Raleigh, North Carolina. And I know what I said may sound like a harsh statement, but actually it's true. You see, so many people are on this hamster wheel of approval and uncertainty every day until one day that secure job lets them go due to downsizing or any other number of reasons. You see, if you can relate to that, I want you to raise your hand. If you have ever been let go from a company, I want you to raise your hand and raise it high. I bet I am not the only one that has my hands raised. You see, CNBC published an article on October 27th of 2022 this year called "The Great Resignators Quitters Get Big Pay Raises and Now Are Worried About Their Job Security." There go those two words again, job security. You see, in this article, it says that 91% of US CEOs believe that an oncoming recession is on its way. They don't know, but they believe. And out of that 91%, 51%, over half, state that they are preparing to reduce their headcount. That means you and you and you and you. You see, I was one of those hamsters on a wheel. I had my future all planned out for my career. I was an active duty soldier. I was going to retire in 20 plus years. I was going to get my retirement, and then I was going to have my benefits right away. The money was good. I was serving my country, and I was able to provide for my son because I was a single parent. I never thought about entrepreneurship or having a business. After all, I was a soldier, right? Job security magnified. I later learned how entrepreneurship is so very important. Creating a stream of income that is controlled by you in a business that's owned by you is the best security that you can give yourself and your family. You see, in 2003, my life took a turn for the worse in an already heavy and chaotic time. I was on active duty and I was preparing soldiers to go to war when I received a phone call that changed my life forever. It was the Red Cross telling me that my mother had a massive stroke. As an only child and now an instant caregiver, I knew I was non-deployable in the military, which meant that I was losing my job in the military. Just that one phone call, I lost control of my destiny and my future. And at a time where I should be concerned about how I was going to provide for how I was going to take care of my mother, now I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to provide for my mother and my son because my secure military career had ended so abruptly. Job security? Is there really such thing as job security? I know my loss of income may have been from the military, but how many corporate workers or factory workers, and the list goes on, lose their job every day due to downsizing, their areas are closing or warehouses are going away? I knew I never wanted to feel that powerless or helpless ever again when it came to providing for my family. But I also knew that I never wanted another man or woman to feel that helpless or that uncertain about how they were going to provide for their families. This one event changed the trajectory of my thought totally. It caused me to create my company, Boost to Heels. I chose entrepreneurship to ensure no one will ever make a decision about whether or not my family eats or lives. I went from never thinking about entrepreneurship to realizing the only way that I will be able to control and be secure is to become an entrepreneur. Unfortunately, so many people are like me, and due to difficult circumstances, become entrepreneurs in order to provide for their families. But what if you became proactive and not reactive? What if you decided today that you're going to start a business and build a foundation of security for your family? What if you became empowered knowing that you have the power to grow your business and create the income that you desire? Success Fest, this is why I'm standing before you today, saying start your own business, create your own legacy instead of constantly building up others. You can take control of your life and feel certain, even if you choose to work for a company or a corporation, you can establish that security for your family. No one can fire you in your business but you. No one can limit how much money you earn in your own business but you. No one can limit how high your business rise but you. Now, if that's not security, I don't know what is. There are a number of ways that you can start a business, and it depends on how much capital you have. You can start a multi-level marketing company, such as an Avon or a Mary Kay. That requires very little capital. Their business is already created. They already have customer base. Their business brand is there, and they provide you with everything that you need in order to start your business right away and start making money. Or you can buy a franchise. Now that is more capital up front, but again, their business brand is already created. Their business, they already have loyal customers. They already have like, know, and trust built in the community, and they provide you with all of the systems in order to be able to be successful in that business, a business in a box, so to speak. Or you can do like I did and start your business from scratch, taking your expertise and your knowledge and creating a business and marketing it and building your own business brand and your own customer base and your own like, know, and trust. You see, for me, Success Fest, entrepreneurship is not a luxury. It's a necessity. Everyone can own their own business with the right guidance and with the right know-how. You can be successful. Entrepreneurship is work. It is. But so is working a 9-to-5 for somebody else. But the only difference is that when you work that 9-to-5 for somebody else, you don't get to reap all the rewards of your hard work. Again, I say to you, I'm not telling you to quit your 9-to-5. I'm not. Because there are very successful entrepreneurs that work for corporations and for companies. But what I am saying is that they are secure in knowing that if they do lose their job from that company or that corporation, they can provide for their families. So just think about that, Success Fest. Thank you for your time. My name is Sandra Hardy. I am a business strategist and I am an entrepreneur. Have a great day. And remember, invest in yourself. Start your own business. I'm out.
TGITD, thank God it's this decade. My name is Jason Bernard Humphreys Kinte. I'm a businessman with a business plan. I wrote my first book in 1988. 2 years after I started reading my first book, December 1st, 1986, the Bible. And I've got the same message as when I did my first speech, my valedictory address in 1996, when I won 7 scholarships to University of Toronto. I got the same message when I worked my first work term, started at Microsoft Canada in 1998. The same message when I finished my first work term at Microsoft Canada in 1999. And I planned my whole career with the first step of the 7 steps to entrepreneurship millions, their target resume. The idea was so big, it blew my mind, the vision to work for free and get everything for free, that it blew my mind, sent me to the psych ward in Toronto. I went from University of Toronto on scholarship to the psych ward, Centenary Hospital. For 2 weeks, I was diagnosed with genius illness, schizoaffective psychosis disorder. Listen, with wisdom. But I retired now, 45, in Antigua. I'm the son of a scholarship winner, Bernard Humphreys, that was born in Johnson Point, Antigua, this island in the Caribbean. Went to Canada on scholarship, did his Bachelor of Commerce at the University formerly known as Ryerson. I'm a scholarship winner. I did my Bachelor of Commerce at University of Toronto, won 7 scholarships, and I create scholarship winners. I was the minister of education at my church in 2010, ordained, and I taught at my church's Christian school, Kingdom Covenant Academy, and I helped the young people win scholarships. You can see the testimonials of the young people that I help win scholarships at freescholarships.com. So PH, that's how I spell free. Because in 1999, 2 kids sold one domain, .com, for $1 million from my city, Pickering, Ontario, just east of Toronto. I said, if they can do that, and I passed a gifted test in grade 7 as well as that student in grade 8, I'm a scholarship winner, son of a scholarship winner. If they could do that, I could do better. So I bought all of the most valuable domains. And now I'm retired, 45, and I never sold one. The most valuable domains start with PHREE. The most valuable domain is free shares, because shares are the most valuable thing. The smart basketball players now, they take shares of the company, makes them an owner. But the best price is free, because the best things in life are free. PHRE. I'll tell you now why I spell free PHREE. Because FREshares.com was taken. People were buying good domains and just selling them for $1 million. Z.com, that same year, 1999, when I finished my work term at Microsoft Canada, Z.com sold for $6.8 million. Cars.com sold for $242 million. And I own over 100 domains, and they're all connected. And I never sold one. So listen, this is what's transferable, because you're not going to invest in domains from 1999, right? Okay, it's already too late for that. You're still investing in them now, but listen, with wisdom, this is what's transferable. The first step of the 7 steps to entrepreneurship millions means beginning with the end in mind, starting with your target resume. I wrote mine in 1999. The target resume is what you could do today. It's what you want your resume to look like when you're 120. Listen, the kids now, they're planning for 1 minute. If their TikTok doesn't blow up after 1 minute, they want to quit. They want to retire and give up. They want the thing to 1 minute to go viral and to have 7 multiple streams of revenues and get to retire on the beach in Antigua, right? But listen, you can't wait for your ship to come in. You have to go out there and get it. But it takes longer than 1 minute. I tell the young people, I said, look, if you really like dancing, why do you want to quit after 1 minute? Okay? I've never Googled how to go viral. Why do you want to go viral? If you love what you do, why do you want to quit after 1 minute? Listen, this is not a good thing, okay? Think about it. Most people say they plan for, maybe they plan next year, right? You're going to plan for a year. And then you say, bigger. What's my 5-year plan? Listen, with wisdom. I worked at Microsoft, and Bill Gates has a quote. Most of us overestimate what we can do in 1 year and underestimate what we can do in 10 years. So I said, I'm going to do the longest, strongest challenge in the world. In 2010, I bought DreamDecadeChallenge.com. And I said, it's a 10-year challenge. But listen, that same year, I lost my house. I had to sell my house and pay off the debts. I didn't declare bankruptcy, okay? That's registered unfaithfulness. No, I sold my house at 33 and I paid off the debts for Toronto Poets because I did the 7 steps wrong. I didn't know the 7 steps then. I knew the first step was to plan my whole career with a target resume. I knew I wanted to work for free and speak for free and preach for free and everything like that. but I didn't know how. So I knew the most valuable domains were PHRE. I know it was free shares, give away shares for free in the kingdom. Freeshares.com is live. It's the first for-profit corporation in the world with operations that has never charged anyone anything for anything. If you think I go fast, yeah, I think fast. Yes, I was diagnosed with genius illness. Okay, even my dad was a genius. They said that when my dad was away from grammar school down here, the Latin teacher would not teach because Bernard Humphreys was away. I said, good thing my dad was only away one day. Listen, they said they thought my dad was going to be Prime Minister candidate. They were going to read about him in papers. They said, well, my dad was so genius that one day the fifth form math teacher, okay, they have forms, grammar school, British system. Okay, so it's like grades, right? The highest grade math teacher had a math problem he couldn't solve and explain to the class. He called for my dad from the second form, 3 grades below. My dad went up, solved the problem for the class and the teacher, and went back down to his class. Okay, that was Bernard Humphreys. Okay, and when I got 97% in grade 9 math, my dad asked me what happened to the other 3. So I got 100% to make my father proud of me. I did this my dad's favorite poem. I did it at his funeral because he passed away November 27, 2014. He didn't become Prime Minister candidate, but his son might. Listen with wisdom. I was telling a taxi driver down here, Missouri, my father, right? That my father didn't really get to become Prime Minister candidate. He passed away in 2014. Before I was telling another taxi driver, he said, oh, so did your dad become Prime Minister? I said, okay, you might not watch the news as much as me. I understand. It's nice, but why are you going to stay inside watching the news? What are you trying to tell me you wouldn't know if there was an Antiguan-born Black Prime Minister of Canada? Brother, I said, what is this at all? I said, you haven't heard of Barack Obama? Okay, so you don't think you would have heard of it if there was a Black Prime Minister of Canada that was from your island, brother? Okay, I know some people don't watch the news, so they're confused, but listen, that's a little bit ridiculous. No, my dad did not become Prime Minister, but listen, but he raised me to have wisdom, to teach the world 5 steps of freedom from emotional abuse, misuse, 7 biblical principles for life, for success that won me 7 scholarships in '96, and 7 steps to entrepreneurship millions. So the first step is to plan, beginning with the end in mind, what are the 7 habits of highly effective people by Dr. Stephen Covey. And to begin with the end in mind, you write your target resume, okay? It's what you want your resume to look like when you're 120, okay? So now, what you do after that is the second step. Okay, the second step is to begin your main business dream as a club. So after I graduated, and I came out of psych ward after 2 months, went back to school, bought my domains, okay? PHREshares.com, PHREcars.com, freetrips.com, freespeech.org, right? I have everything, right? The FREscholarships.com, it's on sale for $50,000. But PHREscholarship.com, it has my program, scholarship program, okay? But listen, the second step is to begin your main business stream as a club. The reason you started as a club and not a business is because it's like market testing. You're testing a name, you're testing a thing, testing who the team is, you're some market testing, right? I could even get kids to start a club, right? Your kid can start, your child, sorry, your young person can start a dance club at 13, see if they want to make TikToks for the rest of their life, okay? Before they go register the business, you're not going to get them to register a TikTok business at 13, are you? Somebody said, oh, their daughter registered their first business at 13. Okay, I don't know, maybe you can in your state, but you might not know at 13. Some of you are 70 and still don't know what to name your company, okay? So you have to do market testing, okay? So the thing is, I named it Toronto Poets. I love poetry. But the thing is, I love peace. So we did the Increase the Peace campaign, started in 2002. It was just a club. I bought TorontoPoets.com, started as a club. We did over 100 shows, but I funded them. I didn't realize, because I was working at Microsoft again, 2002 to 2004. So I didn't realize that I should actually make money because I didn't want to be rich. I wanted to be free. So, because Bill Gates was kind of not complaining, but he said he liked when he could go to the regular airport better. So the thing is, I said, I don't want to be rich. I want to be free. So, but the thing is, I had so much debt when I was 33 that I had to sell my house and pay off the debts for Toronto Poets. Okay, so the thing is, I had to start over. So I started over with PensPowerClub.com, my current company. And so then I learned, right? So then I realized I needed a coach because my dad wasn't an entrepreneur. He was an accountant, an auditor. So the thing is, I needed a coach, a mentor. So that's the third step. Read good business books, get good mentors and coaches. So I also read a lot of business books. Think and Grow Rich, Rich Dad, Poor Dad, Law of Success. Learned about a real estate thing from, Rich Dad, Poor Dad, Robert Kiyosaki, right? Anthony Robbins, all of those people. So I started ranking the best at everything, right? So who's the best? I started doing an analysis. So then I realized, okay, I needed the third step of the 7 steps to entrepreneurship millions is to read good business books and get good mentors and coaches. And then the fourth step is to do business planning. There's a lot of business people. I was consulting them at Microsoft. And when I went back to work there, and in 2002, and most of them don't even do business planning. These are big professionals, much less the entrepreneurs. So the fourth step, and there's apps for that. The fifth step is to work strategic jobs that allow you to build your business on the side. So I was working other jobs after Microsoft Monero Solutions, then Fleet Complete for 6 years, and I got promoted to senior. And then the sixth step is to register the business as a for-profit corporation. So I did the nonprofit cost of my house. So it's a for-profit corporation, okay? Because a lot of people want to help. They make a nonprofit when they're poor, and it makes you poorer, okay? Bill Gates did his nonprofit after his for-profit. And the seventh step is to keep working your plan, continuously making adjustments until it works. Those are the 7 steps of entrepreneurship millions from the guy that retired at 45, right? I did a fix and flip, and I sold my house for $1 million, and I retired with all my domains. After the dream comes to plan, think freely.
Hey, it's Dr. Stephanie here, and I am here with Lydia Robinson. Hey, Lydia.
Hello, Dr. Stephanie.
So, Lydia, OMG, what is the name of your keynote?
The name of my keynote is Defining Success as a Creative Entrepreneur.
I love that. All right, so tell the people, how do you help others to succeed?
Absolutely. So first and foremost, I am obviously a creative entrepreneur. I serve children, youth, ages 3 on up to 17 through dance, through music, through theater. And so I'm really big on serving those individuals who are creatives and have a lot of passion and just truly pushing their passion forward and letting them know that your passion has a purpose.
And those individuals, and thank you for that, because I can see it. I can feel your passion. I'm sitting there like, ooh, so you said creatives. I was like, she's my kind of people. Mm-hmm. So how do you, the people that are going to be tuning in today, what 1 to 2 things can they expect to leave or glean from engaging with you today?
Absolutely. So overall, I just want to encourage and uplift us because sometimes as creatives, we're so focused on the creative aspect of it. And also having a business, we just like, okay, we're trying to operate and do our creative part and then also run a business. So I just really want to encourage that you are capable of doing both and really just truly push the understanding and awareness about whatever you are creating or whatever you're passionate about, that you can go above and beyond. You can give back to your community. You can partner with other creatives. So I just truly want to push that, just thinking outside the box of not just being a creative or entrepreneur, but just really pushing, hey, this is my passion. There's purpose behind it. I can do more, and I'm not going to feel defeated and just feeling like I can't do both. It's too much. So we're pushing that narrative to say, yes, you can, and we're going to go forward. So I'm looking forward to this.
I love that. Okay, look, Lydia, yes. Lydia Robinson.
Yes.
You have tapped into my core. Ooh. This is huge. If you are dual wearing multiple hats in anything, whether it be a wife, a mother, or a teacher, or whatever you are, you wear multiple hats. Sometimes we feel like I can't do everything. I
Yeah.
can't be all of the things I want to be. But what Lydia Robinson is going to teach us today is that you can have and be and do all of those things. You can live your passion. You can be. We can lean in, as Brene Brown says,
Yes.
and have it all. So I, for one, will be tuning in. So the next voice that you hear will be Lydia Robinson's voice. So go ahead. Get your ice cream, get your coffee, get your wine, whatever you need in this moment to relax yourself. But settle in, because the next voice you hear will be Lydia Robinson, and I will be there as well. See you there. Oh, this is going to be juicy. This is going to be juicy.
Hello, creative entrepreneurs. This message is for you. I'm talking bakers, artists, producers, dancers, all things creative. Again, this message is for you. Sometimes it's so hard to distinguish from being a creative and running a business. It allows us sometimes to feel overwhelmed, to feel doubtful, to feel confused, tired, burned out, and yes, unsuccessful. But listen, there is purpose in your passion. So don't let those feelings allow you to give up or to quit. So let's talk about defining success as a creative entrepreneur. My name is Lydia Robinson. I am the founder and director of Scene and Actions Productions Company. I provide performing arts programs for children ages 3 to 16, community outreach organizations, anything I could do to give back to my community through my gifts, through my talents, and through my passion. So let's talk a little bit about my story, because again, I want to make sure that I encourage you to not give up on your passion, because your passion has purpose, creatives. So I'm going to begin. I started out working in corporate America straight after college. And for 5 years, I gave corporate America all of me, only for them to let me go. But internally, I knew I did not belong behind a desk in corporate America. I had too much on the inside of me to give out, too much to do. I am a creative. Creatives don't belong behind corporate desks. That's what I said. So what did I do? I decided to take action. So in that time, I went to school, I started my nonprofit organization. I was able to maximize on the time that I had to get this business going. In the midst of doing that, I tried to go out and get all the help that I could to make these additional steps. But sometimes we all know, creatives, that when we take that step, sometimes there's obstacles in that road. I remember meeting with a particular gentleman and him saying to me, "Why would you want to come up with this business idea? What's the point of it? There's no money in this. There's no money in the arts." At that moment, I knew that I didn't want to do it for the money. I wanted to do it for the impacts. You see, I knew how much the impact that the arts had on youth, because it had such an impact on my life. So listen, if you're like me and you want to prove people wrong, that's exactly what I did. So I stepped out and I said, well, I'm going to prove you wrong. I will be successful. And I'm not just talking about the money. I'm talking about the impact. So again, I pushed forward. I did what I had to do. I went on and I started this nonprofit organization. We were created in 2012. We are still standing today in 2022. The steps to get there was not easy. Fast forward, God opened up an amazing door for me to have a job working in the nonprofit industry. During that time, he was clearly preparing me to step out and fly on my own. And so this is what happened. I went forward to this job. I was able to learn the ins and the outs of a nonprofit organization. I was able to work with children, inner city youth from all cultures, ethnicities, backgrounds. I was able to have a hands-on experience of what it would be like to work in a nonprofit organization. 2 years later, I was able to step out on my own, only because God told me to do it. And I flew and said, let's go. So what happened, friends? I started my own business. We ended up in 2020 during the pandemic being able to get our own facility. We were able to operate and function and provide dance and theater programs for children around the city in which we operate. And of course, there were obstacles that came my way, but because God gave me the vision, He made the provision, as well as gave me the decision to step forward and do what I had to do. So friends, I'm here to encourage you creatives that the success for me was not in all the money. The success for me was in the impact. Because we were able to impact through this organization, things became open to us. Opportunities increased. We were able to build partnerships, sponsorships, gain more funding. We were visible to our community. We were able to do what we truly, truly love. I was able to do what I truly, truly love, which was my passion, being a dancer, being in the arts, anything acting, anything on stage. I wanted to make sure that I was able to give back these gifts. And so because I moved forward and didn't sit stagnant, it all happened. Things were able to be donated to our organization. About 95% of the things that we have in our studio was donated from people with generous hearts who also saw the vision. But the success for me, again, was not the money. The success for me was the impact. Because when I come here every day and I see the smiles on the children's faces and I see the excitement that they are a part of something bigger than themselves, that's the success for me. And so that is how I define my success. I wouldn't allow anyone else to tell me, because the industry won't make me money, that I won't be successful. My success, again, came from the impact. I once heard a great speaker, Mr. Henriquez, say, the impact will drive the income. Now, if I could be transparent, not $1 million organization, not yet. But again, the impact will drive the income. Doors will begin to open. So what is your focus, creatives? Is your focus on the income, or is your focus on the impact? I'm telling you today to focus on the impact. But how do we do that? How do we go about impacting through our businesses? Whether you're a nonprofit, whether you're a for-profit, let's talk about it, creatives. Number one, how are you being visible to your community? What are you offering to your community that is different? What are you giving back through your gifts and your talent that will allow people to blossom, to just come to you, to flock to your business because of the needs in their community? Number two, how are you strategically partnering with other businesses, with other creatives, with other organizations or individuals within your community? It's so important that as creatives, we reach out and that we don't do it all alone. So, number three, and here is the big question. How are you, yes, you creative, how are you taking time for yourself? How are you taking time to make sure that you're able to do for you, to download, to increase your passion, to get all that you need to move forward in your business venture as a creative? So today, creatives, I am challenging you. Again, don't just focus on the income, but focus on the impact. Because just as Mr. Andy Enriquez says, the impact will drive the income. You have a passion and God has given it to you. Your passion has purpose. So don't give up, believe in yourself, and surely all things will work out for your good. Again, creatives, it's your time to fly. Don't give up. Your passion has purpose. My name is Lydia Robinson. I am a creative entrepreneur, and I am an adequate individual who is very, 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 very persuasive. And I believe that you can persuade your community as well through your gifts and through your passion. So again, creatives, don't give up. Believe in your gifts, believe in your passion, and focus on your impact.
and welcome to Success Fest. I am Dr. Evelyn, and Ms. Douglas, we just want to say welcome. Would you please introduce yourself to our audience and tell us a little bit about your business, the name of your company, and what it is that you do?
Yes, thank you so much for having me. My name is Shalon Douglas, and I am located in Los Angeles, California. I am also the CEO and also Chief Innovation Officer to my company, Digital Marks Group, where we are basically a full studio for doing movies and projects, creative studio and digital production company. So I currently am, in addition to being the CEO, I am also a producer within the sports and TV and media industries. And I work on projects with mainstream networks, and also build brands for other independent producers and so forth of, different people in the industry. I currently, though, however, because my background is in technology, I've also built a platform to help teach other creative entrepreneurs the business side of entertainment.
Okay, you are a boss woman. Go ahead. I'm impressed. I love it when I see what my sisters are doing. And so I just want to say it's always great when we are visible to our young people in particular. And so my next question to you is, for up and coming entrepreneurs, what advice would you give them when they're first getting started?
The number one ultimate question that I like to ask anyone that I'm assisting or mentoring and coaching is, what is your why? What is your purpose? Why did you decide, or why would you like to become an entrepreneur? And the reason for that is because when times get rough and tough, not if, but when, you need to be able to have a foundation of that purpose that can be brought back to your remembrance as to why you're doing what you're doing in the first place. And the second thing that I would add to that is, do not expect microwave results. That is not a reality when it comes to starting your business and being an entrepreneur, if you decide to do that as a field of work. So you got to know why you're doing what you're doing, make sure you have a passion for doing it, and then ultimately, what you're doing, is it helping other people?
Absolutely. I would definitely say you are right on point, because entrepreneurship is not a sprint. It is definitely a marathon.
Yes, indeed.
Okay, so now tell me, in the industry that you're in, is this something that you see a lot of women doing?
Well, I can say that as of lately, within the past few years, I am seeing more of minority women take on the role of being producers and CEOs and creating within the industry, which is lovely. I mean, I am so pro woman. I just love it. This is a male dominant field, but when I keep it really honest, I have always worked in male dominant, industries. So, but this one in particular is really heavy to handle. You got to have some leather on your back. But yes, I am seeing more women and minority women be able to have their chance to shine and show off their creativity and show that they can handle it, and to show that they have, creative and imaginative stories that they would love to share and tell through film and TV.
Absolutely. I love it. So now, what can Success Fest add to what you're doing?
Well, I love this platform. I've been watching Success Fest for quite a few years now. So to be able to partake of such a wonderful platform, to be able to share with others and amongst others, Success Fest definitely is allowing me to have a voice and to share across the community. Yes. That there is, first of all, the one thing, or the one slogan I'm known for is, it's rules to this shit. Yes. And that's because it truly is rules to every single level. So being a part of Success Fest allows me to get the message, especially primarily to women, although it's for all, that you too can make a difference and an impact. And especially if you if you have that impact to be able to help change other people's lives.
Yes.
And I am here, even though I do what I do as a trade, and at the same time, I am a licensed real estate broker. I once owned a licensed bank through the Department of Corporations in California. So I have that background in finance and investments. And so being able to bring the worlds together and to like really teach and be a voice to say, listen, your purpose is what you should truly follow. And if you are young in a game, you may not even understand what that truly is yet because you haven't experienced enough in life yet. Okay. But let life teach you. Let your L's be your lessons and don't believe in losses. And that's what I'm here to do, is to be able to follow my divine assignment and to be that voice, to share the story, to say your fall is your rise, and find innovation in that so that it can help other people, right? While they're going through what they're going through. And because I've had my opportunity, I am 47 years old and I've been through some things. So I've had opportunities to share some life experiences or to go through it and embrace it. And at the time I felt lost. I got stuck. I felt scared. I didn't know how to move forward, backwards, side to side. And, you know, it sent me down some pretty dark roads at one point in my life.
But those are the stories people need to hear so they know what to expect.
Oh, most definitely. And I have to admit that it was in those darkest times that it allowed me to be humble. It allowed me to go deep within myself. It allowed me to fall on the divine. And in the midst of it too, it allowed me to have basically a light at the end of the a light at the end of the tunnel, which became my rainbow.
Okay.
So I want to be able to just like share that. And in that, I wind up building an entire platform to really help others to become independently sustainable. So Success Fest is allowing me to be able to share my voice and get the message to so many that I am here to help you if you want the help and you want to learn what the rules and how to apply them.
Absolutely. Well, we are looking forward to your presentation. Those are powerful words, and it's also a message that not just young people, but all entrepreneurs and people in business need to hear, so that we, you know, can find that foundational piece that can guide us when things not so easy.
That's right.
You know, so we thank you for your participation, and we look forward to seeing you rise, because we know that you will. Okay, but thank you so much for allowing me to spend time with you.
Oh, thank you so much. It's been a pleasure being here.
Absolutely. Well, look forward, everybody. She's coming on, so get ready for that presentation. Have a great day, and we'll see you soon.
Have any of you ever felt like a failure after experiencing some type of success? Well, I'd like to take this moment to share with you about how a taste of success almost made me take my life. I was living the life. I was a young, vibrant, entrepreneurial woman who was married with children and CEO to an establishment that was licensed as a banker and broker doing mortgage loans in all 50 states. I headquartered my 5-office firm at a prestigious location where we had the ground level floor to this prominent and most prolific building that stood tall in the city of Los Angeles, California. I was making 6 to 5 figure income paydays within a month, sometimes within a week, and when it was really good, within a few days. And my home, let me just tell you, the house that I shared with my husband and my family, my kids, was 6 bedrooms with a basketball court, sitting on 20,000 acres of land. And we also owned apartment buildings as investment properties as additional income. I wasn't even 30 years old yet. Life was truly good. And then started noticing how there was a bubble about to burst in the real estate industry. Now, I had heard some chatter about previous bubbles, but from what I understand, that 2008 was a bubble like none other. Those 6 to 5 figure income paydays that I was used to receiving, listen, business has started to dry up, and thus that income wasn't coming in as fast as it once were, or even amounting to the checks as far as how fat they were coming in. In fact, they were losing weight to the point to where I don't mind losing weight like any woman, but I don't like losing weight when it comes to my money, okay? Needless to say, running a day-to-day operation was starting to become hard to manage, including making my payroll and paying my employees. It was at that time where I started to realize that business was becoming even harder to manage. It was hard for me to pay the bills, both at my company and also at my home. Raising 6 children, 2 of my own with my husband, 2 from his previous marriage, and his niece and his nephew that had lost their parents. Let me tell you, I was starting to feel the weight of the world on my shoulders, and then next bearing the cross on my back. It was just becoming unbearable. I didn't know what to do. I started to panic. Anxiety started to settle in. And then next thing I know, I was trying everything, pulling from left, right, tall, bottom, just to keep things afloat. It got to the point I even took out loans, trying to continue to make payroll and also handle all my responsibilities for both my company and also in my home. It wasn't getting any better. I eventually had to let go of my employees one at a time. I felt horrible during this time because I felt responsible, as if I was starting to disrupt the livelihood of my employees, and not only just them, but their families as well. What was I gonna do? I had all these people that I was responsible for taking care of, a company with my employees, and then not to mention my household. I had to figure out something. But then when that didn't work, I was faced with an ultimate decision, which happened to be my second hardest decision in my life. My first hardest decision is when I had already decided to walk away from a 10-year marriage and break up my family. It was devastating, but I wasn't getting the support from home when I needed it the most. And I remember when going to my husband and telling him how I needed his support and I still wasn't receiving it, I then told him I wanted a divorce. He didn't believe me at first because we had been through a lot of stuff together. But then when he realized that I was serious, he got angry. And then he got physical. I didn't at that point, I just focused on my business, who was, to me, in my right, my third child. I knew that I had to, if anything else, try to hold on to my business because it was my livelihood. But I couldn't. I had to let it go. And in doing so, I just fell into a miserable state. I'll never forget those moments when I just didn't know what to do. I contemplated suicide for every day for up to 3 months. And let me tell you, being in that deep, dark rabbit hole, that's not a good feeling to be in. What was I gonna do? Now I stood as this new divorcee with no marriage, no business, lost assets, and 2 small children left to raise on my own. I couldn't see the forest from the trees, but somehow I tried to manage, but I kept falling into a deeper depression. And once that happened, I eventually, I remember thinking to myself, how could I get here? How could I fall so low? I went from making 6 to 5 figure income paydays to barely having $5 in my pocket, even barely having enough gas to get my kids to school, and then coming home to find out that my electricity had been shut off. It was hard. It was extremely hard. And then I eventually said I had to turn to the only place where I knew where to go. And that was to my parents' home. Now, at this point, I felt very low, but I could not afford to have my kids in that type of environment with no electricity and barely any food in the house to eat. I made the ultimate decision on their behalf to go back to my parents' house. I felt even lower. And so much so to where, like I said, I was suicidal. And I thought about taking my life every single day for 3 months. But then I heard a voice. I heard a voice of God inside of me say, if you were to go ahead and go through this, and if you feel like that you would be escaping anything, you go right ahead. But you'll find yourself suffering for an eternity. And let me tell you, that scared the hell out of me. I did not take my life because I thought about my children and how they needed their mother to be around. I knew that they were going to be taken care of because that's the kind of family that I had. It was through divine order and love that kept me from taking my life. And I appreciate that every single day, still to this day, because it could have easily been done. But I don't want to leave you there. I would like to at least let you know that from that point, I took for the next 2 years, I was in a melancholy state. I still didn't know what the hell I was going to do, but I was just going day to day, wearing a smile on my face, but miserable as hell on the inside, until one day, my Heavenly Father allowed me to take a look at my environment and to really study my children and realize, wow, my kids really do not understand how money works. And because they don't understand how money works, how could they ever respect it? And then on top of that, how could they ever know how to really appreciate where money comes from and how to create their own independence? It was like a light bulb came on and I had this huge epiphany. I said, I'm going to teach my kids everything that I know and everything that I have inside of me to make sure that they will become independent and be sustainable on their own. How is it that their mom has all this information, knowledge, and skill set and experience, and I hadn't had a chance to show it to them? So then it hit me, well, not just my 2 kids, but the rest of the kids across the country. Because at that time, financial literacy was not taught in any of the school systems, from middle school kids to high school kids. Well, I immediately took to a pen and paper and started to at least draw up a strategy to come up with a pilot program to teach young kids about not just financial literacy, but what I term as financial entrepreneur literacy. It was the most rewarding thing. It took off so well that to the point to where the program went from teaching middle school kids to high school kids to college students, and the next thing you know, to the adults. And that is where I pivoted into a new career within the industry of technology. And the reason being is because while running the pilot program, I took the one tool that they gravitated to the most, and that was technology. Now, I had no idea of the next steps that I would be going towards in my life. But you know what? I just followed divine order, and I trusted and believed in my faith within inside of me, my Heavenly Father. And from there, getting the notoriety from the technology platform that I had built with the program to teach and help others, I started to gain even more momentum. From there, I created a production company, and then it was answering another pain point to what people needed help with. I guess the moral of the point to my story that I'm sharing with you today, that it took my fall in order for me to rise to a new situation. I now stand tall again with not just confidence, but with humble beginnings and just great, feeling so great to fulfill a purpose that was designed for me to help so many other people. So I invite you to come join me. If you need assistance in your business and how to set your business model and go to startup to scale up to creating multiple income streams in your life, I have something for you. In fact, you can visit my website at 21plusstreamlines.com, where you can receive a free checklist. And then from there, if you choose to want to continue to work with me further, come on, let's do it. We got lives to help. We got other people that need our assistance in the service that we have to provide. I want to be able to help you to create your situation and become independently successful and sustainable. And I also like to share, if you're feeling like a failure right now, don't. Go ahead and fall forward, because you just might be falling into your purpose that's been heavenly designed for you. My name is Shalon Douglas, and I look forward to seeing you soon. Thank you. Hello, and thank you for coming by to share with me on doing a presentation and workshop on encompassing ventures from brands to Benjamins and how to create 21 plus streamlines of income. So are you ready to get started? Come on in, let's go. I'm ready to work with you. Okay, you guys, well, you are here, you've landed to it's rules to this shit, because it's rules to everything that we do. Today, I would like to share with you about something that's true to my heart when it comes to helping entrepreneurs, or what I like to say, creative entrepreneurs, to help them to become independently sustainable. But in order to do so, you must know that there is rules to this shit, because there's levels to this shit. When it comes to being a boss, you have to have an equitable brand in order to position yourself to create 21 plus streamlines of income, which I'm about to share with you momentarily. But I want you to understand that before doing so, you must know what the rules are in order to play by the rules in order to win. It's one thing to know the rules, but it's another thing to know how to apply the rules. So let's get started. My name is Shalon Douglas, and I'm also known as Cold As Boss within my industry. I'd like to welcome you to today's presentation. And again, to go about to introduce to you about how to create 21 plus streamlines of income. This webinar is for creative entrepreneurs, brand influencers, startup founders, and business model designers. So you decide which category you fall in, and let's go to work. First, I'd like to introduce to you about who I am. I am known for helping others to create opportunities. I first closed my first transaction, my real estate transaction, at the age of 19. And in doing so, I had bought my first piece of property and gained equity. Actually, I bought the property with equity already in it and made my first $25,000 in less than 30 days. I was so excited to be able to accomplish something at such a young age. However, I was not able to do so without having guidance. And through that first experience of guidance, it took me to my next experience to work with a mentor who helped me with my first business at the age of 21. And by that time, working with a mentor and having a proper guide to help me to allow me to understand this, to know how to go about using the proper steps and to kind of shorten some of those hard falls that being an entrepreneur, you're going to have those anyway, but working with a mentor to show you how you can have those experiences, you know what I mean? Like lessen to the point to where you're not having such a hard fall on your own. Nevertheless, let me just keep going and just say that with the mentorship of my first business, I actually earned $500,000 within the first 6 months and grew my business from a 2-man office to a 5-office firm of 1.7 million within 1 year. And I wasn't even nowhere near close to 30 years old. But also too, through the power of bootstrapping, which I learned a little later on, also helped me to know how to go about to position myself when it came time to pitch to investors. In 2008 though, some of that success, it kind of came to an end when we had the biggest housing bubble burst that had ever existed. And because of that experience, it made me close my doors. And it was a hard fall for me at the time. And I didn't know what I was going to do for the next 2 years. But nevertheless, I can say that my fall became my rise because it was through my experience that I am now able to do what I'm doing today and to help others to teach them how to be independently successful. So I guess you could say that was kind of like the greatest thing that ever happened to me. Then 2 years later, I did pivot into a new career within a different industry. And that landed me to go into the tech industry. And the reason being is because during my times of trying to figure out what I was going to do next after the bubble burst, I wound up putting together a pilot program teaching youngpreneurs from middle school to high school on how they can learn about financial entrepreneur literacy. Again, financial entrepreneur literacy, teaching them about how money works, how to respect money, the rules about money, and how do you position and leverage it. And therefore, in that experience in that pilot program, gave them real tech tools to teach them what it was like to deal with the real world with the type of tools that we use even still to this day. However, I did realize early on that with teaching young-minded individuals, I needed a platform that was a little bit more robust, that would keep their attention and thus allow me to do what I like to term as edutainment, entertain them while educating them so that they can retain the information and want to proceed forward, which it worked out. So I'm glad that I did. Now, what I've come to fall into as far as the industry that I work in today, I went from a real estate industry working as a real estate broker, and I'm still licensed to this day. So I've been in the business for a little over 20 years. And then I pivoted to the technology business, which I just got through explaining to you why and how that happened. But in doing so, being able to build platforms and brands for myself, it attracted others within the entertainment, sports, media industries and ask and invite me to come on board to help them with their brands. So one thing that's common through the experiencing that I just got through sharing with you in real estate is that I came to recognize that it was all about real estate, whether it was structured, non-structured to digital assets, which is also your digital real estate, right? And the thing that they share in common is that they both hold equity. So if you know how to position the equity to leverage, game on. And that's what I am here to introduce to you today. So now I stand before you as a producer and an investor within the sports and entertainment industry. I am CEO to my company, which I have multiple companies, but the one in particular that I use to create brands is called Digital Marks Group, which is an LLC headquartered in Los Angeles, California. And we are through profound research, come to my surprise, we are the only company that provides strategy and business acceleration to creative entrepreneurs that expedites the growth of your minimum viable products. I've had the opportunity to work on robust projects with the networks of FX and Hulu, with different independent producers such as Imani Media Group, Faith Media Distribution, production companies such as Anu Entertainment and Sovereign Agency, and many others. I have also been recognized as a change agent and trailblazer by our White House former President Barack Obama, and also with LA's former Mayor Eric Garcetti. I've been interviewed on numerous shows such as the Dialogue Radio Show, Soul Kisses TV, Entrepreneur Network, and many more. I've also had written featured publications from CNN's commentator Dr. Boyce Walken. I've been previewed in Love and Career Journal magazine, and many others as well, okay? I've also participated as a judge to pitch startups for some of the most global initiatives, well-known such as Startup Week in SOLA, and also CBS Demos Pitch for Women in Business. So I guess you could say I'm a little bit qualified, right? Hopefully you think so too. Next. Oh gosh, you guys. Here we go. My system got a little stuck here. But that doesn't stop us. That's what technology is all about, right? Troubleshooting. Anywho, let's just keep pushing it forward. So now my question to you to stir up your peer minds is, how many commas is your brand real estate worth? You don't have to answer to me, but just be honest with yourself. Is it worth 5 figures? Is it worth 6 figures? Or is it worth 7 figures? This is the time when you need to be honest with yourself and just think about this. If your business venture is pulling in less than 21 streams of income and is worth less than 6 figures, it might be because, number one, your branding position is all wrong. And if your branding position is all wrong, guess what? Somebody might stumble across your content or your website, or I don't know, wherever you host your brand assets. And if it's not really saying too much, or it's not really keeping their attention, guess what? As soon as they come in, they're quicker to leave out. A second thing might be because you lack the influence with your marketplace. Your marketplace needs to know and look at you as an expert in your field. So how much knowledge are you sharing with your marketplace? How much impact are you being able to deliver to make an impression and grow your influence with them to where they want to keep coming back for more? And finally, maybe you're just not in demand of your services. You know, being able to position and market yourself correctly through your brand and based off of your business model says a lot. So if one thing is out of order, please believe me, it can affect the next two. Now, some of the things you might also be lacking is a skill set or a niche. You definitely want to come across as you have some type of niche to a specific marketplace. I know that I've seen a lot of entrepreneurs come around and want to say what they do to everybody, as though everybody is their marketplace, right? But you have to think about it. When you have a large crowd, how can your voice really be heard? So you want to work on having a niche. Maybe you lack the proper tools that you need to be able to handle your business. And that's what we're here to kind of like go over and discuss in this workshop. Your resources. You don't have enough resources to be able to like carry through your day-to-day operations, and therefore you lack being able to get the proper customer base that you're looking for. Even with partnerships, you lack partnerships, and that's another thing too. If you lack resources, but you have partnerships, having the right partnerships will help you to, or allow you to utilize resources, leverage the resources from your partnerships to help you with your day-to-day business. Maybe you lack the capacity. And capacity, what we mean by that is you don't have enough help or support that you need to be able to carry out your operations. Next, capital. You don't have enough capital to withstand all that is necessary and needed to take care of your business expenses, make payroll, or anything for that matter, day-to-day operations, and you need capital in order to continue on. That's very important. And then finally, customers. You don't have enough, like we said, customers are your marketplace, right? So if you're too busy trying to market to everybody, guess what? Without having a niche, you may not be pulling in. First of all, you may not even be speaking to the correct marketplace, but then that also hinders the return on investment with you having enough customers to come in to make cash or make that capital to be able to withstand in your business. Then what that happens to do, if you lack those resources of the list that I just went through, it can cause great pain points, right, for you, such as creator's block. It can bring on stress, cause you to have frustration. Next thing you know, you're full of confusion, and then that turns into anger. And then next thing you know, you start having poor judgment, and then you start to lose your passion for why you went into business in the first place, and you have all these blockages that take place. We don't want that to happen. Now it's time for you to take out your workbook so that you can create notes inside of your workbook, because we're about to get started, right? So we can take care of some of those pain points. I want you to consider this. Ask yourself 2 questions. First one is, what boss level are you at? Did you know that there was 3 different types of levels of entrepreneurship? Well, if you didn't, you know now. The first level being a solopreneur, which is one who owns a position. Most likely you are an independent contractor. You have no type of systems or processes in place. You don't even own a platform, and you're most likely not formed as an entity that has an EIN number attached to it. And therefore, you're just basically owning your own position. You're not really considered a real business. The next level up is considered, is an entrepreneur. Now, an entrepreneur is 2 people that can include you, but in addition to that, you own your job inside of your company. You most likely have a formed entity, but you depend on people versus systems, which makes it hard to run a day-to-day operation. You probably most likely do not have even a scalable business model. And you definitely probably at the point that you do not own a portfolio or diversified assets. Now, there's different levels of entrepreneurship. That's where a lot of people fall into that category. But that takes me to introduce to you the next level, which is the highest level of entrepreneurship that one can have. And that is being termed as a businesspreneur. A businesspreneur is one who owns a diversified portfolio, but that diversified portfolio came about by first owning and leveraging and having what we call a business model system, okay? That system is usually managed by others. And in addition to that system, you're able to maximize on your cash and therefore invest your cash and maximize profits by being able to invest into other businesses, meaning that you own your business, you have a stake in other businesses, and now you are able to diversify your assets or your capital so that you can have a portfolio with diversified assets. And you most likely, if you own a system, you're able to create at least a minimum of 21 streamlines of income. And you also have, in addition, an exit strategy. So depending on what level you are at, also changes the different types of language that you use. And a person can kind of tell too how savvy you are as an investor, because at the end of the day, when you are an entrepreneur that owns a business, you are an investor. It just depends on what level you're at in your investment. So think about what your end goal is. If you haven't reached the businesspreneur goal, but you know that's where you want to be, it's time to start changing the way of how you operate and do things. I would like to define the term boss. Now, you heard me already say the highest level of entrepreneurship is being a businesspreneur. So to me, when I hear the word boss or the term boss, my acronym for BOSS is a businesspreneur owning a strategic system. Okay. That is the highest level of being a boss that I like to term myself as. And I would like to be able to help as many others within my wheelhouse to become that businesspreneur who owns a strategic business. Now, in addition to becoming a businesspreneur or being a businesspreneur who owns a strategic business, your business model is made up or consists of the 6 main following characteristics that I'm about to introduce to you. And they are having a brand equity within your business model. The importance of a brand or a brand equity in a customer's eyes and what they are willing to pay in exchange of goods or services is very vital to your business model. Brand factors. Your business model is also going to consist of a brand that consists of the 10 essential branding factors that influence consumer behavior. Third, cash flow. Through cash flow, you find the most scalable and repeatable way to offer your products and services. Number 4, network. Your business model as a businesspreneur will be consisted of a network. I don't know why I'm getting tongue twisted here. Okay, but moving forward, a network. Having the right type of network builds right connections with other professionals to better your reputation, increase your visibility, scale, and make more impactful connections. Number 5, technology. Your business model must consist of some type of technology application. Some type of technology application that performs repetitive tasks, freeing up employees for a higher value of work. And finally, as your 6th main characteristic is resources, the assets that you need to have in place or have access through a partner. I mentioned about that earlier, for a sustainable business model. Now we're ready to go to the next slide. Now that we've defined the 6 characteristics that a business model must have as a businesspreneur, let's define what a business model is. And that is a leverage system designed for the successful operation of a business, identifying your revenue sources, customer base, products, and details of financing. This leverage system consists of 4 subsystems that I would like to introduce to you today that makes up the businesspreneur model, which are number 1, an influencer system, 2, an automation system, 3, an investment system, and finally 4, an asset system, also known as assets management. Now, one of the things that I would like to point out before proceeding next is that a lot of times when I'm talking to my clients or customers or just people who are enrolled into my program, because I do teach this to help other entrepreneurs, a lot of people are mistakenly under the impression that they need to start off with having a business plan. I am here to let you know that you do not need a business plan until it is time to talk and go before an investor and pitch that business plan because you're looking to get money. In the beginning, as a businesspreneur that is working on designing a system, you need to be more focused on a business model design versus working on a business plan. For an example, think about all the people who worked on a business plan prior to COVID, or when it took place in 2019, I believe it was, in 2020. Think about all the people who was working on a business plan that did not have any type of technology characteristic within their business model design. Did COVID not come in and disrupt a lot of businesses because of that? So think about what I just told you, okay, with the 6 main characteristics. There are others, but there's 6 main characteristics, and then that makes up your business model as a businesspreneur. But there are 4 subsystems, okay? Today, we're only going to focus on the influencer system. And just through the influencer system alone, you can go about creating a minimum of 21 streamlines of income. How does that sound? Sounds great? Okay, proceeding forward, let's discuss about the BOSS method, what I like to call the businesspreneur process. In order to design a global business model with the 6 characteristics already mentioned, we focus on 4 pillars so that we can create an immersive brand that we're going to use in each of our subsystems, and they are listed below. The first pillar being the creative pillar, which is making your business model have some type of immersive interaction that will pull your marketplace and want them to want more, okay? The second being the position pillar, being able to position your brand after creating the assets and all the things that you need, the graphics, your brand real estate, and then being able to position all that you've created with the immersive engagement, position that into appropriate marketing so that now when you use your voice through your brand, they now have something of substance that will make them want to engage and stay around for more, whatever it is that you have to offer, whether it's a program, platform, a project, or whatever. Just keep this in mind. Next, the next pillar would be the leveraging pillar. Once you have gained a marketplace that is loving what you have to offer, which is your value proposition, guess what? Now you've started to gain brand equity that can be tapped into and leveraged. And the more you learn how to do and use these pillars, because you have the proper business model in place with the proper characteristics and you're understanding these rules now, guess what? You can go to the scaling pillar. That's right. And that's where that should be your end goal. If you told yourself, I want to be able to become a businesspreneur and I want to be able to own a system that works for me and I want it to scale, you must know how to apply all these rules that I just introduced to you. So next, let's get into some of the rules, right? I introduced to you also, let's kind of do a little review. We already introduced to you the term BOSS and what that means. We introduced to you the method, the BOSS method, and then we just introduced to you the 4 subsystems, and then we just introduced to you the pillars. So now I want you to keep this in mind. 4 rules to encompassing your venture to go from brands to Benjamins. Basically, through your branding, you build brand equity, and now your equity is actually worth scaling. The first thing to keep in mind, first rule, you must create brand value using immersive content. I cannot stress that enough. If you're wondering what immersive content is, just think about some of the platforms or some websites that you've come across, and their images are blah. Their website colors don't really say much. Their graphics are not really saying or doing anything. They don't have no movement. There's no wow factor in their brand whenever you have visited their platform, okay? So what we mean by immersive is things that are like motion, movement, intriguing, inviting. The colors are sexy, and that is a term we use having your business model as being sexy. You want to make sure you have those elements in your brand. Second rule, next, you need to know how to storytell. Storytelling is used in absolutely everything that we do and everything that we see. Think about when you were little and you used to love being told stories, whether you was at school or whether you was at home. Maybe your parents was reading you a book before you went to bed. The point is that storytelling is everything and is very vital and crucial. If you create a brand and don't know how to storytell or market it, you have a decent or a good brand, but nobody knows that you exist. So you need both, okay? Finally, third rule, leverage that brand value into multiple income streams, you guys. You heard me say that. I'm gonna say it one more time. Leverage the brand value into multiple income streams, okay? But you can't do 3 without doing first rule 1 and 2. And then finally, when you know how to do all 3 effectively, you're going to be able to scale your boss model into a real estate portfolio. Okay. So now you can go from being that solopreneur, if you are one, to learning how to become a businesspreneur, designing a business model system with, first of all, understanding that you need those 6 main characteristics. And then once you understand that, you can go about to utilize these rules and the steps in every single subsystem that I've already introduced to you earlier. Now, since we're going to focus on the influencer system, okay, for this presentation workshop, if you're kind of wondering, like, I don't know, maybe maybe you just have a business, but you have a business that only focuses on products. That's fine. And maybe you're doing somewhat good, but I can assure you that if you knew how to leverage that system or leverage their business brand products or services that you're offering, if you understand how to position and leverage yourself as an influencer with impact, I can assure you, you will attract maybe even double, if not triple, your marketplace. Why? Because people love people. So if you introduce to the world the creator behind the product that you're selling or service that you're offering, or even maybe it's a project that you're producing, because I am within the entertainment industry. So I know that we focus on like producing movies and commercials and, TV featured films and series and things like that. So trust me, if you know how to position yourself as an influencer, you will gain more attraction where people will be in love with the creator behind the product, project, program, or platform, all right? So some of the things we look for in creating our influencer system or our influencer brand are the knowledge and skill sets and experiences that you have that you can package all 3 and create intellectual property that can teach others and make a difference to their lives. So say for an example, say you are a producer. I'm just going to use that right now because that's what I currently am. I'm a producer within the industry. I know what it's like to go about to, put together a film project, work with the, writing team, and just everything from pre-production to production to post-production. So because I have that knowledge, and then I also have the skill set with how to package up a project and put together a marketing deck for it, and be able to position the project in such a way to where I know when it's time for me to pitch that project to a network, I know exactly how they want to see that project, how they want to see that marketing package, and so on and so forth. And then my experience of working in the industry, I now can put together a solution combining all 3 and create a program or create some of the things I'm going to introduce to you shortly. But being able to put these 3 together, I now can create an intellectual property in addition to that product or services that I already offer, thus creating me more multiple streamlines of income. Doesn't that sound good? Okay. So now I want to introduce you to some samples that's below. Because after you've developed your brand content, I want to be able to show you at least 12 ways of how you can create, position, and leverage your influencer brand with impact. And that's important. It's one thing to be of influence. However, as an entrepreneur or a businesspreneur, we are servant leaders. So that means we are here to serve others. And in order to serve others, you should have some type of impact that can help change others' lives, especially with my mission. My whole mission is to help you to become independently sustainable. And I hope I am doing that today through this presentation. So nevertheless, once you are able to create, position, and leverage your influencer brand with impact, I want to show you 12 ways of how you can at least turn that into 21 streamlines of annual income, generating over a minimum of $500,000 with a scalable businesspreneur model. You heard me say that correctly. I know you might be thinking to yourself, how in the heck? And this is only for my creativepreneurs who might not have hit this mark yet. That's why I asked you from the very beginning, how much is your brand real estate worth, or how many commas do your brand real estate own? It is very possible to create $500,000 with just the 12 ways that I'm about to introduce to you. Remember when I said early on at the age of 21, I had a mentor, ding, 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 ding. I had a mentor that helped guide me to make $500,000 within 6 months. Okay, so it's very possible. Are you ready to learn what these 12 ways are? Really? Okay, I'm gonna get going. I'm gonna stop teasing y'all. One way is take your influencer brand and the intellectual property that you've created and start to do speaking engagements. You will be so surprised of how much money you can make doing speaking engagements alone. And by the way, the numbers that I have shown here with each of these 12 ways are conservative numbers. So that means that you can definitely go over the bar of what I'm introducing to you. But I just wanted to keep it conservative because I do want you to see for yourself that it's realistic, okay? So through speaking engagements, you can go about to host your own signature event. And if you're just getting started, I would say that you probably want to focus on doing maybe one signature event a year. And then once you get used to it, then you can go about to put on multiple signature events. But besides your own signature event, you can speak on other people's stages that will pay you to speak on their stages. And even in that model, there's so much to learn, because even if you go speak on other people's stages and they don't pay you, but they allow you to market your services, you actually can probably make more money doing it that way than them actually paying you to speak on their stage. But when doing so, you need to make sure you have some action plan of steps involved, and you also need to be realistic of how much money that you would like to earn quarterly in doing so. A second way to introduce is introducing you to create your own signature program. Remember how I just got through discussing with you about the knowledge and skill sets and experience? Well, guess what? You can put on multiple signature programs and be able to teach others of the knowledge and skill set and experience that you have, because maybe they're in the same field and they need to know, they want to know, and they need to know that knowledge and education that you have within inside of yourself that can help make a difference in their life. You can go about to create a mentoring program. You can charge about $30,000 for that, or a coaching program. You can charge depending on how many people, and I do suggest that you do these all in group formats and not individuals, because you will get burnt out quickly, okay? But that's a whole nother subject. You can turn around and you can host group coaching programs and make a minimum of $120,000 easy. And even with the mastermind program, you can generate at least $100,000. You can do all three of these too, by the way, if you know how to do this effectively and make a minimum of at least $250K. Of course, again, you need to have an action plan of steps, as well as your quarterly figures of what realistically, depending on what program you decide to do, or if you decide to do all three. Way number 3 is offering presentation engagements, such as the one that I'm hosting with you right now. You could put on your own through your intellectual property that you created. You can host presentation engagements by hosting seminars, workshops, and or trainings. And again, I would recommend these in group formats, okay? So that you don't burn yourself out. And with each one, you can go about, I just did conservative numbers as $50K for each one, but please be assured you can go up, down, fluctuate, and you can actually make more than $150,000 doing this. And another thing that I want to add is whatever your signature talk is can be your talk that can lead into your workshop. Okay. So you can, when you know how to effectively do these, put them together, you can, trust me, make at least $350,000 in 1 year. I highly recommend working with a mentor though. Okay, way number 4, consumer ads. If you have a marketplace or you have a platform with a number of followers, you can turn around and have people pay you to place their ad of their business and put it on your platform of whichever you're hosting, whether it's webisodes, a podcast, internet radio, YouTube, and even within your own blog and website. And there's ways and strategies to go about to do this. And guess what? The more you become known and build your own influence with your marketplace and have more people following you, that means more eyeballs are on you. And when you have other partners out there and networks out there that can see how many people are following you, just remember, eyeballs is equivalent to dollar signs, okay? So I put a generous number of $50,000 that you can make in addition to placing other people's ads onto your platforms, but please believe me, that number is very, very conservative, okay? Way number 5, you can offer business services, which if you are already in business, maybe you're already doing so, but you can offer your creative services as well as your professional services, such as maybe you might want to, you can have a business where you sell products, but if you are an influencer and you speak on the subject topic to help others within your industry, you might want to offer advisory services or consulting services, okay? Those would be considered professional services. And if you're like me, even though I have multiple businesses and I have multiple platforms, I still offer creative services to my networks. So even though I am an executive producer and I'm an investor and I'm a producer and director in some of my projects, however, I am in demand when it comes to mainstream networks and production companies who want me to build their brands for their projects. So that's additional money that I make in my creative services. And I do give consulting and advisory services as well. So I actually provide both creative and professional services and do make over $100,000. Sometimes I can make that amount in 1 month, believe it or not, okay? Way number 6, promotional products. If you have, by just your influencer brand, you could have a business that has its own brand products. But remember, as an influencer, you can have influencer promotional products and sell your merchandise and your clothing. Remember, you guys, being an influencer with impact, you should that should be tied to a movement or a cause, again, helping to impact other people's lives. So if you put additional promotional products together, you will be surprised because people love people. They will turn around and they would want to buy into your merchandise or clothing line that you have to offer. I know for me, I have my Cold as Boss experience that I have packaged up into a box, meaning for like, this is what I do when I get up in the morning. This is the products that I drink or I put on my face. This is the clothing line that I wear. I have all of the things that I do that people are in love with because they're in love with me. They are interested in my books that I have, you know, the products that I use. And so therefore, I have created another way to package all of these things into a Cold as Boss experience and ship it off to them, and they love it. Way number 7, literature reads. And basically what this means is take your knowledge and skill sets and experience that you have and put it in a book, whether it is a physical book, digital books like ebooks or guides or audio, which people can download on Kindle, please believe me, people still do read and interact with books. I'm gonna give you a little bit of tip though. If you can include some type of technology or digital asset in your books, trust me, you can start to formulate that interactive. Remember, we talked about immersive branding. So what I mean by that is this: if you have a physical book, put some type of QR code on some of the pages so that your marketplace can scan, and then you can lead them back to your website. And maybe you might just want to give them like a warm message or something like that. Just something as simple as that, that can take a physical asset and include some type of digital piece into it. And then through that, you will be surprised to how your marketplace will get excited and think so much of you for that. Even if you have a business card, please, on all your business cards, put a QR code on it and lead people back to wherever you want them to go and interact with whatever it is you have to offer. Just keep that in mind. But even with just your literature reads, again, the number that I use, $60,000, is a very conservative number, okay? Item number 8, we're gonna start getting into some of the bonuses here. Now, I purposely did not tag the next 4 items with any type of dollar amount because the sky is the limit if you know how to do this effectively. When you have a marketplace and you are an influencer with impact, you will be surprised to how brands will reach out to you and want you to be a brand ambassador for their platform, product, or service, or whatever they have to offer you. And I'm talking about big brands too. So the more you can get your influencer brand down packed and gain that brand equity, trust me, it can be leveraged, okay? And now you have brands reaching out to you and that'll be willing to pay you nice checks for shouting out their brand in front of your marketplace. Bonus number 9, social media. Again, you have a nice following, you can do what's called shout outs. Other individuals, this is sort of like the consumer ads. Other individuals will pay you to shout out their business before your marketplace when you have a nice following. But even in social media, I would highly recommend that you be at least considered a micro influencer, okay? So you need to understand how that works between a nano, being a nano, micro, mega, or I'm sorry, nano, micro, macro, and mega influencer. Those, you need to understand those 4 categories before you can start doing your shout outs, okay? That's a whole nother conversation. And if you need more information, I'm here to consult you with that. Item number 10, as a bonus, becoming a B2B, which is known for a business-to-business influencer collaborator, meaning you can partner up with other influencers who have a platform as well, and through your collaboration, you guys may not or should not offer the same thing, but you offer complementary services to your marketplaces to where coming together to work together as collaborators, you both now can make money off of just collaborating and introducing to what you do, who you are, and what you have amongst their marketplace, and the same vice versa. That's another way of leveraging your business or businesspreneur model effectively, and another robust way of getting even more eyeballs to come back and follow you now where those numbers go up, up, and up. Item number 11 is a bonus. You can create your own marketing programs. So if you have an influencer platform through your influencer system or through your automation system, you have your businesspreneur platform, you can actually go about to create a network marketing program or an affiliate marketing program. Those two do two different things, but the things that they both have in common is that you are making it a way for people who are already working with you or buying into your brand, for through referral, they can make money off of your marketing or network affiliate marketing programs. Okay, so it's like, this is what you will receive as a reward from me for promoting and referring what I have to offer to additional people, and therefore they're helping you to become more known and get well known out there. But in addition, for doing that, you are rewarding them. Okay, highly effective. Finally, ding, 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 ding. I'm so excited to introduce to you way number 12, which is the bonus that I would like to introduce to you, called the Encompass Affiliate Program. So I just got through talking to you about network marketing and affiliate marketing. Well, we have our own facilitator program. We have multiple levels of affiliate programs with those who would love to work with us. But for right now, we are introducing our facilitator program. So if you are interested, if you are in a place or in a position to where you would like to help other entrepreneurs to become independently sustainable, and don't have a program or a platform, you can apply to come into our facilitator program, and we will teach you the steps and the program and the platform so that you can turn around and help others and help us with our mission, because we would share that together. We do offer very nice rewards for you coming into the facilitator program. And I can assure you that it's going to help you with your own businesspreneur model. I'm just going to say that and claim that for you now. If you're not a businesspreneur yet, your goal is to become a businesspreneur within a year of now. Right now, within a year of now, okay? Not next year or last year, but the year of right now. We're going to manifest that. So let me know if you are interested in it. And if you are interested in it, you'll see at the bottom of the screen, you can contact us at info@theencompass.com email address, info@theencompass.com, and in the subject, put interested in the facilitator program, and one of our employees definitely will contact you and explain the program to you and how that works, okay? Next, as we come to a close here, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce to you that we do have upcoming our Encompassing Ventures from Brands to Benjamins 21-day challenge, where it's going to focus on designing your creative brand. And every day for 21 days, we put out there a challenge that's going to help you in your content development with your personal brand images, your website brand images, your landing page images, and your funnel page images. Why? Because what did I say in the beginning? You must start off by creating immersive content, okay? So for the first 10 days, we focus on content development with your daily challenges. And then from days 11 through 21, we then go on to start working with you on how you can adopt or incorporate the assets to all of that will create your brand equity, and how you would position that into a brand story, and then using the proper tools, how you would go about to plan and position your content to go out onto your social media and bringing, first of all, acquiring new customers, properly knowing how to market, and then bringing them back to your main real estate, which is your website, your landing page, your blog, wherever it is that you have to offer that people can come back to and buy in, thus creating you brand equity, okay? So if you are interested in this 21-day challenge, be sure to visit us on our website at www.brandstobenjamins/21-day-challenge. It's also located in the bottom of the template here. So again, I'll repeat it. If you are interested, make sure you go there to see the details that we'll have. We're still mapping this out, but it's already in the makes, and we're excited to get started on this. So if you're interested, you can definitely go to this landing page
and sign up. And we will definitely, when it's ready, you will be notified through our email automation system telling you to come on in and finding out more of the details. But it's a 21-day challenge, and it's going to challenge you to creating your immersive brand and getting it ready to position to market to social media so that you can start to gain some type of notoriety with your influence with impact. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes my workshop presentation with you today. I want to thank you so much for coming and taking the time and just allowing me just to be able to share with you just a few things. And I did say a few things. There's so much more knowledge and skill set and experience that I have packaged up, ready to be able to offer you an independent, sustainable lifestyle with your businesspreneur model and help you to go levels up to scalability to a place of retirement. Or I should say, maybe not retirement in full, but at least come up with some type of exit strategy to where you don't have to be having your business work you to death, and instead yet own a system that you can own that others manage. My name is Shalon Douglas, and I would love to thank you for coming in with me to learn about Encompassing Ventures from Brands to Benjamins, how to create 21 plus streamlines of income. Look forward to seeing you and working with you soon. Take care.
Hi, have you ever thought that your hardest trial, your most difficult circumstances, and some painful situations was actually cultivating you for the assignment that you was born on this earth to fulfill? Well, I want you to imagine this. What if your purpose was tied to that hardship? I'm going to be sharing a story with you on today. Some years ago, my husband went through 2 life-saving transplants. That's right, 2. Not 1, but 2. And during that time, me as a wife and as a mother, trying to stand up and make up the difference because of the loss that at the moment in time that we were suffering. We were suffering financially, just financially broken, mentally. It was just a mental difficult time. And also it was just like bankrupt in so many areas. But I thank God, because even though we went through that experience, there was glory that was gained out of it. Not only that my husband got the life-changing transplant, but a business was birthed out of that situation. Because I think when you're trying to move your life forward, I was trying to move my life forward. And at the moment in time, I was doing everything that I knew how to do, but it was still, sometimes you just don't know everything. You don't know how to pull all the pieces together. You're trying everything within you to do that, but sometimes all the pieces is not moving together. So I found myself just stuck in a stuck place, but I was seeking. And I think not only was I seeking, but what I was seeking was also seeking me. So I met up with with my biz partner, and she actually shared some life-changing information for me. It was life-changing because it allowed me to be able to be freed up from some things. Not only was a bankruptcy removed off of my credit report, but it was so many other things. And I was able to get my power back. I was able to move forward. I was able to, not only that, I was able to sign my husband up and help him move his life forward, because there was so many things that was placed on our credit reports. Because you know, when your household is experiencing a medical strain, it's experiencing a financial strain as well. You know, so with that being said, we was able to move our life forward, take our power back, to be able to make choices and decisions that would change our life. And not only that, we was able to help others begin to change their life and take back control of their finances with the right information and with the right resources. You able to change your life and take your life back, and understand that nothing that you went through, it won't be wasted. But a lot of times those things are obstacles that set up so that it can become the greatest opportunity of your life. So with that being said, I help others. I help others take their buying power back. I help others move their life forward. I help others move past difficult stages in life. Because during that time, trust me, things caught us on the blind side. And sometimes you're not able to prepare for everything that you go through. You know, and so during that time, life was definitely lifing, you know, but as life was lifing, I was able to be placed in a position to help others move forward when they're going through hard situations and hard circumstances. So I want to send a message on today. I want you to understand that restoration is possible in all areas. Financially, mentally, emotionally. I'm talking about all areas, because it touches all areas. Whenever a family is going through a hard situation, a medical situation, a financial situation, everybody is affected by that. So you don't have to just be a victim of circumstances. And even at times you may find yourself a victim of circumstances, but understand that seasons change. And when you equip yourself with the right information and the right knowledge, you're able to move your life forward in such a way that you can not only help yourself, you can help your family, you can help your community, you can help others that has went through same situations that you have. So I challenge you on today. I challenge you on today to stand up even when you're feeling frustrated, even when you feel overwhelmed because of life happenings, even when things catch you on the blind side, even when you don't understand. Stand up within yourself with everything that you got. Do everything you can with what you have, and trust and believe things will begin to come into your pathway to help usher your life forward, to help move your life forward. Because out of that broken place, out of that difficult time and circumstance, it was so hard, but out of that place was birthed an opportunity, a life-changing opportunity. That had I not went through that experience with my husband, had our family not went through that experience, we would not probably not even been able to move forward in the opportunity. So understand, when things happen, if they catch you on the blind side, even if it's difficult, even if you don't understand in that moment of time, trust and believe that it's a setup. It's a setup. And what you thought was bad, it was actually working together for your good. So I challenge you on today. If life has been lifing and you have been going through difficult situations and you want to move your life forward, and if you feel stuck, and if you feel like you don't know how or don't know what to do, and if you don't have the right information, I want you to connect with me and I can share with you some life-changing information. I can share with you all the 5 factors that affect your credit score. I can share with you for you for free. So connect with me. So I challenge you, if you want to move your life forward, and if you want to take responsibility and operate from a place of purpose, connect with me, and I'll share this life-changing information with you. And understand that you came here on assignment with an assignment. And restoration is possible in all areas. And everything that you went through, it was actually cultivating you for an appointment in time. Thank you for listening.
Hey, Success Fest family, we've got Crystal Vernay, and we are excited that she's going to be a part of Success Fest 23. Crystal, how are you?
I'm doing well. Thank you so much for having me.
Oh, no, thank you so much for stepping up and stepping out and helping other people. You know, sometimes we just have to overcome something to get to where we want to be. What kind of obstacles have you overcome?
Oh, geez. I've overcome a lot in my life and in my entrepreneurship journey. I think one of the most difficult things that I've had to face is actually letting go of people that were negative and did not have my best interests at heart. And it was difficult because these people were the closest people to me. They were family. So it's really difficult.
So now you've chosen through your work and through your entrepreneurship to help other people. What's driving you to help other people?
Yeah, I'm really passionate about helping others because number one, I'm passionate about teaching. I come from a long line of teachers in my family. I was actually one of the only ones that did not go into teaching directly. I went and got an engineering degree. But now what I'm doing is teaching people entrepreneurship and how to grow in their business. So I really just want to see others succeed and others avoid some of the pitfalls that I ran into early in my entrepreneurship days. And I just love to help people navigate around those and really just manifest, whatever they want in their life and in their business.
Awesome. Fantastic. So when people work with you, what is the one thing that you hope that people take away from that experience?
I think for me, it's I'm very passionate about when people have their aha moments. But I think the one thing that I want them to have or to walk away with is belief. Just belief in themselves, belief that what they want to achieve is possible, belief that they deserve it, just belief. I think a lot of times we get stuck and we're stuck in that place because we don't believe. We don't believe in ourselves. We don't believe we deserve things. We don't believe it's possible for us. And so I just really want anyone who works with me to walk away with the belief that it's possible and that they will be able to achieve what they want to.
Fantastic. So my last question for you, and I think this question will really sum it up. If they were to say to you, Crystal, you can do one thing to make the world a better place, what is the one thing that you would do or you would want to implement to make the world a better place?
Oh, geez. One thing is so difficult, but
that's why we only give you one.
I think the one thing that I would want to give, or I guess maybe want to teach probably, would be how to teach others to pay it forward. I think for me, I know I wouldn't have been or gotten to where I am today if someone had not paid it forward, be it like a mentor or a coach or someone that I looked up to. And so I think a lot of times we hold on to things because we feel like if we let go our knowledge or how to do something, it's going to be our downfall. But that's not the case, because a lot of times, if you believe, you're the tide that rises all boats, right? So if I can teach other people how to pay it forward, I think as a whole, we will be further along as a community, as a society, just as people.
Fantastic. All right. Well, again, we're excited to have you on board with Success Fest, and we can't wait to hear your message to the world. So thanks again.
Awesome. Thank you.
Entrepreneurship is in my blood. From a very early age, I just knew that I was going to be an entrepreneur. I didn't know how I was going to do it, but I knew I wanted to build something that was mine. How many of you have heard that success is a strategy? Sometimes your success and the way that you do things is all the strategy that you'll ever need. It took me a long time to learn this, but I'm so glad that I did. You see, I started my first business at the age of 16, selling vintage handbags on eBay, no less. And it went really well. I made $16,000 my first month, and my business was successful. Well, unfortunately, my mom found out, and she immediately shut everything down because she really wanted me to focus more so on, finishing high school and then go to college. So I had to let that go. And I was so disheartened and really defeated. So, I did what my mother asked of me. I finished high school. I graduated from college. And the first job out of college, I actually got another shot at entrepreneurship. And I was so excited. I went into the financial planning and insurance industry. And, at the time that I was building this business, I was also dating my high school sweetheart. And as entrepreneurship goes, I had some good months and I had some bad months, but we were actually discussing our future together. And he told me that he wouldn't marry me unless I got a 9-to-5 job. So once again, because I thought that that was what I was supposed to do, go to college, get married, have children, I once again let my entrepreneurship dreams go. And I got a job as a government contractor. Things were going really well at the job. I was excelling. I was being promoted every 1 to 2 years. But when you're meant to do something, you can't ignore your calling. The entrepreneurship bug bit again, and I got yet another chance at entrepreneurship. This time, it was doing something that I absolutely loved, dancing. I opened a dance fitness studio because I really, truly love to dance. I loved how empowering it was, and I loved the impact that I was making on the lives of others. So now I had a full-time job and a full-time business. And in the beginning, as with most businesses, things are rocky, right? And I wasn't making a lot of money, but I was doing something that I absolutely loved to do. Now, by now, I had gotten married. And my husband at the time was definitely not supportive. So he just basically often told me that I had a really expensive hobby and that my business would never amount to anything, would never be successful because no one cared about it. No one cared about me. He often teamed up with my mother, who was telling me that I was spending way too much time away from the home when I need to be focused on giving her some grandchildren. And she always used to ask me, why did I work so hard at something if it wasn't successful? Despite all of this, I didn't give up. I just knew that if I could find the right strategy, I would be successful. So I became obsessed actually with trying to find the right strategy that would build my business, because I just thought if I could just show them that I had that right strategy, that they would think that I was successful, and then I would then be successful. So one day I received an invitation to a studio owners conference, and I was a little skeptical at first, scared even, because I really had never discussed my business with anyone, never exchanged ideas with anyone. And no one really understood what I was going through. But my grandmother always said, do the fearless thing. So even though I was afraid, I went anyway. And what did I find? So many people that were extremely successful. They were exactly where I wanted to be. And then there were some that were just like me, still trying to figure it out, right? And so from that day forward, I knew success was possible, and I was ready to build something great. So after attending that one conference, I made it a point to go every year. I also hired a few coaches, I sought out mentors, and I implemented the strategies that I learned, and my business completely flourished. I was building a six-figure business. I was impacting lives. So many women would tell me how my business had changed their life, had saved them, made them feel like themselves again, made them feel safe even. I just knew that I had finally found my zone of genius, and I was walking in my purpose. I was building a six-figure business, but I was building a six-figure business in secret, because this business was a point of tension in my marriage. And so my husband and I rarely ever spoke about it. If I said anything about my business at all, it was to let him know that I was either going or coming, and that was it. He didn't see my success, but others saw my success. His friends did, my friends did, their friends did. And soon they all started coming to me, asking me questions about how to do certain things in their business or how to start a business. And they would often ask him, how was my business doing? And I'll never forget a time where we were in a friends and family social gathering, and we were standing in a group of probably about 20 people. And someone asked my husband how my business was going. And his response was, I don't know anything about that. You'll have to ask her, which was not uncommon for him. He typically would give that response. But then what followed, I wasn't ready for. He then said, personally, I hope her business burns down. And I was in shock. So many emotions ran through my entire body, all at the same time. Embarrassment, anger, fear, anxiety, sadness. I literally couldn't say anything but wow. It was almost as if I was outside of my own body, watching my life on a movie screen. And I'm staring at this screen in disbelief. And it was really in that moment I felt alone. Probably the most alone I had ever felt in my life. And it was also in that moment that I knew I had a decision to make. I knew I could let my entrepreneurial dreams go once again, or I could choose to keep building my business. Jim Rohn has a quote that I absolutely love. He says, whatever good things we build end up building us. I had to think to myself, I had a multi-six-figure business, and I had built it from scratch. And I had people asking me to teach them how to do the same thing. And it was then that I knew that I had a higher calling on my life, and it was time to walk in my purpose on purpose. It was time to stop playing small. It was time for me to share my talents and my gifts with the world. You see, all that time I had been searching for the strategy, the right strategy to build my business. And truth be told, success. My success was the strategy, because in the end, it was my success that gave me the courage and the confidence to divorce my husband, to start 3 more businesses, including a business coaching and a brand strategy firm where I teach entrepreneurs, coaches, and consultants how to build their brand and monetize their expertise and operate in their zone of genius. right? So to see success was the only strategy that I ever needed to reach my next level in life and in my business, and then continuously strive for more because I was exposed to what was possible. If it's possible for me, then it's possible for you too. So if you're interested in learning more about how you can create multiple streams of income with your expertise, build a profitable and sustainable business, I would love to connect with you. Just visit slayhardeveryday.co and apply for the Brand Builder Blueprint. My name is Crystal Renee, and thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Crystal Renee, and I'm a serial womanpreneur, speaker, author, business coach, and brand strategist. And I like to start all of my workshops out with a quote. So today we're going to be getting into the Brand Builder Blueprint. So this quote really came to mind. I want to share it with you all. It's "To thine own self be true," and that is by William Shakespeare. And you'll see in just a second why I chose that particular quote. But I want to share with you guys today the Brand Builder Blueprint, and it's how to create consistent income with the signature program that attracts your ideal client. So we're going to be really talking about how you can monetize your own expertise and create multiple streams of income using something that is unique to you. So I am completely passionate about helping entrepreneurs, coaches, and consultants to build their brand, really. So I want to just go ahead and just jump right in and talk about what may be happening in your business right now. So perhaps you're a heart-centered entrepreneur, heart-centered coach or consultant. You know you have knowledge and talent, a skill set that would truly make an impact if you shared your gifts with the world. Maybe you're extremely passionate about helping other people, and maybe you've tried to market your services here and there with varying degrees of success. Perhaps maybe you are offering services at an extremely discounted rate, or you're getting pushback from people saying that they can't afford your services, and maybe you've been cutting your prices, trying to gain traction from social media or other marketing channels. Or maybe you're the night and weekend warrior, coach, consultant, or entrepreneur. I actually know this very, very well, as I was an avid side hustler for a long time when I was building my business. But you have dreams of becoming full-time in your business. Your full-time job, of course, pays the bill, but you desperately want your entrepreneurship dreams to be your main hustle. Maybe you don't have all the pieces to the puzzle when it comes to running an online business. Tired of working late nights, and then having to get up the next morning and go right to your 9 to 5. Maybe you're offering packages in 4 to 8 week increments, and maybe hustling in between those clients, and just probably really uncertain, unsure if full-time entrepreneurship is really within reach, and you probably have not spent too much time working on your brand identity and authority. Or maybe it's the barely full-time coach or consultant. So maybe you're working full-time in your business now, and congratulations if you are, but maybe you're only bringing in around $5K a month. And maybe you have like what I call a hodgepodge product suite or group of products or group of offers that makes it really difficult to bring in revenue. Maybe you're stuck selling low ticket items, medium ticket workshops that require a lot of work, but don't necessarily yield the results that you're looking for. And maybe you're, taking on other lines of business, like doing things that really are completely unrelated to what you really want to do in your coaching consulting business, or if you're a creative. And you have your brand is kind of clouded with other products and services that don't really align with your zone of genius. So I'm sure you're probably wondering, how can I build brand authority in my industry and cultivate a premium brand experience that's going to attract lifelong clients rather than people who are just kind of, buying a product and disappearing from your ecosystem. Maybe you're even wondering how you can utilize a signature program that'll help you create multiple streams of income. So, maybe you're even wondering, how can you find your ideal clients that are going to pay for your offerings, give you that consistent income that you really need to be able to scale your business? So today I'm going to show you exactly how you're going to be able to make that happen. But before we go there, I just want you to really just think about your monthly income goal number. Just get a number in your head. Think about it. Like, what would you really like to make? Whether it's an income goal or a particular number of clients a month, whatever that equates to be. And then how many hours per week do you really want to work? Like, think about that, have that in your mind. I think that's really important for all entrepreneurs to consider this, as they go and structure their products and services. So when you have that in your head, write it down, because that'll be important for the next part of the workshop. So I'm going to go over my 5-part framework for creating consistent income with the signature program that's going to attract your ideal clients, AKA the Brand Builder Blueprint. So let's go ahead and dive in. So my 5-part framework consists of strategy, storytelling, sales, systems, and scaling. That's strategy, storytelling, sales, systems, and scaling. We're going to actually look at each one. So let's talk about what you might think strategy is. Staying on social media for hours and hours on end, cold DMing people, copying your competitors and doing the same thing for a lesser price, maybe putting your products and services on every channel you could possibly think of, hoping someone will purchase. And then what strategy actually is. So you want to be determining the number one action you want your clients to take with you and use that as the driving force for your business. Identifying your signature program, also known as a hero product or your primary product, and developing a business model around that. Determining the best channels to let your ideal clients learn about you, your brand, and what you have to offer. So that's what a real strategy looks like. Let's look at the second part of the framework, which is storytelling. So what you might think storytelling is, and then I've definitely heard this, it's just basically sharing your life on social media, all the deets, all the personal things, making up elaborate stories so that people think your life is interesting, and then maybe talking about yourself more than you talk about your offer, your products, and your services. There are people who are doing this thinking that that's going to actually help them build their business. Let's talk about what storytelling actually is. Highlighting your expertise and brand authority through case studies, testimonials, and your personal story. Highlighting your why. That's super duper important. People buy from people. They don't buy from a logo, right? So your why is important. Identifying why your brand is unique and uniquely qualified to solve your target market's problems. And then basically being able to communicate the experience and the transformation that you're going to be providing over your competition, right? So that's part 2. Let's look at part 3, which is sales, right? What people think sales involves. Cold DMing people on social media all day, running social media ads and spending lots of money, being uncomfortable with asking for the sale, having a car salesman approach, and spending countless hours talking to people with little to no result. All these things are things that I've heard from my current clients and past clients when they think about sales. They feel icky when they actually have to do the sales part. They love coaching or consulting or doing their creative work, but they actually hate sales. And the way that I like to work with my clients in this way is think about sales as service. There's someone who's looking for your particular product or your particular service. And it doesn't have to feel icky, which is why we are talking about the signature program today. So what sales actually involves is building authentic relationships with people, building a brand community, which we'll definitely be talking more about, having clarity in your offerings and confidence that you're the one that can solve their problems, and then also having a systematic approach to being able to see consistent success over time. So what I mean by a systematic approach is that there are actions that you're going to take every single day or over the course of a week that's going to lead to consistent success for you in your business, and it won't feel forced. It's something that you found that works for you that's going to drive the sales engine within your business. So that's part 3. Part 4 is systems. This is like one of my favorite parts, right? Now, what you think systems are: expensive software that you have to hire someone to manage, having lack of control in your business on a daily basis, or maybe having a loss of personal touch or customer service. I think people see systems as like this big, almost like a big brother situation that like kind of comes in and takes over their business, and they won't be able to have the same care necessarily that they had when they were doing things maybe more manually. But having systems actually involves consistency in your client experience and a recognizable way that you particularly do business. It also allows you to be able to track and monitor your revenue and growth. And then you'll have procedures that you can use to train and staff in your business. So systems is not only tech. Systems are also processes and procedures. So when you are ready to grow your business and bring on your team members, they have a process that they can follow and something that they can refer back to so that you actually don't become your own bottleneck in your business. Let's look at part 5, which is scaling. So what we think scaling might involve: processes and procedures that you just aren't ready to implement, building an extremely large team, maybe accruing major expenses and debt. Because I know a lot of people associate scaling with like having to like make huge investments, and then possibly rebuilding, rebranding, or revamping your entire product suite. So I think the thing to remember with scaling is that you can't scale without growth in your business. And sometimes you do have to make investments to be able to scale your business, but it's definitely something that's going to be super important, if you're looking to take your business and your brand to the next level. So what scaling actually involves is automating tasks that free up your time and your staff's time, right? Upgrading your client experience, initiating more passive streams of income, right? So not something that you or your team have to actively do, like you're not providing the service. You can just, basically you're earning money while you sleep. And then developing procedures for continuous improvement. So all of these things are a part of scaling your business. So each part of this framework is powerful, but combined, you become unstoppable, right? And when you combine all these elements, you'll be able to earn that consistent income, grow your business to levels that you really never thought possible. So, but there's just one more thing that you need in order to be able to grow and sustain this business model, and that is an empowered CEO mindset. And I really believe you need an empowered CEO mindset. You have what it takes to be able to succeed in your business and be able to really create a premium brand. Mindset is everything. And if you don't believe that you can do it, if you don't believe that this will work for you, then you'll be stuck right where you are. You have to basically accept that there are no shortcuts, no get-rich-quick schemes, no free rides. You have to be ready and willing to put in the work to be able to achieve your desired level of success, right? So you don't have that empowered CEO mindset, you'll just, find yourself in that place of self-sabotage, thinking about what you could have done, what you should have done in that instance. All the storytelling, the strategies, sales, and marketing techniques won't help you if you haven't mastered each element of the framework and also have an empowered CEO mindset. So if you're missing any of the pieces, missing any of these elements, it's kind of like if you had a two-legged stool, right? You'll just be on the path to like frustration, burnout, confusion, right? No one wants that, right? So let's look at some things. Tell me if this sounds familiar. Perhaps you're having a seasonal sales slump, right? So typically clients might come to you on what seems like a seasonal basis, right? It isn't really consistent. You're launching, individual new products during each income spike. And, there's doubt that you're going to make it even to the next spike in revenue. So consistency in your income really seems like out of reach, right? So you're basically making revenue on different seasons versus consistently. Then you're doing the side hustle. Listen, I know this one really, really well, right? Your 9 to 5 is paying the bills. You're working on your business nights, weekends, lunch breaks, whenever you get a spare moment, right? You make sales consistently, right? But you just need more time to focus on your business so that you can bring in the clientele that you really need to be able to increase your revenue, right? So the number of hours that you're able to spend on your business directly correlate to your income in this instance, right? And then there's like low income ceiling overwhelm. So your business has hit an income plateau. Maybe you're overwhelmed by all the effort you're putting into marketing, especially if you're on social media a lot. You have lots of low ticket offers and products just to keep income coming in. And your low ticket products may be doing well, but your business is full of clients who claim they cannot pay a higher price. So then you feel stuck. No matter how hard you try, you just can't break that revenue ceiling. So this is honestly where you want to be. You want to be consistently increasing the number of clients that are purchasing your products and services. They're becoming lifelong clients. I mean, they'll just purchase one thing and disappear. They actually will purchase multiple things with you. You'll be able to bring in consistent income that exceeds your goals. And you'll be able to decrease your times on tasks that are outside of your zone of genius in your business, which is extremely important. And you'll be able to scale your business, hire the right people, and really step into that empowered CEO role, right? So you want to be known in your industry, right? This is where you want to be. Known in your industry for the problem that you solve, an expert, go-to person. You want a premium brand, right? And provide that premium brand experience for your clients. You want to be able to sell something that's aligned with your zone of genius, make 6+ figures a year, and then have a team that supports you at every single level. So you're probably like, yeah, that sounds amazing. How do we do this? How do we make it happen? So let's talk about something for a second. The reality is, if you're afraid to put in the work, you're afraid to like really get in there, identify your target market, operate in your zone of genius, and create an online product suite that encourages retention rather than just focuses on transactions, you will essentially be sabotaging your own success. So you also have to believe that there are clients out there that are looking for transformation and a premium brand experience. They do exist. You have to believe that they're out there. They're looking for someone like you to help them, and they're going to value quality over price, and they will pay to achieve that desired result. They'll be loyal to your brand. They have a good experience, right? And they are looking for enriching communities to be a part of in all aspects of their lives, whether that's going to be career, business, relationships, hobbies. They're looking for your space. They're looking for what you have, right? So you can create that signature program that attracts your ideal clients, that's scalable. You don't have to work yourself to exhaustion. You don't have to trade your time for dollars. So you can gradually build out a product suite and increase your prices over time. You can plot out the journey for your clients. They can see themselves with you long term, right? And then you'll be creating your offers that complement each other and encourage growth at each stage. And that will be helping you with your client retention. I'm going to show you how in just a second. So let's look at an example, right? What I mean by when I say premium product or signature program, some type of coaching, high-end coaching, consulting, high-end service, right? Let's just say, for the sake of this example, you're going to charge $2,000 a month for this service, and you get 7 clients, right? So if you do that, $2,000 a month, 7 clients, you make $168,000 a year. You broke the 6-figure mark. Whoop whoop, right? Then let's add on a mid-ticket product, right? So we're kind of building out our offer suite, building out our product suite. Maybe this mid-ticket item is some kind of a self-paced course or video training. And with that, you charge like $500, right? You get 10 people to buy that. So if you add that on to your high ticket, right? Then you make $228,000. Now we're a multiple 6-figure business, right? And my pictures. So like one of my favorite brands actually is like Louis Vuitton. And the reason why I love Louis Vuitton is because if anything happens to your bag, they will give you and they can't repair it, they will give you a new bag of the same value. I was like, that's amazing. That is something that makes people that type level of customer service makes people want to stay with that particular brand for as long as that level of service continues, right? And then my mid-ticket is a Corolla because I feel like that's like a that's like a mid-level type of a car, right? So we got a Louis Vuitton bag in our Corolla that we're driving, which really doesn't match, but for the sake of the example, like hang in with me. And then let's say we add on a low ticket product. So the low ticket product could be something that, again, that's self-paced and be a mini course, an ebook or a workbook. And let's say you get 30 clients to purchase that, right, at $37. Now we've got a little over 240,000, and we've got our offer suite together of multiple levels, right? And my example for a low ticket product is ramen noodles. So now we have our Louis Vuitton bag and our Corolla, and we're eating ramen noodles, which is probably really a terrible example. You probably shouldn't be eating while you're driving, or but just for the sake of like comparing different brands at different costs. But hopefully you guys get the idea. So your product suite with the high ticket, mid ticket, and low ticket offers gives you about $20K a month, right? Which is a little over 240,000. And that's honestly just the beginning, right? Because you look at the number of clients, 84, 123, 60, it seems like a lot, but actually these are the same people purchasing in your business. And that's really the point of an offer suite versus having to go out and find 360 individual people or 120 individual people, these people who've already bought into your brand, and they're just moving up to the next level. So creating a signature program that attracts your ideal clients doesn't have to be overwhelming, and we're going to break it down in a minute, right? So let's talk about the first step, which is identifying your zone of genius. And that was really why I said the quote in the beginning of "To thine own self be true," because I feel like a lot of coaches, consultants, entrepreneurs, they automatically gravitate to what seems like is making the most money at the time rather than looking within and really identifying what their zone of genius is and how can they monetize what they already have, right? Because believe me, someone is looking for a skill set that you already have. Everyone is an expert in something. And so if you kind of move in your business and your entrepreneurship journey with that, you will end up creating something that's really unique and you will attract your tribe. So you have to think about what your skill set is, what your experience is, what your knowledge, talents, or your gifts are, and also what makes you qualified to teach that particular thing, right? Me personally, I have of course, I said I started my first business at 16, so I have well over 15 years of experience in business, have some other skill sets as well, but you have to think about what are those things for yourself. The second is going to be to identify your premium offering. So what's the number one action you want people to take with you? What service is going to lead to the transformation of highest value? So what's going to give them the greatest transformation within your offerings? Step 3, you want to have premium pricing as well as delivery. So how long will it take them to achieve the transformation, aka complete the experience? And what price point captures the value of the experience? I think this is really important. It's not the price that you just randomly chose out of the sky, right? As business owners, we have to consider how much it actually takes us to deliver that particular thing to our clients. So that's our time personally, that's our team's time, that's any of the things that you have to pay for in order to deliver the service. And then you think about how much what's the value of that particular transformation going to be? Step 4, speak to your ideal clients, right? Find out where they hang out on the internet and use their language to communicate your offer to them, aka messaging, and then market your offer to them, right? So if you find your ideal clients and where they hang out on the internet, you have that conversation, you see what describes how they describe what they're going through, and then you market your offer. And then step 5 is going to be bring the clients into your brand community. So you want to build and nurture a relationship for clients at all stages of what we call the buyer's journey. So that's the buyer's journey is what a customer would go on when they're considering doing business with you. And you want to continue to understand their needs so that you can create exactly what will solve their problems. Step 6, you want to strategically move your clients through your product suite or through your offer suite. And you want to strategically suggest the next level of complementary product with the end goal in mind, right? And as they achieve results at each stage, you socialize what the next step's going to be. So let's look at a real life example, how this really might work in real life as a coach, right? Let's say you're a mindset and success coach. You want to reverse engineer your products from your premium product and create complementary offerings. So how would your clients ultimately be most successful? What does that look like with a product suite or offer suite, right? This is going to be your signature program or your high ticket offering. So let's say this mindset and success coach's zone of genius is goal setting, productivity, time management. Maybe they know NLP or neurolinguistics programming, and they also were able to advance in the corporate environment. That's their zone of genius. These are all skills that they have. So from that, they've created the Living My Best Life Mastermind, and their ideal client, they feel unfulfilled, stuck in life, not sure where they want to be. They want more out of life, not sure how to make it happen for themselves. So this particular coach, she's going to target female executives at the beginning of their C-suite career. Very specific, right? And the program will do mindset reset. They'll teach how to embrace where they are in life, celebrate wins, develop an action plan, encourage progress, learn how to reprogram their thoughts for action, and then maybe learn how to evaluate and adjust relationships in their life for their benefit. So some program outcomes here might be they're able to earn more at their job because they're more confident to negotiate. Maybe they learn to time block for self-care, spend time with their family, or maybe they're able to handle difficult conversations when they're in the boardroom or with their male counterparts, right? So if we look at this mindset and success coaches offer suite or product suite, they have the Living My Best Life Mastermind, right? Gives them tools and templates to map out goals, and they have weekly action calls. Maybe their medium ticket is a Get Your Itch Together course with one accountability meeting per month. And maybe their low ticket offer is a goal setting and time blocking video to help increase productivity. And maybe they have a freebie, right? Maybe they have a personality quiz with that particular coach's framework that determines how that person best achieves success based on their personality type, right? All of this is based upon this person's zone of genius and what they know and can do for their clients. So the industry, right, actually encourages us to focus on or sell one thing, right? So the industry tells us just do high ticket. And that would be in that example that we just saw, the Living My Best Life Mastermind, right? Or sell as many things as possible. How many of you have heard one or both or either of these in terms of advice that maybe you've seen, right? Like either focus only on high ticket, or you don't need high ticket, just sell as many things as possible with medium and low ticket items. So what we do in the Brand Builder Blueprint actually is take a approach that incorporates all of those things, because here's the deal. No business has just one product, not today at least. They have multiple products, right? Multiple streams of income. So what you want to do is take your clients on a journey with you, right? Versus just kind of like having them buy that one thing. Like, okay, great. They bought this one thing. And then you kind of shoot them out the door for the next client, right? You want to take them on a journey from freebie to your high ticket offer and have them be a part of your brand community in the process, right? So that's what we do inside the Brand Builder Blueprint. So here are just a few examples of high ticket, mid ticket, and low ticket products, delivery methods for coaches and for consultants. A high ticket package, $2,000 maybe. It's a 9-day program container. You do one coaching call bi-weekly. Maybe you're available via email and text, Monday through Friday, 9 to 5, right? And the big result here would be that you provide, or there'll be a mindset shift into action and positivity that allows the client to map out their success. They get accountability, resources to help them succeed, right? So this is an example of a potential high ticket package. At the 5K level, maybe you add a longer time frame, right? So it's 6 months. You add a coaching call bi-weekly, as well as a bi-weekly critique or working session call. You're available the same time. right? Notice that the result is the same. It's just what's provided in the package is different, right? There's more levels of support in the 5K package. And the 10K package, it's a longer coaching container, right? 9 months. And, again, having additional levels of support. So now it's weekly critique calls versus bi-weekly. So a mid-ticket offer might be something that's a 3 to 6 month container, meaning it's not that the person is being coached, but they have access to that particular self-paced material for 6 months, right? And the result is not as great as if they were in the high ticket offer. But they, get to identify what's holding them back from success. They focus on one challenge and they outline the steps to see what they need to do in order to succeed, right? And maybe this offer comes with one accountability call per month. Then a low ticket offer, $37. They get lifetime access to a video training, maybe it's a calendar and a checklist, some kind of a workbook or manifestation guide, right? So from here, they learn how to build new productive habits, and they are informed about the process and encouraged to evaluate their current habits. So that might be what a particular potential low ticket offer would look like. So let's actually look at a case study. And this case study is me. So, after 2 months of revamping my pricing and my product suite, I went from making an average of $6,000 a month to $20,000 a month. So I had one high ticket offer, and I had my one-to-one program, which was so I had 1,500 and 3,000. And so I was getting like maybe one client, maybe 2 clients a month. So that was where I was averaging about 6,000, and I was doing sales calls in my business. And then also the program that I was using or what I was delivering, it did not incorporate my own framework, and the time container was too short. And I also hadn't settled on a niche. I was trying to do both life and business coaching at the same time, hustling for sales calls every week. I was constantly stressed, trying to piece together my income. I was doing a lot of workshops and trainings for free. Really at my breaking point before I developed this model. So instead of giving up, I decided to be really intentional about my product suite and who I could best help, right? And only putting out products and services that my target market actually wanted. Raise my prices, streamline the client experience. And so at that time, I moved from one-to-one being 8,000, my high ticket program being 5, mid-ticket 2,000, low ticket offers between 7 and 97, just depends on what it was. So in just 2 months, I more than doubled my income, got my time back, and I could provide more at each level, right? So I also stopped doing the things that I no longer wanted to do, which I think is really important as we structure our business. As entrepreneurs, we shouldn't have offers and things in our business that are like a pain to deliver and we don't like doing them, right? Again, sticking to your zone of genius, and your zone of genius, you should be passionate about it, not just good at it, but also passionate about it. So I was good at some things that I was doing, but I realized I actually did not want that to be a part of my offerings. So I was able to let that go. So let's recap real quick. We've learned the 5-part framework for the Brand Builder Blueprint. That includes strategy, storytelling, sales, systems, and scaling, as well as the empowered CEO mindset, right? You learn how you can create a product suite that encourages client retention rather than just transactions. You saw how you can create consistent income from creating a signature program that creates a unique brand experience. So in order to create that consistent income and have that signature program that's going to attract your ideal clients, you are going to really need all the pieces. So with the Brand Builder Blueprint methodology, I don't want you to have to buy all these different programs, piece it together on your own. Maybe you tried it and it didn't work. So no one else is going to really combine all these elements to help you create and deliver a premium experience for your clients. And honestly, you can't reverse engineer what you can't see. So you don't know, basically from looking on the outside, you only see the tip of the iceberg, right? So I think that's very important. A lot of times we try to look on social media or look for inspiration, look and see what other people are doing. And then we copy it, not knowing what's going on behind the scenes. And so we end up not really getting the proper guidance that we need for our business specifically. So definitely don't want to miss out on the details you need to build a brand that's going to make impact, right? That could have huge impacts on your marketing, your sales, the growth of your business. So I invite you guys to join us at the Brand Builder Blueprint. This is exactly why I created it. There's really no other program design out there to combine the creation of signature program, premium brand experience with multifaceted product suite, as well as marketing, determining the best marketing channels for your business, and not just trying to market anywhere and everywhere, but really being strategic about where you show up and how you show up so that you optimize your time on different channels to become more profitable. So you'll get coaching on your signature program, of course, your sales funnels, pricing, how to obtain clients and systems. We're going to help you develop your signature program, your product or your offer suite, find your ideal client, develop a sales strategy, identify the systems that you need. And basically anything you need feedback on, we cover on our coaching calls. There's a weekly group coaching call. We hop on a call as a group once per week, and you get coaching, get questions answered, get to build relationships with like-minded peers. We also have a lot of templates, done for you docs, and scripts, right? So giving you a template for everything that you might need for market research, for sales calls, for pitches, for email sequences, funnel templates. It's all there. Because I truly believe that there's no one way or one strategy. The Brand Builder Blueprint is a framework, it's a method, it's not one strategy. It's a series of strategies that you can use. We identify the one that works best for you and your business. And then you just take it from there. So you have all the tools at your disposal, all the tools in your arsenal. You pick the best tools that fit for your business and your brand. There's also a critique submission. So there's an opportunity to submit your work weekly for feedback. Our team goes through everything and we'll give you feedback on your landing pages, your sales pages, your email copy, your webinar slides, social media posts. So whatever you might need critiqued, as well as exercises in the program to keep you on track. There's also a private accountability community. So anytime that you have questions, you can interact with your peers inside the Brand Builder community. We post polls. You can ask for feedback on your copy as well from your peers. Plus, you'll also meet the most amazing people, like-minded people inside the Brand Builder community. So you're invited to join us. And our program is 6 months long. It includes 4 phases or 4 stages: traction, revenue plus a price adjustment, consistent growth, and then sustainable systems. So for the first 1 to 2 months, we work on your offer validation and brand foundations. The 2nd through the 4th month, we work on launching your signature program, creating your sales funnels, and collecting client feedback. The 4th and the 5th month, we create your product suite and we optimize that to help you grow and scale. And the 5th and 6th month, we do customer journey mapping, KPIs, and also focus on automation. And the reason why we do customer journey mapping, we do some of it in the beginning, but also at the end, because you have to kind of, again, we're testing what works best for your business, so that you have a clear idea and a clear blueprint, for lack of a better word, to follow. We also do key performance indicators, because I truly believe it's really important to know what's going on in your business. And there's other numbers that you need to pay attention to other than just revenue. So we learn about that and how to track those things in your business. And then automation is going to be key when it comes to being able to scale. But the reason the program is 6 months is because the amount of time that it truly takes to implement everything and see the results that you desire. Each strategy that we teach inside the Brand Builder Blueprint really is worth the entire investment alone. And so we help you develop a product suite or offer suite that's aligned with your zone of genius, how to find and sell your offers to your ideal clients, creating an organic and paid ad sales funnel with upsells, also business strategies that create sustainability and help your business become more profitable each year. So we combine all these things, right, in the right recipe for you, which is key, right? We basically analyze your unique business opportunity based upon the niche that you're in, right? And that in alone is worth hundreds of thousands of dollars over the lifetime of the program, right? So there's no cookie cutter advice inside the Brand Builder Blueprint. We take a look at what's going to work specifically for you, right? And these are just a few testimonials that we have for people that have worked with me over the years. And so, they've said that they got, clarity from working with me. My intuition was spot on. I won't read these, but I want to have you guys take a look at that. I want to also mention the value of your homework feedback. So the one-to-one feedback on your offer, your sales copy, your page designs, that honestly would cost you hundreds of thousands of dollars per week if you hired an expert, which we actually include that inside of the program. So got to think, how much does it cost not to work with us? Again, more testimonies, just folks who have worked with me in the past and given me some feedback. This one person said that they were better after their coaching sessions. This other person had a specific block on contracts, and so we worked through that within her program. So just want to make sure that we are actually on the same page here. I just switched the slides. Give me 1 second. There we go. All right, guys. So just want to make sure that you guys are on the same page with me when it comes to values in your business. So with Simply She and inside the Brand Builder Blueprint, we actually value profitability and sustainability over transactions and over hustle. So we help our clients consistently create profitable businesses through cultivating a product suite and a premium brand experience for their clients. We value quality over quantity and sustainability over that seasonal hustle. We also are really passionate about defining your brand's true north. So helping clients to understand their real metrics, right? True metrics over vanity metrics, social media likes and follows and shares, and the result of one launch, right? But really, what does it look like consistently over time? And then we help you develop a custom brand strategy that aligns with your brand and keeps your brand community and business growing. So another thing that I talked about is being inside that empowered CEO role. So empowerment and situational leadership is very, very important. So we value personal development, and we want to see our clients step into that empowered CEO role. You need to be, you don't need to be inside of every task in your business, but you should be focused on building a team, and so you can be the leader and visionary that you were always meant to be, right? Again, just more testimonials, guys, of folks that have worked with us. And seeing results with inside the Brand Builder Blueprint. More testimonials, just different workshops that we have for our clients. So let's get into what the investment is, because I'm sure you're all wondering. It's actually $5,000, a one-time payment of $5,000 for 6 months, or it's $1,000 per month for 6 months, right? And if you pay in full, you do get an additional one-to-one bonus call with me. That's 45 minutes, right? And you can use that anytime during your enrollment. So you can use it in the beginning, you can use it in the middle, you can use it in the end, or whenever you want to use it at any time you're enrolled inside the Brand Builder Blueprint. So you can join, and I'll have my information at the end. We have a secure checkout, choose a payment plan, or pay in full to save, right? Again, just more testimonials of folks that have worked with us and gotten their business strategy and marketing together inside of the Brand Builder Blueprint. But really, guys, it's really your time. So what you're getting, everything you need to create a 6-figure plus business, premium brand framework, template scripts, funnel maps, weekly coaching and critique submissions, personalized feedback on your work, as well as a private accountability community. $1,000 per month for 6 months, or $5,000 if you pay in full. So you're definitely invited to join us. And I know you may be thinking, is this going to work for me? Are the systems and the tech going to be hard? Right? What if I'm just scared? So these are, all common things that we have clients consistently ask us, and I think it's your time, guys. It's definitely your time. Our program also is platform neutral. So whatever tech that you're using, you can use it inside of our program. We don't have a particular tech. We actually do have referral partners that we work with if you're interested in learning more about that. And of course, there's always fear when it's time for you to level up in your business, and we completely understand that. But definitely have to think about the cost of staying right where you are versus being able to move forward in your business. So if you have questions, you can definitely send me a message on Facebook, Instagram, or email. My Facebook is at iSimplyShe. My Instagram is at I_simply_she, or you can email me at info@isimplyShe.com. And I'm Crystal Renee, and that's it. Thank you so much.
Clap, clap, and snap, snap. Woo! What an amazing day. You all, was it amazing or what? Listen, I hope that each of you and every one of you took something valuable away from today's event. And I'm feeling so inspired. Are you feeling inspired to continue this journey towards our success? Come on. Today has been about taking the next steps toward achieving our goals. So let's make sure we're putting in the work needed to get there. We can do this together. Thank you for joining us today and being a part of this incredible success journey. Let's make sure to take full advantage of all the opportunities that this event has provided. So I'm going to see you all tomorrow. Same place, not same place, same success place, same success time. Y'all don't get ready to sing. It's a song in there. Don't forget to what? Say it, believe it, do it. Say it with me. Say it, believe it, do it. It's a song in there. All right, good night. Have a great rest of your day. It has been my pleasure to serve as your host today. And I am who? Dr. Stephanie Wall, the Tower of Power. Make it an amazing day. See you guys. See ya. See ya. Bye.